6 chill, for real.
Judah. Scepter will never leave Judah. Scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up. Who gon' rouse me up?
Same location. For all of our locations, we got them up on the screen. So if you're local in any one of these areas, feel free to attend class. We'd love to have you. Okay. We got a feast coming up, which is the Feast of Pentecost. Okay, that's on May 15th. That's a Saturday. So we'll have class that Saturday. That's Shabbat, and then we'll have the feast after class. All right. So if you want to be a part of that, once again, if you're local and you want to be a part, we'll love to have you. Come on through. What's up?
How you say when the feast again?
It's May 15th. Yeah, May 15th. All right, that's a Saturday. Got many different ways to view us. All right, we got a few different channels. She'll put those up on the screen. You check those out. We got a kids class. We got the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, Israelite Media Corp. We got the Blog Talk Radio. So once again, if you got questions or people that have questions, you can send them the different links to the classes. You can send them the link to the live class. Okay. We got Hebrew Academy. All right, every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If you want to be a part of that, let us know. Again, another way for brothers to build up their teaching. Okay, we go through not just teaching, but the standard of an Israelite man. All right, so that's every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We do it in Virginia, we do it here in Houston, and we do it in Rochester. All right, so that's up on your screen. We got a few businesses. We got Israelware. If you're interested in that, you can go to isbhpk.com/fringed up. And with Israelware, sisters will make a custom garment for you, whatever you like. Okay, and then we got the Fringed Up where you pay $35 for a headband, $75 for a headband and a shirt. You'll get that monthly. Just something different every month. All right, a good way to get your Israelite gear, your Israel wear up, right? So that's that, and then we got Sweet Ambiance. You can go to sweetambiance.com. That's, we sell the oils, body butters, your smell good needs. All right, so you can check us out there if you'd like to support and receive something in return. All right, and then whatever donations y'all been giving, we appreciate it. We thank you, and whatever you want to give, we don't care if you send markers, highlighters. You know how many highlighters we go through? I'm the highlighter king, right? He took my crown. He's the highlighter king. But highlighters, pens, papers, books, anything that you'd like to donate to any one of the locations, it's well appreciated, it's needed. Any monetary donations that you want to give, you can do so. The information's on the screen. Once again, we thank everyone that's been helping us out, that's been giving. We appreciate it. Oh yeah, you need to contact anyone? Everybody got our numbers. You need to contact a teacher. The numbers are on the screen. All right. I said that. Yeah, I went through that. Yeah, the announcements are the same every week. The announcements are the same
every day.
4 days a week for the last year. So that's why I didn't want to go all super in depth. After a while, it gets very redundant. So that's going to be it for the announcements, right? Everybody, y'all all know the announcements, right? Y'all all got my number?
God.
And not, I mean, it's right there in the corner of the screen, the entire class. So, Khan, as well as Kazakia's number during VA's class, it's there, the entirety of class. So, yeah, just don't want to sound redundant, man. That's going to be it for the announcements. We're going to open it up with the Shabbat morning prayers, as we always do every Shabbat. All right, then we're going to go through the reading. We're going to answer whatever questions we have, and then we will close it out with the prayers. All right, so Admadium Mopanyat Padam, let's rise. Face these. Do me a favor, move over just a little bit. Yes, sir. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Dalanawa.
Dalanawa.
Award. Zayawam.
Zayawam.
The water. Aman.
Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven." That gives to us
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Dalanawa.
Dalanawa. Rayach.
Nayachacha.
Nayachacha.
The water.
Aman. Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represent our prayers going up to the Most High as sweet savor. Psalm chapter 141 verse 2 says, "Let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Dalanawa.
Dalanawa.
Hashabach.
Hashabach.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Aina Shai.
Aina Shai.
Ayanyam Yah.
Ayanyam Yah.
Al.
Al. Aharyam.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Wabawa'ah.
Yabawa'ah.
Isaiah.
Isaiah.
Wabawa'ah.
Wabawa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shamayim.
Shamayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah. Yanathan. Lamawat.
Regalia.
Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashawamar. Yasharala.
Yasharala.
Yahweh. Shamaria. Yahweh. Tazalia. Al. Yamyam Yad. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Shamaria. Makorai. Yashamar. Napasha. Yahweh. Yashamar. Hawalakia. Wabawa'aya. Ma'aitan. Iwalam. Aman.
Psalm chapter 121, verse 1. "I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
Damyad.
Aman. Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharala.
Shema Yasharala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad. That's hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Quadash.
Haya.
Shemka. Yahweh. Malakwavka. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Haya. Aisha. Ba'arataza. Kawa. Haya. Bashamayim.
Nathan
Lacham.
Call. Yawam.
Wasalachnawa.
Chabawaf Nawa. Chabawaf Yanawa.
Chabawaf Yanawa. Wala'ah. Tabianawa. Banasaya 1.
A ball.
Hawashai Nawa. Mayan. Rad.
Kaya.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Wahatha Pa'arath.
La'awalanya.
Aman.
Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Aishara.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
Number 1, La'ah.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Alahayim. Acharyim. Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
Aisha. Laka.
Pasol. Wala'ah.
Da'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'ah.
Talakwakath.
Sham. Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord in vain.
Number 4, Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hashabath.
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad.
Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'ah.
Daratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
Dana'ak.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah.
Daganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
Ta'ina.
Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ah.
Lachamad.
Kol. Asherah.
Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
Damyad. Aman.
Yeshavium, which means to be seated.
Right, so Leviticus, the 16th chapter. Man, what did we go over last week?
We went over leprosy in the house.
And I'm asking because I forgot. I literally forgot what we went over last week. So yeah, last week we went over leprosy.
Women's issue.
Right. We went over just the different types of leprosies that could occur on your flesh. Or who could tell me the different leprosies? Who was here last week? Right? Sisters? Y'all here? Bueller. Who could tell me the different leprosies? Anybody?
One was like the vitiligo,
Right. So
the
give me the three types.
oh,
There were 3 different instances. What's that?
Because the head, right?
Right. So categorize that into what?
The scalp,
What is your scalp?
skin,
Right. So you have skin. Right. What's the other one?
The house.
You had the house. What's the other one?
clothes,
And clothing. So you had leprosy in those 3 different, or you could have leprosy in those 3 different instances. Your skin, which I just say skin because that's your whole body, right? To make it easy. Clothing, or your garment, and then your house could have leprosy also. So we went over those. We went over those 3 instances of leprosy, and really that was the gist. That was really the gist of the class last week, right?
Right.
Was going over the leprosy. Then we went, what was that? 2 Kings, and read about the leprous men that went into the land of the Assyrians.
Yes.
Then we went into Mark, and we went into Luke,
Right.
and it dealt with the leprous man that Yahushua healed,
Right.
right? And then we went into Tobit, and we continued the story of Tobias and Tobit, and the angel and Sarai, and right, little
Right.
beautiful love story about to be unveiled, right? Right? Said he loved it, it didn't hurt. That's the only thing I remember from last week. He loved her, right? Said he heard that she was going to give him some babies, and he loved her.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing how I read that with y'all last week. Those 3, and I remember those 3. But when you ask the question, I go brain dead.
That happened to me earlier.
That's crazy, man.
Hey, it's amazing how I read it and I forgot. So, yeah, bro. You know, there's a lot on the mind, a lot on the brain. I can't tell you the class I did on Friday. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, we're starting off at Leviticus 16:1. And this one, listen, this is going to go through, we're going to read this. This is going to go through, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of different various laws. Okay, there's going to be various laws that we go through in this Leviticus 16 through 20. All right, so we're going to cover 4 chapters, and we're going to just go through a lot of different laws. We're going to go through incest, the biblical definition of incest.
Eating of blood.
Yeah, eating blood. We're going to go through basically like immoral acts, forbidden immoral acts, eating blood. We're going to talk about again the sin offering,
Unlawful marriages.
burnt offering. Yeah, well, that's immoral acts. Immoral, forbidden acts, because marriage is moral.
Yeah.
Who you lay with, that has to do with your morality. So if you want to know, okay, what's the 4 different types of laws? Hakawa. Brother been studying, scholar, floating in that room. When he opens up that test, the angels ascend on him. What's the 4?
Dietary,
Right.
ceremonial,
Right?
dietary,
Uh-huh.
ceremonial,
Right?
and then you got
2 more.
You got the
What you got?
I forgot.
No. Hold on. No. I want him to get it.
You got the dietary law.
What did we do with animals?
That's done that we would
But what did we do?
sacrifice.
So we have a what law? Sacrificial law, right?
Sacrificial law, yeah.
Right? What else?
Done away with. And you got the ceremonial, dietary.
Right?
You got the
Shalom, brother. Come on in. Grab you a seat. Okay. Hold on. Sis, you had your hand up.
yeah, bro.
sacrificial, but you already said it.
What's the other laws? Yashakar.
I was about to stand up. Ceremonial, sacrificial, dietary, and civil. Civil law.
What about the moral?
Yeah, moral law.
Y'all missing the moral? Y'all missing the
Is it civil law?
No, you got civil. So you have civil law
Like,
that has to do with, Like, let's say we're having a disagreement over lost animals or land. That's civil.
Yeah.
Moral would be the laws of marriage and how you deal with your brother, your sister. Love thy neighbor as thyself. The marriage laws, right? That's moral. So you got moral, civil, dietary, sacrificial, and ceremonial. Those 5 sets of law. I said 4. There's 5 sets. We know that the sacrificial law, that was done away with, right? That was done away with because Yahweh Shai was our last sacrifice.
So you said 4, but we should have known there was 5.
Yeah, bro, y'all just took y'all's test. So how you gonna let the old man stump you? Just took a test studying for the test. That's why I picked on him. That's why I picked on. I wanted to see where he was at. He came to me 2 weeks ago like, I'm ready, y'all. Ready for my test.
You said moral, civil, sacrificial.
Moral,
Ceremonial.
civil, dietary, sacrificial, and ceremonial. Right? You had your ceremonies. You had your dietary law. You had your sacrificial. You had your moral, and you had your civil code.
Okay, moral, civil, sacrificial, dietary.
Yes, sir. Ceremonial.
This ceremony. Thank you.
You need a test.
That's right.
Shemaiah. That's what you need. You need a soldier's test.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you had it, then you would, right? If you had it, if you were studying that, then that would be implanted into your brain. Those 5 sets of laws.
Yes, sir.
So what we're gonna go over? We're gonna go over. I mean, we're gonna go over some dietary. We're gonna go over some moral. There's a little bit of everything kind of sprinkled into this reading. So, brother, what's your name? Lloyd. This is your first time visiting us? Okay, so right now, this is the Shabbat morning class. Have you watched this online at all or anything like that? Okay, so have you watched Sabbath class? Yeah, so you kind of know how we do it. We go through the reading. So what we do, the reading is broken into 7 readers. So we go through that. If you got questions while we're going through the reading, we'll answer those. And then any questions you have outside of the reading, we'll take after we're done with the reading part. All right? So once again, if you got anything while we're going, if we're reading something and something pops in your head, feel free, just raise your hand. I got you. Okay? Yeah, so let's get up to first reading. Right? So what he's going to do, he's going to come up, state his registry. In Hebrew, he's going to say his name, Shabbat Tashal, tribe of Yahwadah, Van Yasha'Allah, son of Israel. And then we're going to salute. We're going to say, God, in the name of Christ, bless you. He's going to say it to us. We're going to say it to him. All right? So let's do this. Hakawah, Shabbat Tashal, Yahwadah, Ban Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, I mind you. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah.
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted me to. I said, I didn't know if you wanted me to. That's why.
What?
Oh, like,
No, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Right, so we're at Leviticus 16 and verse uno. Right? So, take her away.
Leviticus chapter 16 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they offered before the Lord and died.
Right, what did they offer? No. Anybody out there, what did they offer? What did the scripture say? 2 words. Y'all don't remember? We just read it a few days ago. So they offered strange incense or strange fire to the Lord, right? And they were they were killed on the spot. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, speak unto Aaron thy brother.
So that right there shows us that there is a specific incense that the Most High wants us to burn when doing the priest's office or doing anything, any prayers or anything when it comes to the office of the Most High. There's a specific smell that he wants to smell. You see that? So they decided to go outside of what was commanded, and the Most High killed them for that. Go ahead.
That he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat.
Right, so if we remember how the temple, or the tabernacle, was set up, you had this what's this shape again? Rectangle?
Rectangle.
Right, you had this rectangular shaped tent, and you had where the congregation could go in. Then you had behind the veil the holies of holies, where only the priests went. That's where the Ark of the Covenant was. That's where it said the glory of the Lord would appear on the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. Remember the Ark of the Covenant had the seat. It had the two cherubs that their wings kind of covered the seat. That's where the glory of the Lord would appear. So he's letting Aaron know, Moses is letting Aaron know, listen, y'all can't come back here all the time. When the glory of the Lord appears, don't be back here. Somebody's going to die. You see that? So he was giving them the orders on when to go back to that behind that veil and when not to. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 3. Thus shall Aaron come into the holy place with a young bullock for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering.
So now he's going to give him the instruction on what he's supposed to do when he gets back there, what he's supposed to wear. So all this is instruction for Aaron to be able to perform the priest's duty, but do things the right way. Go ahead.
Verse 4. He shall put on the holy linen coat.
Right.
And he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh.
Right. How go I move over just a little bit? This way. Get nice and tight. Love your breath. No. Love your brethren. Go ahead.
And shall be girded with a linen girdle, and with the linen mitre shall he be attired. These are holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take the congregation of the children of Israel, 2 kids of the goats.
You know when you go to work? You know when you go to work and they have like a dress code? And the dress code is like, black shoes, no jeans,
Right.
and no shorts, right? You got to wear like a button up or whatever. You know how they have like a dress code and it's not really super strict, and it's lax. It's like business cash, right? But then you find a way to make it casual. They say like black shoes, no sneakers, but then you sneak in some sneakers. After a while, you see what's going on. You're like, oh, I can wear sneakers, and you get some black ones.
Right.
That don't look like sneakers, but they are.
Right.
You get some pants that ain't really like slacks or dress pants, right? And you find a way to creep in with a different type of dress code. You try to make the dress code more lax. Aaron couldn't do that.
Nope.
He couldn't wake up like, damn, I feel like getting dressed today. You know what? Let me throw these joggers on, or let me throw these sweatpants on, or let me throw on just a t-shirt. He had to, every time he was going to go perform his work, the work of the Lord, he had to be dressed for the occasion.
Right.
You know a man by his what?
His attire.
You know a man by his walk, his talk, his look, by his attire. By his excessive laughter. So how do you know that you had a priest? Well, he was dressed like that. How did you know the level of priests that you were dealing with? Because the high priest was dressed a little bit different. Aaron was dressed a little bit different from his sons.
Right.
You see that? There was different things they had on. The ephod was a little different. Aaron's sons, Aaron wore the mitre. His sons wore the what? What did they wear?
Bonnet.
They wore bonnets, right? So that's how you could tell the different level of priests. All right, so I'm bringing this out because just to show you what the priesthood entailed. The dress code, you couldn't not feel like it today.
Right.
You know what I mean? You couldn't not feel like it because the day before was rough, or because you was tired or beat down. You had to get dressed for the occasion. You had to dress for the occasion. You had to look the part. Y'all see this? Just how we get dressed up for. Remember we used to get dressed up for Halloween. Remember you get dressed up for. Remember the first day of school way back in the day? That first day of school, everybody was lit. Easter, got that Easter outfit. You dress for the occasion, right? We got to do the same thing when it comes to the work of the Lord. Read on.
For a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. Verse 6. And Aaron shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house.
Right, so he had to make an atonement for himself before he could make it for the people. So a goat and a ram, one for the sin, one for the burnt, for his entire household, he would sacrifice. You see that? And then he would be able to sacrifice for the people. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Hey, I don't care.
And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the Lord's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell.
And we've heard that terminology, the scapegoat. Don't be the scapegoat. What does it mean, a scapegoat? Well, let's look it up. I'll give y'all an interesting, something real funny. Watch this. When we look up the word scapegoat, what you got?
Scapegoat.
Uh-huh.
A goat which was brought to the door of the tabernacle.
Right.
Where the high priest laid his hands upon him.
Right.
Confessing the sins of the people.
Uh-huh.
And putting them on the heat of the goat. After which the goat was sent into the wilderness, bearing the iniquities of the people.
Right. The goat of departure, the scapegoat. Now, y'all know I've been reading that book of Enoch, and we don't deal with that book in here, but I've been reading it to put together a class to show that it doesn't line up with the scriptures. But there's one part of it that caught my mind, that caught my eye. There's one of the angels in the book of Enoch. His name is Azazel.
Right.
When you look up scapegoat in the Hebrew, it's Azazel. Now that angel was blamed for, or he was one of the angels that was blamed for turning the people against the Most High. To me, it was just real coincidental that they used that name for that angel. Think about it. Just think about it. Wouldn't the angel be named before he did what he did? So why would he be called a scapegoat?
It's a better definition right here.
I
Right?
don't understand what you're saying. You just
So,
said,
wouldn't he have a name before he was called the scapegoat?
Yeah,
Now, the scapegoat was somebody that was blamed for doing something.
right.
So how could he be blamed for something that he didn't do yet and be named that? It just
In the book of
in the
Enoch.
book of Enoch,
Okay.
right? It just shows you that they took certain instances and certain things from the scriptures and use it to create that book. But it didn't come from the scriptures, is what I'm trying to show y'all. What you got?
That's a better definition.
Uh-huh.
Scapegoat.
Uh-huh.
A person who is blamed for the wrongdoings, mistakes, or faults of others,
Right.
especially for reasons of expediency.
Right. So a person that's blamed for the sins or the wrongdoings of others. Right. So it's all good. When I do the class, y'all, it'll be a little bit more clear what I was saying about the scapegoat. Right. I just thought that was very interesting. When you look that word up, they named the angel the scapegoat, but he was the one that was blamed for turning the people off from the Most High.
Before he actually did it.
God. Before he actually did it, that was what his name was. Yeah. Anyway, where we at?
Verse 10.
Uh-huh.
But the goat on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before the Lord to make an atonement with him and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. And Aaron shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself.
Right. So, what did this goat being sent out represent? Anybody besides Magun?
The sins being taken away and out of the congregation.
Right. The goat, putting the sins on that goat and letting the goat run out of the congregation was symbolic of the sins leaving away from the camp. Okay, the people's sins, the sins of the people leaving from them. All right, Yashikar, you have your hand up.
Cut. I just have to read this again, but the scapegoat, the goat that they brought for the scapegoat couldn't be no white goat either. It had to be a pure, unblemished goat, correct? Like
I would believe so.
I would not bring the scapegoat like 3 legs and.
No, you couldn't bring anything to the Lord that was blemished. So it still had to be a good. Remember, these were sacrifices. Sacrifice is what? Well, a sacrifice is something well, what is a sacrifice? It's giving up something that you really don't have, right? So these goats that you were giving up, they weren't like just rinky-dink goats. They were. It's like, damn, I got to give up my best goat because I'm presenting that to the Lord. So any sacrifice we gave was supposed to be top shelf. You see that? So even with these goats, even this goat you were going to send out into the wilderness just to probably get ate by a bear or a lion or whatever the case may be, it had to be a goat. The best of the best. Where we at?
Verse 12. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before the Lord, and his hands full of sweet incense, beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take the blood of the bullock and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle up the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of their transgressions and all their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacle of the congregation that remaineth among them in the midst of their uncleanness. And there shall no man in the tabernacle of the congregation, when he goeth in to make an atonement in the holy place, until he come out and have made an atonement for himself and for his household and for all the congregation of Israel. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before the Lord, and shall make an atonement for it, and shall take the blood of the bullock and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle of the blood upon it with his fingers 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. And when he had made an end of reconciling of the holy place, and the tabernacle of the congregation, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat, and Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions, and all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all the iniquities unto the land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aaron shall come into the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering, and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he that let go the goat for the scapegoat shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward come into the camp. And the bullock,
You going to 28?
and the bullock for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood brought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skins and their flesh and their dung.
Right, because this also represented the sins and the iniquity being brought outside of the camp. Go ahead.
Verse 28. And he that burneth them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp.
Right. Any questions? What's that?
Is this going in sequence because Aaron's sons burnt strange incense?
What do you mean? Is it? What do you mean? Is it going in sequence?
What?
Because remember, this is not the first time he told us about the sin offering and the burnt offering.
Yeah.
Right. This is like the second time or third time. Remember, we went over the law. There was the law of the burnt offering. That was back in Exodus. Right? The law of the burnt offering, the incense that we were supposed to use. All this in Leviticus is just a reiteration of the some of the, or not all of it, but some of it is a reiteration of what happened in Exodus. Now we're able to put instances to, you know, or put a story to what we're not supposed to do and what we're supposed to do with, with the story of Aaron and his sons. Now we understand, okay, this is the importance of burning what the Most High told us to burn. Because if not, 2 men died. Just burning the wrong incense.
It's crazy too, like how Aaron, like the self-control that he had to have within his spirit to not get over emotional when his own bloodline, his own sons got out of order. Like he still had to go to do his job. He still had to go to work. He couldn't use that as an excuse to be like, oh, I gotta counsel my house. I'm not gonna go to work today.
Well, half his house was gone, so it didn't matter. Half his house died. And the Most High commanded him. He said, don't cry. Don't cry for them. Because why? They were doing wickedly. So you're not going to show no mournful spirit as far as you're not going to show no outwardly. We went over it last week.
Yeah.
You're not going to outwardly mourn for evildoers. You see that? Not like how America teaches us to just mourn for everybody. Could be the worst man on earth. Let Donald Trump die today. There'll be an outcry and a mourning, and they'll have a memorial, and they'll have all this crap for this guy that is the damn devil. Right?
That's the champagne.
Some will toast, a lot will mourn.
Yeah.
Mourners line the street for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Mourners line the street.
That's
Think about it.
exactly
They mourn for Christopher Columbus. They mourn for Abraham Lincoln. They mourn for a lot of these people. Outwardly, the Most High was showing Aaron, you're not going to mourn for the wicked, or for people that do wickedly and die for it. They brought that on themselves.
That's why he said, let the dead bury the dead.
No, that's different. Let the dead bury the dead. He was that's a little bit different. Remember, that man was coming with excuses on why not to drop all and follow Yahweh Shai. So he said, let the dead bury the dead, meaning the mind state. Let the ones that are lost deal with that. And the ones that are alive, they ain't got time for that. Yeah.
Did Aaron make the calf before Aaron's sons did the incense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he made the calf in Exodus.
Okay.
Right. So now you're seeing a pattern of works coming from Aaron and his sons. Where the Most High, you wonder like, well, damn, why did the Most High deal with Aaron so rough? Like, man, you can't cry for your sons, but remember, Aaron should have died when he made that calf. Most High could have wiped him out and his sons right then and there, like how he did other people that did wickedly.
Right. Yeah,
Korah, Dathan, he wiped them out, and along with anybody that was willing to follow them. You see that? So Aaron could have been gone back in Exodus, but if Most High showed mercy on him, but then his sons, they carried on that little bit of rebellious spirit, if you would say, and they died. They died for it. So, anything else? All right, next reader. It don't matter. Any one of y'all. Gerald? Oh, no. No, you ain't gonna read? Why? One of y'all gonna have to read. At some point. Youngsters is acting up today. Shema Allah, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bon Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Imagyam, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Shabbat Thumb.
Yahweh Shema Shabbat.
Right. Yep, you're going to go to 18 and 6.
Leviticus chapter 16, verse 29. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger that sojourneth among you. From that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sin before the Lord. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priests whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. Verse 33, and he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the congregation, and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the congregation. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And
Right. So what day is this? What? It's a feast day, right? But you don't feast.
Right.
What day is it?
Sabbath.
No.
Nope.
You can eat on the Sabbath. What day do you not eat, but it's a feast?
Day of Atonement.
It's the Day of Atonement.
I thought you
No. We're talking about what we reading. Right? So this would be the Day of Atonement. You see that? It's the one feast day that you don't feast. You literally fast that day, and then you eat out. You break the fast after the day of, on that sundown. Right. So, right, the 7th month on the 10th day of the month. Let me get that Zondervan right there real quick. The bottom one. Right. What is that? Solemn Vega. If you're coming on here to debate and do all that crap, somebody give me Isaiah 58 real quick. No, that's fine. Somebody give me Isaiah 58.
God. Verse what?
No. Isaiah 50. Yeah, 58:13. Give me that real quick.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 13.
Because obviously you don't understand what the Sabbath is about. Read.
If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath,
Right?
from doing thy pleasure on my holy day.
Yeah, we know that Israel's pleasure, they love to argue. They love to combat.
absolutely.
They love to debate. Niggas love to argue.
Right.
And just come on a random channel and just spit nonsense.
Right.
Israel loves to be the debunkers. We know that that's what y'all love. And that's y'all's pleasure. Go ahead. Stay with me.
And call the Sabbath a delight,
Go ahead.
the holy of the
Go
Lord,
ahead.
honorable, and shall honor him,
Right.
not doing thy own ways.
Not doing what?
Thy own ways.
Yeah. You come on here, you argue on the Sabbath. Save that argument for somebody else.
Right.
If the 12 tribes chart is false, then go deal with a school that don't deal with the 12 tribes chart.
Right.
We ain't stopping you. We ain't holding you prisoner on our channel.
Con.
Nobody. First of all, we didn't invite you in.
Right.
That's first and foremost. Nobody sent you an invite,
Nope.
so we're not holding you prisoner. So hit the, that little button. When you hold down the thing and it says block us. Block us, please. Go ahead.
Nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking
Right.
thine own word.
Israel loves to speak their own words, man. The Bible says on the Sabbath day, we're supposed to speak the words of the Lord. And if you're going to find one day in your life to be holier than thou, do it today.
Right.
But for some reason, man, these super Hebrews that know everything don't even know that on the Sabbath, let me not argue.
Right.
On the Sabbath, let me try to keep the peace. On the Sabbath, let me just shut the hell up in here. Go ahead.
Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord.
Right. And that's why the Most High is delighted in us, man. You picked the wrong time, the wrong channel, the wrong brother today. I ain't on it today.
God.
All right? So you go ahead and block them. And that'll be that. Where we at? Yeah.
Chapter 16.
Right. I was looking at this real quick. Right, so feasts. Right. Right. So where we at? Read where we at in Leviticus.
Leviticus chapter 16, verse 34, last precept.
Right. So you were asking what? What it was verse 29?
That verse. This was talking about Detornomy, verse 29 and 30.
Verse Leviticus
31.
16. Yeah. Leviticus 16 and 29. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict your souls. Right. So the 7th month. The 7th month is what month? What month is it on our calendar?
April.
No. Well, yeah, it's July on our calendar, but really, what month is it really?
November.
October.
Oh yeah, yeah.
October. Okay, yeah, you're right. October.
April.
October.
April. So it'll be October on our, the way they do the calendar. April, May, June, July, August, September, October.
Oh, I knew September.
Right. Right? You stop looking at the calendar after a while. I don't even look at the calendar.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's the 7th month, the 10th day. It tells us right here, Tishrei, right, which is in October. The 10th day will be the Day of Atonement. The 1st and 2nd day will be the Feast of Trumpets.
I like how you said, like, we didn't look at the calendar. Yesterday, the man, we were working with Zebulon yesterday,
Right?
and when we talked Spanish, he was like, what, in Spanish, he was like, what day is martes? Martes, right? This is Spanish for a day.
Monday, right?
And I was like,
It's Monday.
Wednesday? He's like, no, he's like, Sunday, Monday,
It's Monday.
Martes.
Right.
Oh, I don't know, bro. I ain't paying attention to that.
Right. Nobody paying attention to that. Con.
Spanish not even my language, bro. Come on.
You just look like it, huh? You just look like Spanish is your language. Could have fooled me. Anyway, that's funny. Let's go back. So yeah, that was the Day of Atonement. All right, he was reminding us of that feast day. Again, we've already went over the feast days back in Exodus. He went through all the different feast days for us to let us know the timing and the date, but then he's just reiterating because Israel is forgetful.
Yeah.
Right? They're forgetful hearers. You tell us one thing and then we do a whole nother. Right, go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 16, verse 34, last precept. And he did as the Lord commanded Moses. Chapter 17. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord had commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle and the congregation to offer an offering unto the Most High before the tabernacle of the Most High, blood shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people.
Right. So what in bringing it to the door of the tabernacle, what was that man or woman What were they showing? What were they showing about themselves? Because I could go kill an animal, right? And say, oh, I sacrificed that to the Lord. But nobody seen me do it. There's no evidence of it. So what am I doing when I bring that animal to the door of the tabernacle to present it to the priest? What am I showing about myself?
You're confessing your sin?
No, not so much. I'm showing the obedience to what the Most High wanted us to do.
Right. Okay.
I'm just showing that I'm obedient. I'm showing that I'm going to follow the ordinances the way they lay down. Right? Well, did you know, because we were supposed to sacrifice daily for our sins.
Right.
Well, I sacrificed for my sin. When did you do that? You know, earlier today in the field.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You did, huh? But who's to say you didn't sacrifice to some other god?
Right. Okay.
Right? Who's to say you didn't sacrifice to some god out from that you learned in Egypt?
Right. Who saw you?
What's that?
So I'm confused, I guess,
Mhm.
because I thought that's what the priest did. Why did?
No. When you read back, when a man brought his sacrifice, he killed it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you brought it to the door and you killed it.
But
We read that 2 weeks ago.
Okay, but we also brought it to the priest.
Right. And they did sacrifice for the people. We just read that also.
Yeah.
Right. So they did one for all the people, right? As a generalization. But my sin is my sin. What was the whole point of me bringing a turtle dove or bringing a goat and then just giving, oh, go ahead and sacrifice that for me. And I walk away and I don't see that thing get killed? What was the whole point of sacrifice supposed to work on?
Mind.
Yeah, not repeating what we.
Your conscience.
Yeah, our conscience.
So
then we
how
don't
did
do it again.
how do you build up the ultimate conscience on a
By
person?
seeing that
No, by
sacrifice.
making them sacrifice the animal themselves.
Right.
Imagine if you had to go kill a baby lamb yourself.
That you raised.
Imagine you having to go do that. It was supposed to play with your conscience and say, I don't want to have to put that knife to the throat and do that. First of all, it wasn't like the movies where and it was just blood everywhere. You were pulling that neck back. That animal was kicking, pooping everywhere, right? We did the
I've seen it.
the animal's pooping everywhere, kicking and screaming, and you're raking that neck. And while that neck is bloody, gushing out, it's still moving, trying to hold on to whatever life. That was supposed to mess with your conscience.
Yeah, man, it would have.
Why you think I ain't killing nothing. I'm not that guy right now. I don't kill. I can't do it. I don't like the blood. I don't like just, nah. I'll pick them out, like, hey, come on, little sheepy. You come with us? I'll leave it killing to somebody else, man. I ain't no Levite.
So
Come on with us.
The actual either man or woman,
We'll find it. We just read it 2 weeks ago, but yeah. Go ahead. Nah, what's your question?
when they did a sin,
Mm-hmm.
and then they confessed to the Most High, they would go and they would get one of their
Yep, one of their
animals,
flock. Mm-hmm.
a good flock, nothing of blemish because
Right.
it was a sacrifice.
Right.
And they would actually kill it themselves.
Right in front of the door of the tabernacle, right in front of the priest. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they didn't like kill it at their house and then bring it to them.
No,
They did,
no,
okay.
yeah.
That's where I lost that. Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, no, you brought it to the door of the tabernacle
Okay.
in front of the priest.
Okay, got it.
They would, you would confess your sins. They would set up some prayers, and then you would sacrifice the animal.
Okay. Yeah, I was lost. I was like, did they do that at their house? How did? Because you were like.
But he's saying it here. But even when you read here, what we just read, he said, if a man killeth an animal outside the camp or inside the camp, no matter what, it has to be brought to the door of the tabernacle.
Right.
We just read that. So you had instances where a sacrifice was done outside of the camp. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
But it still had to be brought to the priests.
Okay.
And then no. It was already killed. Wow, let's read it again. Where we at?
Leviticus 17.
Go to
Voluntary war at the door.
Go to Leviticus 2 real quick, and let's just understand, did we kill the animal? Leviticus 2 and what?
That one was Leviticus 1 and 3.
1 and 3. Let's see here.
See if that's-
Right. Read Leviticus 1 and verse. Let's read verse 2. 1 into 2, and we'll read it down.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 1, verse 2.
Right.
Unto the children of Israel,
Right.
and say unto them, if any man of you bring an offering unto the Lord,
Right. So if any man of you bring an offering, read.
ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock.
Right.
If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish.
Right.
He shall offer it of his own voluntary will at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord.
Right.
And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering.
Right. So he, the man that brought it, put his hand on the head of the burnt offering. Read.
And it shall be accepted for him to make atonement for him.
Right. Go ahead.
And he shall kill the bullock before the Lord.
Right.
And the
You
priests,
see that? So go ahead.
Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar.
So after that man killed his sacrifice, then the priests would do their job. They would sprinkle the blood. They would be the ones cutting that animal up and then ordering the pieces of the animal on the burnt offering. Right? Go ahead.
Upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall flay the burnt offering and cut it into his pieces.
Right.
And the sons of Aaron the priest shall put fire upon the altar.
Right.
And lay the wood in order upon the fire.
Right.
And the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts,
Read.
the head, and the fat in order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water.
Right. So you see how it went. So this was the burnt offering. The meat offering, which was the cakes, you had to make those cakes. You didn't bring the flour to the priest and they made it. You made that, and you brought that to be an offering. Bless you. Right. There was another one. I believe it was the sin offering. But it was the same thing. You were the one that sacrificed the animal. It was supposed to work on your conscience. Yeah, you didn't take the animal, drop it off with the priest, and yelled out, "I killed someone today," and then walked off, and then they did it. The whole point was you feeling the life. Think about people that kill people with knives, or they say that that's a more of an intimate type of kill.
Right.
Because you got to get up close and personal on a person to kill them with a knife. You got to be literally in their space. You see that? So they say usually that there's more people like stabbings, like when a man stabs a woman and he stabs her repeatedly, that's like some type of sexual aggression, but it has something to do with his intimacy. You see that? When you watch like the profiler shows and things like that, those stabbings, they got something to do with this person. Either there's an intimacy, they lack it, or they don't know how to control it, and they take it out with this stabbing. Because it's close, it's personal. I got to get next to you. You see that? But in this instance, when you're taking that animal's life, you got to hold that animal down. You got to wrestle it from kicking and screaming. You gotta feel. You're gonna smell everything about that animal. You're gonna smell the blood coming out of the animal's throat. Like I said, the poop, all that. It's just gonna be. It's supposed to resonate here in your mind to not do the first thing, which was the sin, to have to do the second thing, which was offer this animal for a sin. It's one thing as a free will and things like that, but now I'm doing all these sin offerings. That was supposed to do something for the conscience. That's it on that. So let's go back to where we were. Everybody understand that?
Leviticus chapter 17.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to pick off at the end of verse 4. And that man shall be cut off from among his people to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field,
See, we offered sacrifice in the field. Go ahead.
even that they may bring them unto the Most High,
Right.
unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Right. What did you sacrifice this for? Oh, well, I sacrificed for such and such. Because when you sacrificed, you were supposed to be confessing your sins to the priest.
Yeah.
So you couldn't just go kill some animal, said I sacrificed and I'm clean. You have to do the whole entire process, right? And then, depending on the sacrifice, you ate with the priest. Remember, the priest would get a portion, and you would eat with the priest. So it took away a man being. It was a few things that the Most High was keeping in check. If he was going to be selfish, if you were going to be obedient, if you were going to do things the right way. That was always Israel's problem. We didn't want to do things the right way. We lacked obedience. We lacked discipline. And then what happened is, and as we go into this Ezekiel, you'll see we start to veer off into the things that we saw. So they were sacrificing animals in Egypt. So what was going to stop us from sacrificing to their 300 plus gods at the time? I mean, literally, they had 1,500 gods. They had a god for everything. Anything you can think of, there was a god. There were different animals. They had a god for the giraffe, the snake, the eagle, the bird, the lion, and then they mixed them all in, right? Now you got the Sphinx, now you got Ra, El. You see what I'm saying? So this was to keep us from also trying to veer off into the sacrifice of these other gods. Bring it to the temple, bring it to the priest, present it, and let's investigate to make sure that you're doing things on the up and up. Right? Go ahead, read on.
Leviticus chapter 17, verse 5, last precept, unto the priests, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Most High. Verse 6, and the priests shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Most High at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation,
Right?
and burn the fat for a sweet savor.
So how are they going to get the fat and the blood if you didn't bring it? This had to be done. The fat had to be burned. Remember, he said, the fat is for the Most High.
Right.
The blood had to be sprinkled to signify what? That blood covenant and that cleansing. But if I didn't bring that, that means that my sacrifice wasn't going to be accepted. So let's think about it. When Cain and Abel were supposed to bring sacrifice, and the Most High told them what to bring, and we know he told them what to bring, that's why Cain got the sacrifice got rejected. Right? Abel brought a blood sacrifice to signify what?
The blood covenant.
To signify the blood covenant, that he was going to be under the covenant.
Wow.
Right? Cain brought what?
Fruit.
Brought fruit. How can I sprinkle anything with the fruit? What are we going to sprinkle? Fruit juice?
Some orange, yes.
You see what I'm saying? Where's the fat that needs to be burned?
Right.
Where's the where is the pieces of the animal that need to be set up on the altar, on the fire to be burnt for the burnt offering? Where's the part for the Most High in the fruit?
Wow. Yeah.
That's why he was rejected. You see that? If thou doest good, thou will be accepted. Right? I misquoted it. But that's the point. He didn't bring the thing that needed to get him under that umbrella. Abel was accepted. Cain was rejected because he didn't bring the right offerings. You see that? We get rejected because we'll bring the right offering, but then we don't follow all the steps that are involved in doing the sacrifice and the offering the right way. Right? You bring your animal, right?
Right.
Okay, let me restate it. You'll bring yourself, because there ain't no animals being sacrificed, right? Present yourself as a living sacrifice.
Right.
Yeah, you'll bring yourself, but then you'll forget that me bringing myself was supposed to change. And I was supposed to, in order to change, there was order and structure and discipline and an application that would, it involved this whole process, right?
Right.
But you forget that and you get impatient. And then you say, well, I offered myself. Why aren't things changing, or why am I not getting any better, or why do I still lack understanding? Well, because there were these other steps, right? What's the point of presenting yourself, but then when you all be teachers, you need someone teach you again. I present myself, but I know every damn thing. So, what good are you if you can't be taught? You see the point?
Right.
You're here, but you can't be taught because everything else you've already learned in the world overrides the wisdom.
Right.
You're not gonna be a worthy sacrifice. You're not gonna be a worthy living sacrifice, I should say. You got your hand.
So that one scripture that talks about before you take your sacrifices to the Most High.
Right, and it says drop it and
Drop
go
it and go.
deal with your brother.
Yeah,
Right.
repair, whatever.
Matthew.
So that would be like an example of following that order in order to get the Most High to bless you.
To get his
or
attention.
To give
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
or whatever it was that you're doing. Okay.
Yeah, because why would you skip the step of dealing with the initial issue is here, right?
Yeah.
No matter what, I still have to come to the Most High here.
Okay.
But I'm gonna skip this part because that ain't necessary. I'm gonna just go right to the Lord and bring my sacrifice for the problem that happened here. He wants you to iron this out first and then bring the sacrifice, and that's how you clean up the issue. You see that? Right. So, but you can't skip steps and think that the issue is going to be resolved if you don't deal over here. If I don't deal with my brother, like, this is what you're bringing up. If I get into a problem with a brother and we don't resolve it the right way, it does bring sin, right? Because now we might start grudging. I know I got a grudge, evil eye, evil suspicion. That's all in the realm of sin. But I'm going to skip fixing the problem with him and go to the Most High and say, Lord, I've sinned. Here's my sacrifice. But you didn't clean this up, so that means I got to keep sacrificing. But then I never cleaned this part of it up, so the sacrifice is basically null and void. You see that? So, but it's the same thing. When you present yourself and you don't align yourself with the ordinances, again, you come in, you sit down, you listen, but when you all be teachers, you need someone teach you again. Those be the first principles of the oracles of God. So I'm sitting down, I'm learning, but then there's a conflict in my mind with the wisdom in the world. And I'm going to let the worldly wisdom override the biblical wisdom. Your sacrifice is rejected. Though that mind state, we know it, we see it. They don't last in the truth. They don't last. That man, that woman, they don't last. They end up getting right back, going back to the old ways. They get rejected. But the ones that sit down, understand that what they, the things in the world, what they've been taught are lies and things like that, but they give themselves, they let that pride go down and they let that humility override. What happens to that man, that woman? They're the ones that grow. You see that? So the Most High give grace to the humble and he reject the proud. You see that? Angela.
Oh, that was just my question. Basically seeing how a lot of times in the Christian church, you would have like first Sunday where you have the Lord's Supper. And they would specifically say, it's something that you do this, it's supposed to be whatever.
Right.
You would do it every first Sunday. But would sit next to people or come with their family members if they're beefing with or having issues with.
Right.
And still partake of that Lord's Supper.
Right, you taking the communion, but you got a beef with you just argue with your wife, right? Or you got some grudge with pastor, or you got a grudge with the person that 2 rows above you, but you sitting there taking the communion.
So you're actually bringing sin into yourself because you're not doing.
Yeah, says you eat unworthily.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what it is. You eat unworthily. You might as well had not.
Right.
You might as well had not sacrificed. You might as well had not brought yourself. And offered yourself, because remember, now we're not bringing animals for the sacrifice. We are the living sacrifice.
Right.
You see that? But it was about living the right way and doing things the right way. So y'all understand that?
Kind.
Where we at? Any other questions before we move on? No? Okay.
Leviticus chapter 6, I'm going to pick it back up where we can finish our
Uh-huh.
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Most High at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto the Most High.
Right. This had to be done. Go ahead.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils.
See that? He was making sure you weren't sacrificing unto devils. So you're going to bring it to the priests and let them do the duty, the office of the priesthood, according to the sacrifice. Why did he say this? Well, again, we came from Egypt. They had 1,500 gods and goddesses and deities, and then we were in this go-between between Egypt and Canaan. And so what was the people in Canaan doing? Well, they were sacrificing to these weird gods also. This is why the laws and the ordinances and things were set up the way they were. It was all to try to help us to do things the right way. The problem with rebellion and the problem with being hard-headed and stiff-necked is that you'll always find your way to do how you do things you want, the way you want. The problem with, it's like children. You give them the instruction on how to do something, and no matter what parameters you set up for them not to fail, if they're hard-headed enough, they'll fail because they don't want to do things the right way. You see that? You'll set up every parameter, right? It's like when kids homeschool, and you like, okay, you turn off the TV, you make sure there's no noise, you do everything you can for that kid to concentrate. But what will they do? They'll find a way to be distracted. Now I gotta go to the bathroom 50 times. Okay, damn, now you gotta go to the bathroom 50 times. Okay, so I'm gonna sit here with you and make sure that you're not distracted. But then they're at the computer, you're sitting off to the side, and they're picking with their fingernails, right? Playing the dead skin on the edge of their finger. You like, golly, they're taking the book pages and folding them, right? Licking them and sticking them together. They're doing all types of weird stuff because the mind is, I want to do something opposite, or I'm just not into doing it the way you want me to do it. You see that? That's the issue with rebellion. That's the issue with not wanting to have discipline. You just want to do things the way you want to do it. That was our issue as a people. It's still our issue as a people. Read it on.
Leviticus chapter 17, verse 7. They shall no more offer their sacrifice unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And thou shalt say unto them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offereth a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Most High, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whosoever, Shalaka, and whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul.
Right, so this was all going in order. Bring the sacrifice, because let's believe it, they was doing some type of blood worship in Egypt. They were doing some they do it now, right? You go into Africa, a lot of these Hamite nations, they deal with the blood, they drink it, they eat the hearts of animals, the livers, the kidneys, the blood, those organs that carry and filter blood, they eat that. They'll eat it raw. You see that? So to prevent y'all from doing something weird with the blood, bring your animal to the door of the tabernacle. We'll collect the blood and we'll do what we have to do with it. We'll do what the Most High wanted us to do with that blood and with that fat. You see that? You're going to bring that to make sure what? You're not eating that animal raw. You best believe they was eating animals raw in Egypt. Best believe it. If I have a God for everything, if I have a God for blinking, every time I blinked, there was a God. Every time I inhaled a breath, there was a God. Every time I blew my nose, they were like, oh, that's the God of the nose blowing. Right? Every time I did something, I had a God for it. Best believe they were giving raw flesh to whatever God, to one of these gods. Had something to do with blood, one of these guys had to do with raw flesh.
Okay.
So think about it. I might not have been drinking the blood, right? But if I didn't cook the meat all the way and there was blood in it, I'm still eating blood.
Right.
So to prevent that, we bring it to the priest so they can cook that up the way it needed to be cooked up. They can char that up, cook it well done, right?
Yeah.
That way we were within the parameters of the law. Go ahead.
Leviticus.
Oh, Yashikar, what's up?
Have you ever heard, I don't know if this is real or not, but of that lady back in the day who would like murder like people, men, women, and take the blood and like bathe in it and like just put it like to do this because she's like found a remedy for her skin or something.
That just sounds like Hollywood to me.
Sounds like Esau.
I don't know. That sounds like Hollywood.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never heard of that.
Well,
I mean, I never heard of like a specific woman,
Story of
but I've heard stories that you go to some of these parties,
yeah.
Bohemian Grove and places like that, and they literally got blood baths.
Didn't DMX do something like that? Didn't he have a cover? and stuff?
Yeah, he had an album cover with blood on him.
Blood on him.
A lot of people did that.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that. They have the album covers or the music covers or the blood all over them, and yeah, because they know the upper echelon, high elite Illuminati, the real not the Jay-Z Illuminati, right? But the real Illuminati.
Old money.
Not the Jay-Z Illuminati, not the Kanye clone Illuminati. Like, oh, they clone Little Boosie and they clone
Gucci Man.
what's his name?
Gucci Man.
Kodak Black. Not that Illuminati. The real Illuminati, upper echelon, that orchestrates all filth and devil worship, right?
Right.
They deal with the blood. The what is it called? The adrenochrome.
oh yeah.
The adrenochrome or whatever they call it, where it's the blood, because when they kill these kids, so-called when they kill these kids, and the adrenaline rushes into their blood, and they drink that blood, and they bathe in it and do all that.
Yeah.
They got stories about it, so I'm not gonna act like I've seen it or been there, but I mean, if they're talking about it, there got to be some part of it that's real, and we know just through history, biblically, people dealt with the blood in the ill ways. When you deal with the voodoo, the Levites, when they do voodoo, what do? When they cut that chicken's head off and throw that blood around,
Yeah.
right? What are they mimicking? They're mimicking the priests. They're mimicking what they did in righteousness when they took that blood and sprinkled it 7 times in righteousness on the tabernacle or on the altar. Just watch like any show that got voodoo in it when they were killing animals. They would spit the vodka, right? They'd always have some vodka as weed. And they would have the chicken and they would cut that blood over the altar. And then they would spit that alcohol to whatever deity they were sacrificing to. But we did it here. There was something about that blood. The life was in the blood.
And then we did it cleanly. And when we killed our animals, it wasn't really painful. Like with voodoo and stuff, they would strangle the other animal and stuff like that and then kill the animal. So now the animal's dying in pain, and then they're using using the blood of that animal to do these voodoos and stuff like that.
Do their rituals.
Right.
Yeah. Let's read on.
Oh, she had a hand up.
Yeah.
Does
Okay.
something under pressure though like that, it also releases a toxin that's deadly to us.
Wait, say that one more time.
When you kill an animal or anything under pressure, it releases a toxin. Like
Mm-hmm.
these animals, like when they where I'm from, they mass produce cows, and the cows under stress, so they try to kill it as fast as possible, so that way it doesn't release that much toxin into the bloodstream.
Right, because then that goes into the muscles,
Yeah.
and that goes into the meat, and then that's where you get mad cow disease.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to kill any animal under adrenaline.
They actually
Conditions.
have a process, like they call it knocking. and
Yeah, they
take
back
the
the thing.
bullet into
Oh.
it's like a shotgun.
Yeah,
And
they put it to the head.
if you knock them more than once, they'll shut down the whole place so they can clean up that cow and get it out of there.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't really hold to that though. I've seen it. They don't really hold to those specifications because that one cow, that's 10, 15 grand. We're gonna find some way to get him on somebody's table.
It's more like if they have gone to like 7 times and they have to, it's like all damaged.
Yeah, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. They'll put that on your kitchen table for 15 grand.
Right.
Cause that's 15 grand. Ain't nobody gonna give up a whole cow. I've seen them push cows with forklifts. You're not supposed to eat a down cow. Because that cow, there's something wrong with that cow. I've seen them push cows with forklifts into the grinder.
Damn.
Yeah. And guess what? In-N-Out Burger, Whataburger, McDonald's, all that. Right? So let's not act like, come on, man.
Yep.
The USDA got it set up where you can have 10% of dirt, flies, and all types of bugs in ground beef. They don't give a damn. They not losing no money because of you. 10% of dirt can be in that ground beef.
Right.
Yeah. Anyhow, let's move on. Let's read on.
Leviticus chapter 17, verse 10. Last precept, it says, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood.
Now we understand when Yahweh Shai said, this is my blood, drink. And what they say, they said, wow, that's a hard saying. Like, is this dude mad? Because they weren't understanding that he was speaking symbolically. They thought, like, wait a minute, this man knows the law. The law says don't eat the blood and drink the blood. Eat the flesh. What are we, cannibals? Right? They knew that he knew the law. So that's why even the apostles were like, whoa, hold up. Well, it was the apostles that were there. They were like, wait a minute, what's this man talking about? So it even showed that the law was kept at that time. We didn't break. They kept the law. The apostles, they kept the law. That's why they were so thrown off. They knew what the law said. Don't eat the blood. But when Yahweh Shai is like, yeah, this is my blood, drink it. They're like, wait a minute, we don't do that. Right? We don't drink blood. We ain't vampires. See that? So another instance to show that the apostles understood the concept of keeping the law and that we kept the law. Up until the New Testament, right? Right. Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 17, verse 11. And I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. Therefore, I said unto the children of Israel, no soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunteth and catcheth any beast of fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, ye shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eateth it shall be cut off. And every soul
do y'all understand how nutrients get into your body? Like when you eat something, how does it get carried through your body?
Through your blood.
Through your bloodstream. That's how everything absorbs into your body. It goes into your gut. Your gut breaks it down. And your stomach absorbs it into your stomach, through your bloodstream.
Yeah.
That's how everything you eat that can be absorbed gets carried through your blood, then it gets carried into your muscles. So if you're eating bad, it's getting carried through your bloodstream. If you eat good, it's getting carried through your bloodstream. Right. Whatever you put in your mouth, they say you can take like medications and things sublingually under the tongue. When you put things under your tongue, all those glands go directly to the bloodstream. That's how you can get like if you want to get a quick shot of like some herbs or whatever, just put it under your tongue. Let it sit there for a minute, and you'll feel it right away. Because it goes directly, you'll bypass your stomach lining, you'll bypass all of that, right to the blood. You see that? So the blood is in the life, or the life is the blood. Meaning, whatever that animal went through, whatever that animal dealt with, whatever that person dealt with, it's going to show. Why didn't they take, when they do, they take blood from a person, they can run your whole life through your blood. They can tell you your whole life patterns, how you eat, your stress, this, that. They can tell you everything just through your blood. That's why they draw blood, because it tells the life of that person. You see that? So if there's an animal that's why, you know, eating the pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, all those different things, and drinking blood, that's what carries the diseases. They are carried through the blood, throughout the body.
Blood to your body, it's just like oil is to your car.
Yep.
You don't change that oil, pretty soon the friction build up, engine go. Right. Just like the blood in your body.
It's like the blood in your
Give
body.
it bad, you don't take care of it, cleanse it. Right. Here you go.
You gotta cleanse your blood. You gotta take your iron, not too much, because that'll thicken your blood. You know, you gotta do things to the body to keep the body functioning the right way. All right. So,
absolutely.
Go ahead. Where we at?
We in Leviticus chapter 17, verse 15. And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even. Then shall he be clean.
Right. So you gotta wash himself. Go take a bath. Right. You just dealt with a dead animal that you don't know how it died. You do have airborne diseases or contact diseases that come from animals. Certain animals, they'll die, and when you touch it, that bacteria or whatever, that fungus that's on their skin, you touch that starts to get on you.
Parasites.
You touch your clothes, that spreads. Yeah, whatever parasites are on them, because I don't care what animal it is. It could be the cleanest animal, a sheep, a cow. I mean, come on, go to a farm right now and cows are constantly flapping their tails and flapping their ears, getting rid of flies. Yep. Right?
Absolutely.
Cows got fleas, they got flies, they got all those parasites that naturally just live on those animals.
Right.
Right? But an animal that's dead, what's going to start happening? Well, those bacteria are going to multiply very quickly. They like that dead flesh, that dead carcass. And they're going to be a feeding ground for other rodents and other, little animals and flies and maggots. But if you decide to eat that, right? We both were like, I was like, right? You got to cast that road. Listen, you got to cast that drive the highways just for that roadkill.
Golly.
Right? I'm good. I'm not, because you don't know how it died. Like, you don't know how it died. It could have died of some weird disease, and you eat that.
Right.
But he's saying, go wash yourself up, go clean yourself, and let's see what happens by the even. Right? Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 17, verse 16. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Think about just people getting sick because they decided not to wash up after they did something like this. It was so simple of just go bathe and clean your clothes. Don't take your clothes, throw them in the wash, go wash them up, wash yourself, and you could avoid some weird just disease. Right? You could avoid some weird sickness just by a bath.
Right. It's simple. The simplicity.
But laziness. Wow. Right? And rebellion. Oh man, I ain't got time for that. Right. I ain't got time to bathe.
Yeah.
And you gonna lay up in the bed?
Ugh.
How many I got one for y'all. How many people sit in the bed after they don't wear the clothes all through the streets all day?
Oh man.
I've done that.
See, I don't do that.
I've done it.
I don't do that.
I've done that.
I don't wear outside clothes on the bed.
Wow.
I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a ritual. Nah. Because
Not lately.
you just sit, you don't know what you done sat on,
Right.
where you sat. You know, obviously we're not going nowhere weird, but you just never know.
Right.
And things
Gotcha.
get attached onto you that you bring them in the house, you sit up in the bed, you lay in the bed, you sleep in the bed. And then you just never, all of a sudden you getting bites. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell's going on here? Right? Got me here. Like, damn. You know, brought a bed bug in and he just crept in from the seam. It just takes one. Or it's or just any type of just filth. You know what I'm saying? My mom always told us, don't use them outside clothes on that bed, man. Hell no. Don't sit on the bed with your clothes you've been sitting in school with all day. Sitting on the bus with, like we used to take the bus and the train and all that, so even more. You sitting on public transport. We have to ride the bus and the train every day to school. So you gonna sit on the dirty train, on the dirty bus, and then you just gonna touch the railing. Yeah. Ooh, we know how much you hate it. She could not. We know how much you. Yeah. You touching that rail somebody done sweat all up on, and you rubbing up it when the train is packed. The worst was when the train used to be packed and you just had to, you were this close to everybody the whole ride. One man got his little funky armpits up all day at work and he's standing there like, damn, this thing smells, right? But you all that filth and disease, and then you come, you hop up in the bed and just, man. You know, but just take those clothes and throw them dirty, go wash yourself. So that way you don't spread any little just funky diseases around your house. Yeah. Okay. Where we at? Somebody had their hand up.
Angela had her hand up.
Yeah, it says.
Well, I have to say that too because even like when I come to class sometimes and I have my work uniform, I tell the sisters a lot of times like, go ahead because I still have
Work on me. Yeah.
So you know, you think about it like in the what we do where we work.
Yeah.
Me, it's in the medical, so everybody come to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I do try to be cognizant of that when I come.
Yeah.
With my work clothes on, I tell them, I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah.
because you know you never know. So if you think like that,
Yeah.
you know, all of us universally, we should think like, you never
Yeah. What have I been? It's like when we used to be in the mall. Them clothes, man. As soon as I walked through the door. Right? Because I'm in the mall. I'm like, yeah, man, what's up? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And just, you touching on everybody and
Right. Putting on the oil.
you shaking people's hands,
Yeah.
and it feels like you done shook the water fountain because their hands be wet. I'm like,
I mean,
or you putting oils on people and their skin feels,
Mammy,
it feels like frog skin, the slime. And I'm like, damn, why is their skin slimy?
You know what, man?
Or when they walk up, or no, check this out. Or when they walk up to the cart, it smells like outside. Like, damn, I can smell you've been outside.
that's
That
right.
funk of Houston just been on them.
Yeah.
I'm just like, whoa. So, but you don't want to, when you're doing business with people, you're not going to be like, oh, oh, snap. Right? Here, let me hook you up. Boom, boom, right? But all that is being transferred.
Right.
But you know what the coolest part? And not to get too far off the subject. I remember when the whole coronavirus thing started hitting, and we really didn't know how serious it was. But I remember that February, that January, and even that December. December was a busy. It's December. It's Christmas. The mall is slammed. And you talking about dealing with thousands of people just in that month. And that's when that virus, that's when the virus was kicking up. And then January, it really started to kick. And then February, I remember, that's when it kind of hit, like this thing, like, oh snap, we got to start shutting things down. But we in the mall just dealing with people, right? Dealing with everybody as if nothing. We didn't know what was going on, but nobody got sick. None of the bros got sick. You see that? None of us got sick because I don't know what it was. Maybe we had our immune system built up to a point where we were dealing with all these different people and it didn't mess with us. But it was just weird because you're touching and you're transferring and you're giving a dap and you know, especially at that time, you wasn't really. Now you see a person, you like, right, right, elbow, like, and I still don't do that.
Yeah.
I'm still not. I still look, boom, boom, was good. Like I don't worry about that. Sickness is always going to be there.
Right.
But just the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, we did all that interaction, and that never really hit. It never, like, yes, we there was a time when everybody here got sick with a cold, but that happens every year. Everybody got hit with the flu. That happens every year.
Yeah.
That was no different than the year before or the year before when the baby gets sick, then he eats the snot, the other baby touches his nose, licks it, they crawl on the floor, they lick their hand, and then all of a sudden all the kids are sick,
Right.
then their parents get sick.
Right.
And then, damn, you just were sick a week ago, now you sick again, right? It kind of was hard to just exit out, so we had to do what? Okay, everybody's sick, stay home, right? Everybody's sick, stay home. But the point was, we did all this transference of just filth and touching people outside and this, and nobody really got hit.
Right.
You know, so Most High, He keeps us covered, even when we're not aware of what's happening. Is the point that I'm trying to make. But it serves us right to be a little bit more aware. You see what I'm saying?
Circumspectly.
Yeah. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 1.
So don't wear your clothes on the bed.
More stuff.
Moral of the story: you don't have people that come sitting on your bed. You know, I'm not. Look. If a brother comes to the house, and we're rapping, I'm in the room. Like Yashakar, he came the other night. We were rapping. I was like, bro, sit down. I'm not tripping. Like I'm not like some like oh my God, I gotta burn my house down because he sat on the bed. I'm like, bro, take a seat.
Right.
He came from class. I'm like, bro, sit. It's all good. You know, I changed my sheets the next day. But that was not, that was just, it was time for me to change the sheets.
Right.
But nothing happened. Like, he didn't bring some weird flesh-eating disease into the house.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I'm not anal about it on that level. Don't get me wrong. I may walk into the house even today and just sit down real quick on the edge of the bed and then, okay, let me just change real quick.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I'm not doing it. I'm here, car, home. But if I'm out in them streets, for real,
Right.
you're not going to just plop yourself on the bed or on the couch or come from the gym and hit the couch.
Nah.
Yeah.
I don't even want to go into my own car after the gym.
Yeah.
I don't even want to do that. I try to dry off or something, Anyhow, moving on. Where we at?
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 1. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying,
16. Okay.
Speak to the children of Israel.
Right. So
Say unto
now
them,
we're going to get into, so we dealt with eating the blood. We dealt with the different offering. Now we're going to go into the immoral sexual acts. This is what this chapter is about. It's going to go into, basically uncovering the nakedness of your sister, your mother, and different instances like that. So go ahead.
I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwell, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances.
Right, so now he's going to tell us what not to do. So obviously, these things were happening in Egypt, where a man was sleeping with his own daughter.
Dang.
Or where a man was sleeping with his daughter-in-law. You see that? Or a man was sleeping with his father's wife. It's going to go through all these different things. It was happening in Egypt, and it was happening in Canaan. He just said it. Don't follow after their ordinances. Then he's going to give us the ordinances. Go ahead.
Leviticus 18, verse 4. Ye shall do my judgments and keep mine ordinances to walk therein. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Most High. Verse 6. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness. I am the Most High.
Right. Where you go?
That's it.
Oh, the 6. Okay, I thought it said 60. Right. William, you gonna read? Right. Any questions on that? So yeah, it's gonna go and show us the near kin, what he was talking about as we read down. Any questions?
William, Sabbath Shaw, Yahweh, Banya Sarala.
William, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Bun Yasha'Allah, Men of Israel, Imadim, Barak,
Yahweh Shemel Shabbat
Yahweh Shemel Shabbat. Yeah, buddy.
You want to say
Read verse 7.
Leviticus chapter 18, verse 7. The nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother, shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife, thou shalt not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness.
So pause right there. Why would he repeat the same thing twice?
Because that's what was happening. That's what we did.
But why would he repeat the same thing twice? Read verse 7.
The nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother,
Right?
thou shalt not uncover.
Right?
She is thy mother.
She is thy what?
Thy mother.
Read.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Right? Go ahead, verse 8.
The nakedness of thy father's wife, thou shalt not uncover.
Right?
Is thy father's nakedness.
Right? Oh, what's this intelligent sister in the back got to say?
In case it was a stepmother or a second wife.
Right. So he wasn't repeating and being redundant. It was because you had your mother, right? And then, not in every instance, but there were instances where a man had more than one wife. So, who broke this law? So we can get a clear picture. Who broke this law? The intelligent sister in the back.
I know it was Reuben.
Right?
And
So, Reuben? Who else? I want to. So Reuben, right? He slept with his father's concubines, or his lower level wives. Who else? You got it.
David,
Yep. David and Absalom. Absalom slept with his father's wives. Right? So they broke this law. They uncovered the nakedness of their father. Those women weren't their mother, but it was still their father's wives. So, if you needed a scripture, the one of trillions to show that men had more than one wife in the Old Testament, here it is. There's a law to show you that because a man had more than one wife, she wasn't just game for that son to sleep with. You see that? That would be against the law for him to do that. It's adultery. Now, go to 1 Corinthians 5 and verse 1. If you wanted a New Testament reference to say, well, the New Testament, the law is done away with. We weren't doing any of that stuff. But let's see what Paul had to say to the Corinthians. 1 Corinthians 5 and verse 1. Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 1.
Right?
it is reported commonly that there is fornication among you.
Go ahead.
And such fornication as is not so much as among the Gentiles.
Right, so he said, you Corinthians, there's this fornication named amongst y'all that's not even really reported amongst the Gentiles. This is what y'all are known for. What was that? Read on.
That one should have his father's wife.
That one should have what?
His father's wife.
Right. That you men are sleeping with your father's wives. Not that they're sleeping with their mothers. Because that's just out of order, ain't it? That's just out of order. But, you know what? My father's wife, you know, he got 3 of them, so he ain't going to be missing nothing. You know, he got 2. What he need 2 for? You know, I'm young. Let me please that woman. He's old. You know, he up there in age. Let me satisfy her. That's how they was thinking. That's how they were thinking. And you know how I know that's how they were thinking? Because that's how niggas think now. Yep. When you watch your Ricky Lakes, that ain't on no more. When you watch your Jerry Springer, and when you watch, I used to watch Ricky Lakes. 90s reference, right?
Yeah,
but because I don't know no talk shows that are on now that does that, right? But Dr. Phil, I don't know.
Maybe.
But I know when you watch Ricky Lake,
Yes, sir.
when you watch Jenny Jones,
Yes, sir.
when you watched,
Show age.
yeah, right? When you watch Donahue, right? When you watched, what's the one that got his nose broke? When you watch Jerry Springer, what's the one that got hit in the chair with his nose? He got hit in the nose with a chair. Come on, Geraldo, right? It's Geraldo Rivera, right? When you watch them shows, and they got cats on there talking about, man, my son slept with my girl and stuff like that. That is no different than what was happening back in these ancient days, in the old days, in Moses' time, and in the times of Paul and Christ. They were still doing it, right? So let's go back.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you what you thought about it. A brother used verse 8, the precept from Genesis 9 and 22.
He used verse 8 in what chapter? Leviticus?
The
For
one we
what?
just read.
He used it for what? For what? Genesis what?
9 and 22.
Is that going into Noah?
Con.
Where it said that they uncovered his nakedness?
Con.
Well, see, it doesn't go into it. What happened with Noah? We just know what they seen. First of all, okay, it doesn't really go too much into it like that. Oh, they seen his father or their mother butt naked. But we know that whatever they saw, they laughed. You know, who was it? Canaan.
Ham.
It was Ham.
Ham.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Canaan, but Ham. He laughed. Genesis 9, right?
9:22.
And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. I mean,
It's not necessarily just like nakedness. It's like
it
shame
could
too, right?
it could have been that they seen Noah naked. You see that? This doesn't really go in and say, well, they saw the mom. It could have been both. He could have been laid up with his wife. She was there. You see, but then check this out. Check this out. No, we want to knew that what his younger sons had done unto him. Right. I mean, the way I read this, the way it stands out to me is that they seen Noah. He was the one drinking. He probably, I mean, listen, he could have been drinking, laying with his woman in the tent. They went into the tent and saw them both naked. So technically, they would have saw his nakedness either way.
Right. Both ways.
You see that? Now check this out. Go back to Leviticus. Go back to Leviticus.
Verse 8.
Right, the nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. But thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. Thy father's wife. It is thy father's nakedness.
Right.
Right. See now, check this out. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or the daughter of thy mother, that is born home. Even their nakedness they shall not uncover. So, you know, when you read it, the nakedness of your father is his own body and also his wife. So in this instance of Noah, it could have been either or. So, I mean, to use that precept, is it totally 100% on point? Nah, because that his nakedness could have been both. It could have been either or. Is it wrong to bring that precept and say, well, look, this is what it could have been? That ain't wrong. Would I do it? Would I bring that? No.
It's a little of a stretch.
It's not that it's a stretch. It's not.
Immediate.
It's just not 100%. Like this is what it is.
Okay.
Is it wrong to use that? No, it ain't wrong. It ain't wrong. You know, it just you can still explain that in a way because, like I said, it's the way the story stands out to me that it was Noah that they saw. That's how it reads to me. But then when you think about it, what does a man do when he starts drinking his little wine and he got his woman around? What's he gonna want to do? You don't want to be with his woman, right? And he was in his own tent doing his thing.
Right.
It don't say that, but we're men, right? We know. You start drinking, you start feeling a little bit away, and he might not have been able to do that on the ark.
Right.
Right? Everybody's there. There's no privacy. I don't know. It doesn't say it.
Right.
Right. So let's jump back.
Chapter 18, verse 9. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover.
Right. So, who was it? Amnon. Right? Remember Amnon? Nobody remembers Amnon?
Not the name.
Okay. Y'all don't remember David's son?
Right.
That did what to his sister?
Okay, kind of, yeah.
Right. Tamar?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
She was his sister. They had the same father. He wasn't supposed to sleep with her.
Right.
Right? That's why she said, let not this folly be named in the kingdom or something to that. Because that's not what was supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to lay with her, even though they didn't have the same mother, but they had the same father.
Right.
Right? So go ahead.
Tough
The reason why I'm bringing these things out so y'all can have story reference to the laws.
Right.
Now remember, these things are after the law was written down, that some of these things happened. Some things happened before the law was written down to preserve the posterity of Israel. Right? But go ahead.
Verse 10. The nakedness of thy son's daughter, of the nakedness of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. But there is thine own nakedness.
Right, that's your grandchild. You ain't supposed to sleep with your grandchildren. Your son's daughter, like my son's daughter, would be my granddaughter. Or my daughter's daughter would be my granddaughter. So I wasn't supposed to, let me wife my granddaughter. Go ahead.
The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
You see that? You see why it's wording it like that? Because that may not be your mother. The nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, that wasn't your mom. That was your father's wife.
Right.
They had a daughter. She was still your sister.
Right.
Go ahead. There was still that close blood relation from the father. Read.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother,
Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not.
Because that would be adultery anyway. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, neither shalt thou take her son's daughter, or her daughter's daughter, to uncover her nakedness. For they are her near kinswoman.
Right, so you weren't supposed to get with a woman, because this be happening a lot. You get with a woman, and then you sleep with her daughter. You ain't supposed to do that. That happens a lot. You'll be surprised. That happens. That happens more than you can imagine, especially in Israel. You got these men, they get with these women, and these women already have kids. They already have like older daughters, and he's in the house sleeping with both of them. You know, that's not supposed to happen. Go ahead.
It is wickedness. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister, to vex her, to uncover her nakedness.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to sleep with sisters. Like, oh, I got the twins, the doublemint twins, right? Double the pleasure, double the fun? Nah. You weren't supposed to do that because there was going to be a vexation. We know that it happened prior. But even when you look at those stories, right? Rachel and Leah, somebody was vexed. Somebody was upset. They got into competition trying to bring forth the man-child, you know, a lot of that. Now, let's avoid all that extra drama. I mean, just think about it. Think about two sisters. They automatically gonna be in competition from the jump. So now they got the same man? Come on. That's a powder keg waiting to happen. It's hard enough dealing with two sisters that ain't blood related. Imagine a man that got two ribs. Those two women, if not guided the right way and certain things instilled in both of them, they start to become jealous. And they're not even blood related. Right? But jealousy. I mean, am I lying? Take away that man and women are just jealous over other women. It's almost like an innate characteristic that's been inbred into you to just be jealous. Oh man, her hair is too long. I don't like that. Her car, I don't like the fact. Oh, why she gotta walk like that? Why she gotta? It's just something that's in our people. It's jealousy, this level of jealousy. So now imagine if you put a man in between that. And he can't deal with that, bro, it's gonna be bad. That's why having multiple wives, it's more work than anything, to be honest. It's more work than anything. It's actually more of a hassle than a benefit. That's the way I look at it. I look at it as more of a hassle. Because now you got to deal with two personalities. Now you got to deal with two sets of issues. Now you got to deal with two sets of, okay, now I got to separate y'all's minds and man, it's hard. It's hard and I don't even deal with it. But I know it's hard. It's not easy. I know it's not easy. Sis.
I've been here a long time and I've seen quite a bit. But one dangerous thing about that is that you polarize the camp.
Yeah.
You know, some people for this sister, some people for that sister, you know.
Yep.
And especially if the man is, you know, a leadership role or something like that, you know, you get polarized.
Yeah. And that's why it takes a very strong man to be able to keep those minds grounded and be able to keep those spirits in line with the word. Because that's the only thing that's going to keep that thing going. You got brothers that have been successful, and you got brothers that have been not so successful. You know. Yeah. Go ahead. Read on.
Besides the other in her lifetime. Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart from her uncleanness.
Right, so if a woman is on her menstrual cycle or some type of blood issue, her uncleanness, that it's going into the menstrual. You weren't supposed to lay with your woman under those conditions. Go ahead.
Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife, to defile thyself with her. Thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire of Molech. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Most High. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination.
Right, so a man was not supposed to lay with a man as if it was a woman, and vice versa. Women weren't supposed to lay with a woman as if it was a man, which is what they strongly push today.
Yeah.
Right? That is the most pushed agenda. That is the agenda of all agendas, the gay agenda. That is what is everything that is in the forefront. The undertone is homosexuality. This just is what it is. The undertone is for a woman to switch into a man and for a man to transition into a woman. That is the undertone of everything. Homosexuality, transgenderism, and androgyny, and blurring the lines. You know, when you look at, I'll give you the perfect instance. Lil Nas X. When he first came out, and you know, his first song wasn't Old Town Road. It wasn't, that was the first one that blew up. But he came out real subtle and soft and just a rapper, right? He's just one of them rappers, mumble rappers. Then he makes this country song, right? Old Town Road, and it's catchy, and it's, you know, everybody, you can just sing, what do you say, I'm gonna ride my horse down the Old Town Road, right? And you just like, oh snap, and they got a nice little country beat. And damn, they mixing country with hip hop. We done made it. You damn right you made it. They made it easier for you to fall into hell.
Yep.
Because then, after the song blows up and all your children are running around talking about Old Town Road, this nigga goes and dresses like Nicki Minaj for Halloween. Literally dresses like Nicki Minaj and looks just like her. It's crazy. Then comes out that he's gay. Then he comes out, right, with this song where he's giving the devil a lap dance.
Right.
The nigga was giving the devil a lap dance. Has everybody seen that video? Listen,
it's crazy.
if you can avoid it,
Avoid it.
but at the same time, it's obviously it's overly sexual, but it's no different than Nicki Minaj or what's the one chick? Cardi B. What's the other one? Megan Thee Stallion. It's no different than what they did on the VMAs the other day when they was damn grinding on each other, and it got like 1,500 FCC complaints. It's no different than the WAP video.
Right.
It's on the same level.
Right.
Just one is gay as hell, and one is two women that are acting gay as hell.
Right.
That's it. So it all goes back to homosexuality.
Kicker, he's supposed to got a girlfriend now.
So all of a sudden now he got a girlfriend. So what it is that he's pansexual, he's bisexual.
Trisexual.
Yeah, he trisexual. See, I mean, the nigga gave the devil a lap dance.
Bro, it's disgusting.
Yeah, he gave the devil some wop.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
But this is what they pushing. But then they're mad because they took his music off of the streaming services. I'm like, hell yeah, take his music off.
And he got sued for it. He got sued.
He got sued, making the devil shoe. Like you see all the things. It went from just a mumble rapper, right, to Old Town Road, to dressing like Nicki Minaj for Halloween, to giving the devil a lap dance, to making devil shoes.
Yep.
With human blood, right, and 666 and the pentagram and all that stuff on the shoe. Everything had this backdrop of homosexuality. That's what they were leading you into. Homosexuality, devil worship.
Right.
But you were just like, oh, it's just music. Oh, he's just a cowboy, right? You got to see, that's the tone. That's been the tone. Let's be real. That's been the tone since the 50s, the 60s. Just, you know, it was old white men running around gay as hell, undercover,
Right.
closet homos,
Right.
right? And then they made it look cool. They made it look fashionable. They made homosexuality look like prestigious because they would walk around with their pinkies in the air, with tight ass shorts on, going to go play tennis at the golf club or whatever club they were a part of. And they made it look like if you weren't this lifestyle, if you didn't live this life, then you couldn't enjoy this prestige.
Right. It was upper echelon.
Yeah, you couldn't be a part of this upper echelon where we get to sip tea in the middle of the day, play tennis in the afternoon, and smoke a stogie at night.
Right.
While we sip, $100 glass of cognac.
Yeah.
They made it look, oh, we get to travel. We get to do this, we get to do that. We get to have money. Look, we don't got kids to spend money on, right? The agenda been there since the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. It was just
Since ancient Greek.
well, but I mean just in America, really putting things out there with this underlying factor.
Right. Forefront.
The things in the forefront made you blind to the underlying factor. Now, the underlying factor is the forefront.
Yeah.
You ain't gotta hide nothing now. It's no longer really an agenda. Now it's what?
It's normal.
It's our choice. Now you're looked at as the anomaly because you're heterosexual.
Yeah.
Now you get the whack ass looks from these faggots.
Yep.
Right? When they see you, strong black man, they looking at you like, what the hell's your problem?
Right.
We can't talk to you because you're straight. Now they got straight hate.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Y'all think I'm
They
y'all
do.
think I'm bugging.
They
I've seen
do.
it, I've felt it, I've witnessed it.
They do.
Where they'll be more standoffish to you because you're straight. And
Yep.
they know that you ain't gay. They like, what we got to do with that? And you're right. You got
Yep.
nothing to do with this over here.
What has
We
that to
good.
do with you?
But just the way that they do this reverse discrimination.
Yeah.
What's that? Benaiah. No, Benaiah and then sis.
They kind of make it where it's homophobic to be straight.
Right. Homophobic to be straight. So it's heterophobic?
On their side.
Heterophobia?
On their side.
Right? Now they got a heterophobia.
Ugh.
But that's a thing. Listen, I was on was it TikTok? And the dude came, I don't have TikTok, but I was doing something. I forgot how I seen it. But he was bringing it out. This Edomite, he was like, it's weird, like how all of a sudden homosexuals are now discriminating against straights. And they look at you funny because you ain't gay.
Yeah.
And they treat you a certain type of way when you go into certain establishments. Now you're looked at as the weirdo.
Right.
Salah.
No, that's okay.
It's just it's revert, like they say, reverse racism,
Yeah.
right? It's reverse heterosexualism.
What he was saying is just
You
'cause
seen
you
it?
straight. No, what I was saying.
Oh.
Just because you straight, they'll call you homophobic
Yeah.
for being
Oh.
Yeah.
straight. For being straight, they say
What?
you're
Did you
homophobic.
get that? I thought you got that.
Okay. Well, I seen the one that if you don't, because they got the transgender women, right?
Right.
And they really pushing this thing that they're really women. They weren't men, they were women. So now they're doing this thing that if you don't like transgender women, you're a homophobe. Hey, if the
I'll
shoe
be
fits,
that.
I guess I'll be a homophobe.
I'll be
'cause,
that today.
bro, that's a man.
Sheesh.
That's a man.
It's a
But see,
boy,
Babylon will tell you, no, she ain't a man no more, right?
It's her choice.
That's not a man because she chopped it off, grew some breasts, took some hormones, got a long weave.
Yeah.
Listen, changed her voice, Caitlyn Jenner, right? Caitlyn Jenner was the poster child. Now, that dude is running for governor of California, and guess what they gonna do?
Yep.
They gonna let him in. They gonna let him in. You know why? Because this is the time of the gay agenda. They elected more gay officials than any time in the United States history. This last election. Damn, half the Senate is openly gay. Now I'm talking about gay and lesbian. Think about that. So if the Senate is half gay and half lesbian, the Senate is tasked with what? What do they do for your laws? They either sign them in or reject them, right?
Right.
So when them laws start popping up, when those Black Lives Matter laws start popping up, and all like you just seen they just what did they just do at the UN? Now the UN can fly the gay flag.
Oh, damn.
The one thing about Trump that I love He knocked all that out. Ain't no gays in the military. Ain't no transgender. He wasn't playing that. Don't fly the gay flag. He stopped all that. Here comes good old Biden.
Creepy Biden.
Right? And guess what? Y'all pay for it. $1,400 stimulus check. Now we get to fly our gay flag.
Yeah.
That was our concession.
Yeah.
But not mine.
Not mine.
Not mine, because I don't get no stimuluses. Right? But that was America's concession back to being re-tied up with the devil.
Damn.
We'll pay y'all $1,400, but you gotta let gays back in the military. We'll do it.
Yeah.
We'll pay y'all $1,400, but you gotta ease up on that transgender. Oh, got it. We'll pay y'all $1,400, but abortion clinics gotta get back to 100%. We're in there. We agree, right? Let us just get the money.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they got you. That's how he got America to ease up off of those things that Trump. And he did that within the first night. His first night in office, gays were back in power.
Yep.
Because I wouldn't be surprised if he was gay himself.
Nah. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. What's the chick that he got? Kamala Harris? I wouldn't be surprised if she was a lesbian.
Right.
Or a switch hitter. Or some type of bull dyke. I wouldn't be surprised.
Nah, I don't.
I wouldn't be surprised if they all team up in the Oval Office and have orgies right behind the desk. It wouldn't shock me. Because that's what they're about. The underlining agenda is now the forefront. And who are they attacking?
Israel.
They attack Israel, but they attack the children first.
Yeah.
The weak minds. They make everything. What was I watching? You know, just them using the flag, the rainbow, as their flag. It sends the wrong message to children. Children love rainbows, right?
Right.
Children love colors, right? But now if I mix and blur the lines, the children ain't gonna know the difference between the clean and the unclean.
I was about to say, like with the cartoon shows, like my little brother watched this one cartoon show with like, it's this black kid, he got two daddies.
You better tell your brother to start watching that.
I woke up one morning, I'm like, I'm just sitting there watching, like, and I was like, what the hell going on? And I was like, it finally came to me, like, bro, we trying to promote like gay stuff on the kids.
God.
And it's crazy because the one black kid had to have two daddies.
Right.
Yeah, but the white boy.
But the white boy got a whole big family, mommy and daddy, he got like six, he got like 5 sisters.
Right.
One brother.
Yeah. Moms and dads, grandpa, granny. Listen, you got to be very strategic. Like even my son, I've been letting him watch Coco Melon, right? And it does the ABCs and stuff like that. But when I start seeing like too many white people being the I'm like, okay, that's enough of whitey. I don't want my son to think like white people.
Right.
Because that's where I'm gonna show you. That's where it starts.
Yes.
They start you off thinking at a young age that only white people can tell you something.
Right.
That's why they gave you in grade school all the way to high school the old ass white lady, right? That smelled like mothballs. And had it was always an old white woman or an old white man, right? But what did that old white man represent in the long run? What did that old white grade school teacher represent in the long run? What did he represent?
The authority.
The Most High.
Ah, yeah.
He represented the Most High. Because when we indoctrinate you from this age all the way up, you don't believe that God is white because he's the authority. So, like I said, when there's too many white people on the screen, I'm like, we're going to change that. I don't want my son to think, none of my kids to think that white people are their authority and that God is white. But that's how they started. And then they start to sprinkle in the homo agenda. I told you, I was going back and watching like all my little childhood cartoons, like He-Man and, what was the other one? Thundercats. Thundercats was about Egyptology. They were literally feeding you Egyptology. Mum-Ra was a mummy from Egypt. Right. They lived in Egypt around the pyramids, and they literally fed you Egyptology, Care Bears and all that stuff, and SpongeBob and Disney. They all were nestled with some type of pornography. I mean, come on, we all know SpongeBob was gay. Nigga had a crush on Squidward. He was trying to get with Squidward. They have episodes that they have to take off of certain streaming services because of the message.
Damn.
It's like, yeah, we banned this episode of SpongeBob because it was too sexually suggestive.
Damn.
I'm like, SpongeBob?
Right.
But you can see it. It was soft.
Yeah.
He loves Squidward, bro. And Patrick, I don't know if that was like his threesome guy, but if you go through all the shows, go watch Sister, go watch Moesha, go watch, these are the shows that they put on for black folks, right? Go watch, remember the show that LL Cool J did? His name in the show was Marion. It was called In the House. Go look at what that promoted for the black male. Go look at his role in that show. What was he? Who remembers?
Nanny.
He was a damn housekeeper. He was the housekeeper, right? Nothing wrong with a man cleaning the house, but he was literally the nanny. God. Subliminally, they suggest that a man's role should change. Remember, when you read in the Josephus, and it said that the men that decided to be nannies, it said that they were effeminate. They became effeminate because they wanted to do what the women were doing. When you read in Deborah, right, and Barak, with Deborah and right, what happened? The men didn't want to stand up, so the women had to take charge.
Yeah.
The men didn't even want to go to war. It said they became effeminate. Effeminization leads into what? Homosexuality. Right. So when they give you tight ass jeans, tight joggers, and they, all these weird colors, and now men can wear weave, and like Lil Wayne, he rapping, she wear her hair down to her back like mine. Like, yeah, a man ain't supposed to wear his hair down to his back. What the hell? Like his hair is in the middle of his back. Like, how long is his hair? Down to his butt? Hell nah. That's not manly. That's not effeminate. But they push it in rap. They push it in music. They push it in all your sitcoms and TV shows. Got what now? There was a time they wouldn't even show a man and a woman kissing in a show. Now they got, in every show, they have to have a homosexual.
Right.
I was just noticing, I was watching a show, it's an old show called One on One.
Oh, yeah.
I know one on,
And her dad, and so I noticed
Flex.
the little girl that they're pushing that she can be a player and have multiple guys,
Yep.
at a young age.
Look, and when you watch that show, look at how she dressed.
And that.
They had her in the tight shorts and the stomach cutoffs and just high heels and this. I remember that show. That was Flex. He was the dad. The mom was it Holly Robinson? Oh, it was Pam. Yeah, it was Pam. Gina from Martin. Yeah, Pam from Martin. Yeah, Tashina Arnold. Yeah, and what do they push? All you gotta do is go back and watch some of them old shows that you thought were so wholesome. Oh, this is a wholesome black comedy. And you'd be like, damn, they were sitting there teaching Randy. Oh, it's a wholesome little teen show. They were teaching her how to have boyfriends at 14. Yeah, you can have this boyfriend and that boyfriend. Don't pray to the Most High. Go do tarot cards. All that stuff was being pushed to this generation. Now I'm 40. So now you see why you have this uprising of witches, right? And tarot readers, and let me read your palm, and the one that y'all gotta stop, the stones. Y'all run around with damn stones in your purse. What? I don't even know the whole gist of the stones, but husbands, check your wives' purses. Y'all empty y'all purses out right now, damn it. No. They have like these stones.
It's supposed to be energy stones, something chakra,
right.
all that kind of crap.
Right, but like there was one brother, he would wear the stones around his neck.
Really?
There was another brother, no, I think he kept them in his pocket. And one day we hear this like stones grinding, and it's like, all right, what you doing? Or at the time, bro, what you doing? Oh, when I feel anxious, I rub the stones together and it calms me. Yeah, these stones are supposed to, they promote different, no, not calming, they promote different energies. So these calm me, these excite me, these get me going. I don't know.
This stone protect me.
This stone protects me.
From danger.
Right.
This
You see it when they have the stone and they wrap it in the brass and they wear it.
Yeah.
Right? This stone of protection. Right? Chakra stones, is that what they are?
Looks like the lucky stone. I'm gonna get some luck today.
Yeah.
Today I'm gonna find some true love.
Yeah. I'm gonna rub this stone and my beloved is gonna appear before me. Rosa.
There's different stones that
Read.
it's for certain different things, but if people
Oh.
don't know, they might use it for something different.
Right. Sacral chakra
This
stones.
girl, she wears a stone on, it's a necklace, but she does it for witchcraft.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the point is we were being taught witchcraft back in the 90s. My generation in the 90s, we were damn, 10 years old, right? 15, late 90s, 15, early 90s, 5, right? Some of us that are from my generation. But they were pumping that into our heads with the cartoons, with the TV shows. They made it seem wholesome. Oh, this is a black comedy. Right? We got our own shows now, but what were they pushing in those shows? Oh, we got our own music now, but what were they giving us in rap music? Drugs and violence.
Yep.
Now you got all this drugs and violence that's just being promoted everywhere. So that's the point. We've been ushered into these things at an early age, but for some reason, it doesn't matter what it is. It always goes back to being gay. It always goes back to being gay. It's weird. Like the music, the TV, the gods, all them gods that I'm Kemet, right? All you Kemet, you Kermit worshipers, you better check your gods. You know it was cold? You know it was cold because they'll sit there and say, well, yeah, there was some homosexuality in Kemet, not a lot. But it's one thing for the people to be gay because we had homosexuality in Israel. We had it all through the lands, right? We know that. But the Most High was against that. It's one thing for your God to be with it or not with it. When you look at the gods of Egypt, a lot of them were created through homosexual instances. A lot of them were created through homosexuality.
That's
So now,
that was right there.
but that's my point. No, we ain't gay, but your God is gay. Your God is a lesbian. Your God was created through incest. So what are the people going? As the leader is, so is the people. Right? As the leader, so is the people. Or so the people will be. All them gods, man, when you go into it. Gay. Tell you, I got that book of the Egyptian gods. Got 2 books.
Yeah.
And going through that, you're like, oh, so he was born from 2 men. Okay, cool. Okay. So that god of that was he was just gay off the top.
Yeah.
Or he was born from an animal. Or he was conjured up from this female god sleeping with her brother and they had a baby. Oh, so that's what y'all on.
Yeah.
But y'all are supposed to be what the black man follows. Okay.
You know what I told you about these?
Uh-huh.
That I was told.
I remember.
About that. I need to keep this one on this side because it keep me in a certain mood. And she made one for Maria and told her, this will make you sleep. Yeah, you don't need to wear that one because you may not wake up.
Well, let me get that one then. Cause I need some sleep. Let me get that one. If that's the case, let me hold that bracelet. We'll switch out.
Well,
I need some sleep. I thought melatonin makes you sleep. I thought melatonin was what made you sleep. I didn't know a bracelet, but that's the thing. They'll attach witchery and sorcery to anything. It can be attached to anything.
Right.
That's why he said, "Have no other gods before me," because anything can become a god. Anything can become a power that's worship. Right? Which all, for some reason, goes back to homosexuality. What's that? Jeremiah, what's up? I was talking too much, you forgot.
I saw this movie a long time ago that me and my mom watched called Miss Doubtfire. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, that was one of the. He got Academy Awards for that. They tout that as the best role of a man playing a woman. Yep, Robin Williams. What about it?
That he dressed as a girl.
Right.
And one of the scenes that he had shown that when he was putting on the costume, that he was putting on the bra.
He was putting on bras and Martin, Big Mama's house, right? They find a way to push that agenda in their movies to us to weaken us. What else? Oh, yeah, he's the biggest one, and he swears up and down that this is how you're black folks.
No, sir.
I'm talking to my people. I'm giving them my story, our story. Hell no, that ain't my story. My grandma was an actual woman.
Right.
There wasn't no man dressed up as a woman. My grandmother was an actual woman. Both of them, they were actual women. So that your story ain't my story, bro.
Right.
That make like them going after Bill Cosby seem like that much bigger of a conspiracy.
Because he never did that.
His show was the only show that like promoted the black man in a positive light.
Yeah, the black family. Where and the light was what? That you could be successful, and even that message was mixed message. Where you can be successful in America. You can, but what you got to give up? What you got to give up to be successful in this country? You got to sell your soul.
That's right.
So even that message that Bill Cosby was pushing, yes, it was a good message that was needed at that time. That hey, you can have a decent career, have a decent home, and not have to be the drug pusher, the basketball player. You can get a good education, but what are you still giving up for that? Because now I got to be educated by the oppressor. I got to learn what he wants me to learn. I got to use it for his industries.
Right.
We got to start learning these things and building our own industries. That's the key. You know, Cosby was a good show, and it wasn't the only one. You had A Different World, right, which was a spin-off of the Cosby Show. What did they push? Well, when you watch A Different World, what were they pushing?
Women empowerment and
Con. Joint fraternities, Greek. Yeah. Yep. They were pushing another message onto black women that you could be empowered and you don't have to have a man.
Mm-hmm.
A man can be secondary to a career or to a degree. Man, America done smacked a lot of women in the face. They give you a degree and then you can't even get a job in that field, and you still got to use a man. You still got to rely on a man to help. They know how to do it, man. America is, that's why it's the land of Babel, the Babylon the Great. What's up?
There's this movie me and my dad watched. It's called Bad Trip.
Mm-hmm.
And these two Judas, one of them see a movie where a girl is dressed up as a guy.
Mm-hmm.
So the boys dress up as a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And then the sister dresses up like a boy.
Yeah, because again, in the movies, that's the easiest way to get those minds to consider. This is the cool thing to do. Bad Trip, that just came out, right?
No, it's been out.
Oh. Okay, whoever wants to go first.
On proxy, okay.
Right?
But, you know, Benai and I were talking in the car, and he was telling me that they're doing a thing today called National Rape Day.
National Rape Day.
National Rape Day.
Okay.
I thought I misheard.
And they're using these statistics like 97% of women have been raped. And they're
Really?
talking about, yeah, and that, you know, that we need to kill them.
97%.
That's bogus.
Yeah.
I'm like, you mean to tell me 3% of the women in America have not been raped?
A lot of them won't even report it.
Right.
You know?
That's okay. Go ahead.
So,
Damn.
we were talking, I said, well, the thing is, you know, he's talking about the feminist movement, you know, is bringing this out and everything. I said, well, what that's going to do is twist everything up even more, because if it's 97% of women who've been raped, you know, they're not even saying what percentage of those are unreported.
Right.
You
Yep.
know? And the other thing is that people won't even care about the people who are truly raped, because all that does is kind of desensitize people
Yes.
to it.
Absolutely.
You know, and it's like, you know, and it's pushing men out of their role, okay? It's further pushing men out of their role.
Yep.
And further pushing women out of their role. You know, and this, I saw this change back in the military in the, you know, 70s, the 60s, stuff like that, you know. And so when you do that, you're pushing people from a role that they're supposed to be a husband or a wife into a husband losing his power. And yeah, he may go out there and rape to regain that power, you know, in some fashion. Or also that women lie.
Yeah.
I said they don't take that. They think, oh, they're women, you know. But women lie about being raped. You know?
Attention.
Well, not just the attention, but they've been busted doing something they weren't supposed to be doing.
That's
you
right.
know? And so they'll lie and say, oh, well, I was raped, you know, and this, that, the other, you know. But the true people that are being raped, they're not even believed anymore.
Right.
You know, they're not going to be believed anymore because you've got these high statistics up there that say, well, everybody's been raped anyway, you know.
Right. Becomes muddy.
It's not even true.
That's wild. 97%.
Yeah, it was on TikTok, I guess, and they're trying to.
Because they're trying to put, because all it is let's push another agenda.
Yeah.
Let's push another agenda. There's always some type of narrative that these things come along with to get an agenda out there. I mean, I'd love to see what they're trying to get across, but you know, they do that. They want to try to get these women rights, and it's funny, man, because in the fight for these women rights, they're causing a lot of these things to happen.
Right.
It's the reverse effect. Like you fight to be like a man, now you're gonna get treated like one.
Right.
In certain avenues. So when when you get treated like a man, you can't be mad. You ask for it. Right?
Right.
Well, not us, but you know what I mean.
In the world. That's
The
right.
military, because when they were, first it was like, you know, don't ask, don't tell.
Right.
And before that it was, don't even tell us nothing. We don't want y'all in here. Now they, like said, it's okay when you're diluting your strength. So you got Russia and China over there building up their strength because they know our military is diluted, our power is diluted.
Right.
Yeah, because when you got a bunch of homosexuals that when they hear them bullets flying, they prance off. They prance off the other way, right? They prance off to go dance the other way. They know.
In a whole other avenue.
Yeah, they ain't trying to fight.
That's true.
When them guts and blood start spilling,
Yep.
and that homosexual mentality really kicks in, they ain't gonna be there fighting
Nope.
and spilling blood. They gonna be prancing away
Want to be
in their
protected.
onesies and tutus, right? Tight little joggers, tight pants, is running the opposite way with their purse, right? So they know what's up. That's why America is definitely gonna fall. In every way, this place is the weakest in the world. They
Absolutely.
tote some strength, but come on, man. Just to give into that lifestyle, it shows that if your whole country is just predicated on a homosexual lifestyle, where is the strength? Where's the mental strength? It's not there.
Because number one, their sins is coming back upon their own head.
Right.
Come on. Let's read on.
Leviticus 18, verse 23.
Uh-huh.
Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things. For in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you.
Yeah, this is the only place I know where they have zoophilia communities. Zoophilia meaning they have communities of men and women that willingly lie down with animals. Or you'll have men that will sit there and watch his wife get dealt with by a donkey or a mini or a mini horse.
Yeah.
or a Labrador or I remember when I was in school and I was taking criminal justice and there was this one case we were going over. It was an animal cruelty case, and basically they brought charges on this guy because he taught his Rottweiler how to have sex with him, how to mount him and have sex with him. He taught him how to do it. He trained this dog. how to have sex with them. Well, now, well, they got communities. All you gotta do is go.
Don't Google.
No, I was gonna say, I don't know how I got to it, but I watched a YouTube. No, I watched a YouTube though, and they went in. It didn't show because it's YouTube. It didn't show, but it basically was a documentary of these people, how they talked about how they first got into zoophilia, how they first got into that lifestyle, and the one lady was like, yeah, I was just going down for a morning swim. She was swimming butt naked. I was going down for a morning swim, and I bent down to test the waters, and I felt lucky just rub up on me, and I just didn't stop him. Yeah. So she bent down to touch the water to make how you feel the water, feel the temperature of the pool. She bends down, and the dog runs up on her, and she don't stop the dog. So then that turned into a whole lifestyle. There was the other one. There was the other one. The family, they said they have they got the mini horses. It's funny to me. It's terrible. But they got the mini horses. They had a mini horse farm. Horses, donkeys, mini horses. And I guess she said that she was brushing the horse, grooming the horse, and the horse was getting aroused. And one thing led to another. And then the husband, he's like, yeah, I watched the whole thing. Just, I found I pleasured myself to it. Like, what?
God.
Yeah. Yeah, and you better believe he gave it a try. That's what, I mean, con.
And you know what? I understand what the Most High saying when he said there's confusion. Because I seen one, I ain't getting into the detail with it. I'm telling you now, but I'm going to say this. I seen one where the woman, she went and, like you said, bent over, and the dog just came on up there.
Yeah, get his thing.
Business.
Yeah,
he already knew what was up.
And she
so that was the confusion right there. The dog was feeling like, oh, that's fine. Let me go handle that.
Yeah, that's
terrible.
he
just walked right up there and started handling it, man.
Because a dog is a dog. It's a brute beast.
Yep.
Yes.
A dog will hump anything. Anything. Fire hydrant, teddy bear, anything. Right? It goes. Right? That's a dog. I've had dogs, man. They hump anything. When you got to tell them stop. Don't. No, that's not. No. Which they didn't stop it because that's the filth that's in them. These people. Now, why is he giving us these ordinances against these things? Because guess what? In Egypt, they was having fun with animals. Where do you think the Greeks and the Romans got it from? When you watch movies like Caligula,
syphilis,
they adopted a lot of their practices from the Egyptians. So the Greeks and Romans weren't, remember, the Greeks and Romans weren't the first homosexuals. Who was? That we can document scripturally. Sodom and Gomorrah. Who'd they come from? Ham.
Dang, man.
Who Montezarium? Who'd they come from? Or Mizraim, Egypt. Who'd they come from? Ham. So these things were in the Hamite nature. Canaan, Egypt, right? Remember, the land of Canaan, the Canaanites were who? Ham. So now when you go back to Africa and they circumcise women and they drink blood and they got a lot of homosexual practices, you all just bring it right back to their history and say, damn, well, we are nestled in this homosexuality. Yeah, Egypt on one side and Canaan right here, and we in the middle of what? Bestiality, homosexuality, necrophilia, zoophilia, right? We had all these different things that we were just in the center of. But that's why the laws and the ordinance have to be given to not do what they do in Canaan and not do what they do in Egypt. They all stem from the same family, though. Sis. Like Sodom and Gomorrah, the animals were wiped out.
Yep.
Come on now. You think they wasn't dealing with them animals?
They were.
You think they wasn't dealing with them? You think they wasn't laying with those animals? Of course they were. Mm-hmm. That's why everything in Sodom and Gomorrah got wiped out. The animals were now useless.
Right.
The animals were useless. You see that? So the problem with us is we see those things. Psalms 106:35. We were mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works. So now when you go down to Mexico, they don't do it no more. I hope not. But remember the Tijuana donkey show?
Oh, God.
Yeah, where she would go strap herself to a donkey and people would pay to watch it. I'm just like, damn. She would literally just go strap herself to a donkey or a horse or whatever it was and let the horse go to town. That's Israel. That was in Mexico, Tijuana, Mexico. It was a whole tourist attraction.
I saw one lady, she was having relations with
Yeah. Yeah. I seen I don't know how this popped on Facebook. They blocked it, but there was a man getting it in with a snake. A full grown damn boa constrictor or whatever it was, python. And damn Esau, bro.
Did somebody die like that too?
I wouldn't die. I don't know.
Like a snake crawled
Crawled.
inside him?
Oh, yeah. You know when you listen. My aunt used to work at she was a nurse at White Plains Hospital, and this was in the 90s. This was the early 90s when homosexuality wasn't a thing that you talked about, right? It was cliche. It was taboo, right? But she would talk about all these white men in their teens and 20s that would come in there with dead rodents stuck in their anal cavities. Dead rats, dead mice, babies, mice. And I'm like, what? And I got older because they like the feeling of that animal scratching around in there. But then that's where they would catch hepatitis. That's where they would catch they would catch whatever diseases these animals got. This animal's trying to bite through your anal. Trying to bite through that passage and scratch its way through. It's like, because this is the thing. The barrier, I've already broken the barrier by letting a man lay with me, right? Not me, but I'm just saying. Right. I gotta say it because they do shit on the internet, bro.
Yeah.
They'll cut what I said and then all of a sudden there's a whole video out of me saying some weird stuff.
ISBHPK.
Right, so I gotta say not me because not me. Speaking figuratively as that. Once I've broken that barrier, nothing is off limits, and I have to go the next step to be. Remember, the flesh is never satisfied.
Right.
So after I do one level, then what? Now I got to go to the next extremes,
Right.
and then the next extreme. So, it's like a woman. It's no different than a woman that is always having intercourse. After a while, she got to get the higher levels, right? So it goes from a man to a 15-inch prosthetic, right? Then bats and bottles, and I mean, y'all know what I mean. The bar has to be exceeded to achieve that pleasure.
When I was working at this one hospital, this guy, he used to come in there like maybe every 4 months or so, and we have to remove objects from them, and it was bigger every time.
Every time. That's the point. Why? Because I've exceeded the bar of pleasure that is going to get me to my point. So now I got to up the bar. I got to up the ante, right? Because the flesh is never satisfied. Let me ask you a question. Maybe I shouldn't ask this. Did you guys have to open him up to get those things out, or how did you get him out? Laxatives?
Huh?
Laxatives? You have to go in there? Oh.
Scopes.
And even that, he probably liked it. That's disgusting. So they would numb, okay, because a lot of nerve endings are right there.
We'd have to
put them to sleep and surgically.
Not necessarily surgically, but just.
But you have to go up in there.
Car.
So you have to get a clamp and see? Bruh.
I used to call it go fish.
Wow. Wow. Come on. Man. I learned something there. I never knew how they went in there and got that stuff out. I never wanted to ask.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I know they had to do surgery on their stomach or something.
Right.
Some of them, if they get stuck too far in there, you might have to.
Surgically.
Man,
Yeah.
That's another level of just garbage ever.
But guess what? Guess what? They were doing it in Egypt.
Oh,
Yep.
Listen, the first God of
creation for them.
the first what's the word I can use for this? I'm gonna say it, a dildo. The first ones were made in Egypt out of wood because they were about the flesh. They were about pleasuring the flesh.
Yeah.
So they would create these things out of wood, right? The women to pleasure themselves. So now, when you get to America, America didn't create that. They got that from Egypt. They got that from Egypt. They just made it better. They put lights on it. It dances, right? It does all different things now. It moves around. It vibrates. Vibrators. They weren't vibrators back then. They were wooden prosthetics that they would use to pleasure themselves because they were about their flesh. So, again, why is he giving us these things? Why is he not going into the explicit, thou shalt not use sex toys? Well, because it would be understood if I'm not going to lay with animals and do all the other stuff, I'm not going to use those things.
exactly.
And what am I promoting? What am I promoting? I'm promoting the flesh. Y'all see that? Hakawa. What you got?
Ecclesiastes 7 and 13.
Is it going to talk about? No, I'm just Go ahead. It's going to show us that the Egyptians created. I mean, and you know what's crazy? It's yeah, I'm about to say, it be on their walls, man. They touching each other's penises. They got pictures of just everything is about the phallus, right? The obelisk. The Egyptian obelisk is in the shape of a phallus, an erect phallus. I'm using scientific words. I'm trying to keep it scientific up in here, right? But that's what they were about, phallus worship. Worshiping the male member and putting that on a pedestal. And it's on their walls. Other men touching it, right? They got stories about their gods drinking the other gods' semen.
Yeah.
Creating babies and putting it on lettuce and all types of weird stuff. So if we were in Egypt for this X amount of years, you don't think we heard that? You don't think we were privy to what they were doing? Of course we were. So he was letting us know we got to stop it. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 13.
Right?
Consider the work of the Most High.
Right?
For who can make that straight, which he has made crooked?
Yeah, and that's the thing. These nations were crooked as hell when it came to everything. In their dealings, they were crooked in their morality. They were crooked in their civil dealings. They were crooked in their sacrificial dealings. So like I said earlier, as we read this, we're going through a lot of different laws. Civil, moral, sacrificial, even dress code and dietary. Not eating blood was a dietary law. You see that? These are sexual, immoral acts that are forbidden. Or sexual, immorality. Y'all see this? So we're touching on a few different instances in the law to show what, I mean, come on, man. Y'all see what we did with in America. America is just Egypt. That was Ecclesiastes 7 and what?
13.
And 13. Look at America. And this hasn't even gotten to the height. Much more to come. Read on. You said what?
It don't seem like it can get no higher.
Oh, when they start raping men in the streets, then you gonna know. When they do what they did to the men in Sodom and Gomorrah when they try to rape them, yeah, yep, that hasn't even began yet, right? Let me stop. It has began, but you don't hear about it. Men getting raped by men, you don't hear about that. You know what I'm saying? You ain't. That's not a thing that they like. Oh, this guy tried to rape this guy. Only in jail, right? Only in jail is that going down. That's that closed confinement of jail. That's like the jailhouse operations. We're gonna rape you to take your masculinity, to take your manhood. That's what goes down in the confines of jail. But when they start doing that in the open streets. Where they kidnapping dudes, raping them, and tossing them out the car? Where a whole gay mob? Come on. I mean...
That happened in Miami.
Miami.
What, a week and a half ago?
They raped a man?
No, a man, a Latino man, probably Edomite. Maybe it is, I don't know. But he kidnapped a 12-year-old little boy.
Right.
And then he raped the little boy. And then he shot the little boy in the face, threw him out the car. The little boy still was alive. He was blinded from the blast of the gun that went off in his face. And then there was this elder Judite man that seen the little boy in his, like, you know, in his skivvies and stuff. He took him to, this was all over the news, he took him to a store, cameras and everything like that. They see the little boy all bleeding and everything like that. And then this guy, so he could have an alibi, he called the police and said that he got mugged and everything like that around the time that this little boy got kidnapped. But a 40-year-old boy kidnapped a little 12-year-old boy who snuck out the house to go chill with his friends. And at 3 in the morning, when the little boy was walking back to his house, that man got that kid,
snatched him up,
raped the boy. And
yeah,
sodomized the boy and everything like that.
And you know why? Even that's, it's unfortunate I'm going to say this, but that's normal. That's normal in America for like little boys to get snatched up and raped. They've been doing that since the white man got here. Talking about now, imagine a grown-ass man like yourself being sequestered by 4 other grown-ass men, and they take your spirit. It's gonna get there. I'm not saying you, but that's what it'll be on. That's what America's gonna be on. Trying to rape the straightness out of you. We can't take your masculinity any other way, so we gotta take that anal.
My mom told me this
I'm
story.
gonna have to just die. Can't get that.
He was telling me this story about my uncle, God bless him, that he went on this trip with the Boy Scouts when he was younger, and they had some stuff going on. He really didn't want to talk about it, but what he wound up doing was he ate some soap to make himself sick, so he could call his mom and tell my grandma to come get him.
The Boy Scouts was all about having sex with boys. That's what the Boy Scouts, they had a whole thing on that.
So he was like,
that like a lot of the little boys,
get out of there.
What were they? They called them like they went from Boy Scouts to like the leadership. But a lot of them was coming out that they was getting raped by the leadership way back in the early, whenever the Boy Scouts started. That was the whole thing about the Boy Scouts was, this is how we're going to get little boys and sleep with them. Take them on little trips, camping, all the way in the woods. They can't scream, they can't yell. Deal with them, take their soul, send them back on their way to be predators. Yeah, he was smart. I would have ate some soap too. There's something that he was thinking. That's cold, but the levels are going to be heightened. The levels are going to be heightened, man. What's up?
The bonus of this community
Over there in Houston, what is it?
man,
It's what's the city? It's called
Katy.
It's not Katy. It's where all the little faggots go
there it
drink
is.
Montrose.
There it is.
All the little fags. They got their little bars.
But you know the bonus in it, our first drop yesterday. Oh God. First drop yesterday is Mobite. He opened the door, and then we left. And we just boom. Yeah, we just kind of.
What? Did he open the door naked?
Nah, not naked, but
but
it was just
real
like,
flamboyant. His flamboyancy was out. Yeah, I mean, bruh, con. That's what they're gonna be on. Is we don't care how we present ourselves, because this is me. That's what America is about. I can be what I want to be. So if I want to be a rapist, I can be a rapist. If I want to rape men, women, children, that's what I can do, because that's what America opens up the door to when they allow you to be homosexual. That opens the door for every other ill sexual title to be an okay thing. So now I could be a predator. What is it? Pedophile, right? Now we can lower the age of consent. We can do all these things that are not savory, but all under the umbrella of transgenderism, homosexuality, the LBTGQP, LMNOQ, right? So, come on, let's read on. Let's finish it up.
Verse 25. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. And and the land itself vomit out her inhabitants. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments. You shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nations, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. That the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinance, that ye commit not any of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am the Most High your power. Chapter 19. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I am the Most High your power, and I am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Most High your power. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Most High your power.
Any questions on that?
So when it said that the you were spewed out of the land, a couple of chapters or verses back, it said, so those were the nations that were spewed out of their land, that when the Most High took their land and
That, and it says, watch, it says, defile not ye yourselves in any of these things. Verse 24, 18 and 24, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity therefore upon it. And the land itself vomit out her inhabitants. So, that's two things. The Most High literally is going to wipe those people out. But how does he do it? The land, he shuts up the land. How does the land vomit you out? Well, the land stops doing what the land was meant to do because you defile it. So when you look at America, this land is literally vomiting the people out of it. They just ain't leaving. They're like, no, we're going to find other ways to let the land do what it's supposed to do if you want to speak in that form. Like, the land ain't growing nothing, but we got GMO. Right? We've defiled the land with the power plants and the nuclear waste and the plastic, and we've defiled the earth. So what is the earth doing? The earth fights back, right? The Most High throws a tornado, throws a hurricane, ice storms, epic freezing in Texas. He got to balance it out. In this sense, yes, he was going to wipe these people out the land. Like Canaan, what did he do? The whole point was for us to have that land. They defiled it with their doings. I'm going to give it to a people that's not going to defile it because they're not going to be defiled because I'm not defiled. You see that? So yeah, he said it, and the land is defiled. Therefore, I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. So how does he visit the iniquity? Well, one of the easiest ways is to let it not rain on the land. Right? One of the big curses the Most High would hit the people with was what? No rain. Can't rain, can't grow no crops. Now we got to move to a different land. Animals can't live. We can't live. Now we got to go somewhere else where there's water. You see that? But then he'll find many ways to visit the iniquity. I'm going to send wild beasts. I'm going to send weather patterns, different anomalies. I'm going to send a people. You see that? Yeah, so there was many ways the land would spew you out.
I was reading, seeing the articles, those locust swarms in Africa still getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, the locusts eat up all the crops. The same way he did the Egyptians back in Exodus. He basically spewed them out the land because that land was desolate after he did what he did with the 10 plagues. They couldn't inhabit that land for a while. You see that? Until everything kind of went back to what you would consider normal. But that was one way he did it. He would just send plagues on the land. Just like here. Just like this place. They force this place to be inhabitable. It's not really inhabitable. They find a way to circumvent everything in America. You know, think about it. When I'm looking, we in Texas, right? Good weather, beautiful weather, temperature-wise, but don't nothing grow on these trees. I think even if you planted a fruit tree in Texas, it wouldn't grow. The earth is defiled. It's defiled up here. The air alone is so filthy, I don't think anything good would grow. If you ate it, you probably get sick. The water is nasty. What water are you going to use to water your crops? The water. Can you drink the water? Hell nah. So how could you give it to your plants? My plants stop growing. I got to give my plants bottled water. You know what I give my plants? When everybody drinks the water and it sits on the table for a little while, I'm like, they ain't going to drink this. I'll give that to the plants. Because even the pipe water, I'm like, I'm not giving that to my plants. It's filthy. Huh?
So I use spring water.
Yeah.
I got a bamboo can at the house. Whatever, spring water.
Yeah. Because that sink water,
Yeah, we give the
smells funny.
water to our dog.
yeah,
Our water that we drink.
smells funny.
That's what we give the dog.
Mhm.
We don't give them.
You better off collecting rainwater.
faucet water.
You better off collecting some rainwater before you drink that faucet. It's defiled. So, anyhow, where we at? Oh, really? Next. What?
This is what's next. I already marked out the demo.
Okay. There he is. Here's young Ghana. Wow.
Come on, little bro.
Too much? Nah, I got too much mustache, man. It's messing up the airflow. Call me like a rob.
Elijah, Shabashah, Yashikat, Banya Shala,
Elijah, Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Bun Yasha'Allah, Aymayim, Barak,
Yahabashim Yashar Rakdam.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar Barakatah.
They called you like a rob. Like I be struggling sometimes.
Come. I ain't no Louis Armstrong. Right?
You know what I'm saying? Leviticus chapter 19 verse 5.
Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 5. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offering unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow, and if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten and all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted thereof. Every one that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord, and that so shall be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of the field, neither shalt thou gather the gleaning of thy harvest, and thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the Lord your God.
Right, so when you had your field, you weren't supposed to go out there and gather every single solitary grape off of every single vine. You grabbed up what you can, and you left the edges for the person that was going to pass by. They was hungry. Let me pick a few grapes. Let me eat. Let me keep it moving. This was another way of us looking out for the poor, the stranger, just people that were less fortunate, without them having to come and beg you. Right? You just left it for them. It was understood that was for those people. So instead of me having to come and beg you for something and put you on the spot, and you saying no anyway, right? Let me just leave that out there for whoever needed it. When Yahushua and them went, it said they went through the field and they picked what? On the Sabbath day, they picked what?
Corn.
They picked corn. They was in somebody else's field, right? They were doing what the law says. The passerby or the stranger or the poor. They were all that. They was passing by, they were strangers and they were poor. They needed to eat. So whoever, it just shows you another instance that we kept the law. In that time, in Yahushua's time, if Christ did away with the law, how come he didn't go to the owner of that field like, why the hell you leaving corn back? They were following the law. They were following that law. So it just more instances just showing that Christ kept the law. And the people, that there were people that still kept the law even in the time of a Roman occupation, even being so far removed from the ancient days, people still held fast to these moral civil laws. Go ahead.
Verse 11. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another.
Yeah, you can't be a liar. You can't tell little white lies and be deceptive. Little white lies turn into big lies, and now it's just a lie, right? America teaches us that there's different levels of lies. Oh, it's not really a lie, it's just not the truth. Well, whatever is not the truth is a lie, right? That's just a little white lie, right? Well, little white lies turn snowball into big things. So, we weren't supposed to be accustomed to being deceptive with one another or lying to one another. Go ahead. Stealing, swearing falsely. What else?
Verse 12. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbors, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Thou shalt not
Right,
curse.
so when we work for our wages, it ain't like how America does you, like, yeah, you're going to work for 2 weeks straight. You know when you first get on the job, and they make you work, and then they pay you a month later, 2 months later, no matter if you need it or not. We weren't supposed to adopt that practice. Now the sad part about it is, when you do business, the way they have it set up is almost like you have to adhere to that, because they won't release money to you for certain amounts of time. The bank, they'll hold your money. If you got your own, like we got our own businesses, they hold the money. They hold the money for a time before you can even get it to even pay your people. It's sad, but that's not how it was supposed to be in the ancient days. You were supposed to, a man worked, you paid him that day. A man worked, you paid him that day. Go ahead.
Verse 14. Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor but put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy God. I am the Lord. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a table bearer
as a tale bearer, meaning I'm going up and down telling stories. We went through this last night in class. Busybodies, running up and down in other men's houses, speaking things they should not, subverting houses. A tale bearer. I gotta tell you what happened over here at such and such house. right? And now you taking what happened in somebody else's house that shouldn't leave, and you spreading that. That's what a talebearer does. Go ahead.
Verse 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand among the blood
Against
the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord.
Right. Meaning what? Well, I'm not going to tell a story that can put a man in the situation to be judged to death. Remember, when we judge the matter, we call witnesses. So when it's saying stand against the blood of your neighbor, you weren't supposed to be a witness in a false matter. You see that? You weren't supposed to, oh yeah, I seen it. Yeah, I see what happened. Yeah, well, I had heard that. Oh, did you really hear it? You know, you didn't hear a damn thing. Well, it sounded like it, but then you trying to be a witness on the stand in a matter of life or death. So you weren't supposed to be a false witness or bear false witness or be a talebearer. Go ahead, and it goes. You know, it's talking about it. Before thy neighbor rob him wages. Go ahead.
Verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
Right.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor.
See, a lot of us don't know what love is. This is a love scripture right here. It says, thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart, but thou shalt rebuke thy neighbor. Hate is when I see you do wrong, and I just let you do it. Like, that's on him. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You do you. You like it, I love it, right? Our people love saying these little catchphrases. You like it, I love it, right? You do you, boo-boo, right? Yeah, that ain't got nothing to do with me, right? If it don't apply, let it fly, right? Our people love to come with these whack-ass catchphrases, and we'll apply those real quick, but we won't apply the Bible.
Right.
Now, there are instances when you see a person mess up and you let them mess up after you've warned them a number of times. Like it tells us in Ezekiel, right? It says we are the watchmen. So if I see a brother doing something that may bring harm to him, his family, his house, I'm going to let him know, hey, you got to chill because you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt the others around you. Con, okay. Con. Then they do it again. It's like, hey, I remember. You got to be careful, bro. Look. Con. I hear you. Okay. The third time, I might say, you know what? Hey, I go talk to that brother because he didn't hear me. So go talk to him real quick. Let him know. He does the con artist, right?
Con,
huh?
Nah,
it was a con artist?
It was needed. Huh?
So then, on that fourth try, like, okay. Warned them. Most High speak once, Most High speak twice. Man perceive it not. So now you got to get touched. The Spirit must intervene. So, yes, do we stand back and let the Spirit deal with cats? Hell yeah. You know why? Because we've already said what we had to say. We've already put the warning out, and not just one warning, not two, sometimes 3, 4, 5. But it does come to a point where when I shut up, that's when you got to be scared, because then it's let the Most High deal with it. Right. Let the Spirit deal with it, and we're the buffer. We're the buffer in between the Spirit checking you and man dealing with you. Listen, because all we're going to do is tell you what the Bible says. That's it. We can't beat you. We can't stone you. We're not going to bend you up in a car accident. We're not going to destroy your house. We're not going to put demons on your rib. We're not going to make her leave you. We're not doing any of that. But the Spirit, when it intervenes, it's going to intervene in the way it sees fit. Right. And things will start to happen around you that you cannot avoid. So when the Spirit get put on her, when she's like, I'm out, tired of this, I'm out, guess what? There's nothing you can do. Can't change it. When the Most High sends that Spirit out there, break his whole house down, damn. And it starts to happen in a way where you're trying to juggle, and you make this move, but then the Most High makes this move, and then you know it's the Lord. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. Listen, I've witnessed it in my own self, first and foremost, but I've also witnessed it in brothers and sisters also, where that's the Lord dealing with you. That ain't man. That is the Lord. Like, man couldn't do that.
Right.
That is the Most High Yah beating the brakes off you.
Right.
Or blessing you. Right? It ain't always a beating. Or blessing you. But the point is, love. What is it? Well, this is it right here. First and foremost, don't hate your brother. Rebuke him. So when y'all are, why are you always picking on me? Or why you always got something to say? Because I love you. Right. If I had nothing to say, it's because I don't love you.
Right.
And I'll keep loving you until you don't want to be loved. Meaning what? Well, when you block off your ears, you can't talk to me. When you turn the shoulder, right? Like Israel does, it says they close their ears, they turn their shoulder. They would not hear. Okay, well then you don't want to be loved no more. You don't want to be loved in that way. So now you got to feel the love of God.
Right.
And what did he say? He said he chastised those that he loved, right?
Right.
Right, so now you got to feel the scourges of the Spirit burn into you. Yeah. It's more than just your flesh he's going to torment. He's going to rip into that soul. I can't rip into your soul the way the Spirit can rip into your soul.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And I'm not trying to rip into your soul like that. I'd rather you not feel pain. I don't like feeling pain. I'd rather us not feel pain, but some of us got to feel pain. So, in certain instances, we will back up and let things run its course. But before we do that, we speak, like the scriptures say. We warn our brothers so that blood is not on our hands. You see that? We warn brothers and sisters. Like he said in, I believe it was Corinthians, he said we persuade men knowing the terror of the Lord. We persuade men not to go certain ways. So they don't got to feel that terror. So I preach what God told me to do. Okay. Right. So, go ahead, read on.
Verse 17, last precept. And not suffer sin upon him. Verse 18. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord. Ye shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. And whosoever lieth carnally.
Right, so pause real quick. He said, don't. What verse you at?
Verse 20.
Right, verse 19. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Meaning what? I'm not going to have a field with pineapples and oranges in one field.
Cross-pollination.
Yeah, cross-pollination. It's confusion. I'm not going to have apple tree with grapes. It's confusion. And grapes are going to need a different level of care than apples is going to need. Different things with the soil, different watering. So what am I going to do? I'm going to keep things the same. That way I can deal with things on a general level. I'm going to take away the confusion out of things. This is what he was showing about confusion. Right? Neither shall a garment be mingled of linen and woolen come upon me. Why? Because wool had its function. Linen had its function. What did wool do?
Keeps you warm.
Keeps you warm. What did linen do?
Keeps you cool.
But if I have both intermingled, now I'm hot and cold.
You're menopausal.
You're menopausal, right? One minute you cold as ice, the next minute you having hot flashes. Then you cold, but you sweating, right? Like, golly, what the hell's wrong with you? You sound like me up here. Like, damn, I'm cold, but I'm sweating. That's me sometimes. I've been working on that. I've been getting my iron up, so I don't be as cold. It's iron. I put iron in more iron in my diet. I don't even feel cold. In the house, I'm hot now. Now I'm always hot.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's weird, but
That's
I need
reverse.
I need the iron, so now I gotta just balance it out, not take as much. But you know, with the garment, you didn't mix it because you didn't want to take things out of its function, right? It says you don't gender. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with diverse kind. Why? It's going to be confusion. They start mingling and laying with each other. Now I got a goat sheep, right? Something weird. They do it though. Don't America? What do you think they got? Ligers.
Ligers, yeah.
And what is it? There's a ligra and a what? What is it? Oh, are you stretching?
Yeah, I was about to say something else.
Oh, what is it?
And a donkey.
A what?
Donkey, zebra, and donkey.
Right. I've seen that, but I've seen that one, the zebra, the donkey. But they have a ligra, and they have the opposite. Like a ligra is a mix of a male lion and a woman tiger. Then they have the other one that's a woman tiger, a woman lion and a male tiger. It's a ligra and I forgot. But the thing is, they do this, and what happens? They only have like a 5-year lifespan.
Right.
Because they weren't supposed to be mixed. Just because they can lay with each other and produce a baby don't mean that you're supposed to mix them. Humans and people, fish and animals and people weren't supposed to lay and try to make babies, right? Donkeys and zebra, they were diverse kind. So you weren't supposed to let them gender and start moving around with each other. It's confusion.
I just seen on the news, like, the other day they said the polar bears and grizzlies are starting to mix now due to the climate changes. I guess, like.
But think about that. A polar bear and a grizzly bear live in 2 different climates. Polar bear is made for cold climate, and just his markings alone are it's a white bear that he blends in with what? With the snow, right? The brown bear or the grizzlies, they're brown or black. They blend in with their habitation. That's for hunting purposes. So if you take away the camouflage of an animal, he can't hunt, he can't live, he can't survive. So now we're going to take away the survivability of these animals, and then we're going to, they're extinct. Now we got to create them in a lab.
They had a picture of them, and like it looked kind of weird. Like his skin was like, it was like a red skin.
Is that it right there?
Yeah, it was like kind of weird. It was a grizzly and a polar bear.
Grizzly and a polar bear. 2 different climates. Yeah. It's funny when you watch the show. Remember, everybody ever watched the show Lost? Remember that show from way back?
Yeah.
And in one of the first episodes, they went up into the mountains. They were stuck on an island, tropical island. They went up into the mountains and they heard something growling and roaring, and it rushed at him, and he shot it. Boom, 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 boom. And when they looked, it was a bear, but it was a polar bear. They were like, "Hold up, this is an island. Polar bears don't live on islands." So that's what they're trying to usher in, where they blame it on the climate. It ain't climate, it's people. We go and we destroy the inhabitants. The earth is destroyed by the inhabitants thereof. We destroy it, we defile it, and then we blame it on the ecosystem or the solar system or the closeness of the sun, and we blame it's people. We go and destroy the habitation of these animals, and they gotta now find shelter and food because we destroy that. It ain't them. A polar bear wants to be in the snow. A grizzly bear wants to be up in them woods. He don't want to be in the snow. He's not used to that. Those cold climates.
That's why they hibernate.
Yeah, when it's winter time, they hibernate. You're absolutely right. They don't deal with the cold. How'd they end up? Angela.
That's how you know that the land is in turmoil because you see things that are not going according to things are not doing what they're supposed to do.
Right.
Like I used to love Tom and Jerry. I still love Tom and Jerry.
Right.
And you know, the cat would chase
The mouse.
But now I've seen like it's funny when I look at videos where you see like a cat like tearing a dog up. The cat is like chasing the dog, fighting the dog, and the dog is running the cat. So that's just going against the law.
Because Tom and Jerry was the pit that big dog
The dog
would whoop up on Tom
because of Jerry.
because right he would be beating up.
Would always run
Right, but they would all both run from the dog.
Right.
Right.
But
Yeah.
now it's like, so I was, I see a lot of videos where the cats like really run after dogs and dogs are running from the cat.
Yeah, I
And
see
that's
it, I
like
see it.
not, like really fighting them like,
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom,
Because
you just don't, just the law of nature. It's just all.
everything's upside down. Everything is, it says the foundations. What is the scripture that says, I think it's in Daniel. It says, the foundations, dang, it's not coming to my head. It says something about the foundations. Or,
Upside down.
yeah, the foundations are, what is it? It's, is it Daniel? It says, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Wow, it's the wording is not coming to my head. That's rare. Usually I have the word.
Is it Psalm 82 and 5?
What does it say? Read it.
It says, all the foundations of the earth are out of course.
That's
That's
it.
it, yeah.
That's it. Psalms 82 and 5. Read it.
It's in the book of Psalms, chapter 82 and verse 5.
Yep.
They know not, neither will they understand.
Right.
They walk on in darkness.
Right.
All the foundations of the earth
All the foundations of the earth. Go ahead.
are out of course.
Yeah. Everything is out of course, man. You see it. You got animals that beach themselves. You got animals committing mass suicide because the water is defiled. They jumping about the water. They falling out the air because the air is filthy. You got animals that were not predators becoming predators. Why? Because the foundations are out of course. Right. I want him to send it to me. The water, sir. Psalms 82 and 5, right? Go ahead, read on.
I have said.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's it on that. What's up? Yeah, yeah.
I seen a video on the internet the other day. It was a lion. I don't know if it was a lion or a dog or what. But it looked like a lion, bro. And the lion had literally like committed suicide. It was like this train coming. And he just walked in front of the train and just...
Probably tired of living.
I was just like, damn, that's crazy.
But, yeah, the foundations are out of course. You got men being women and women being men. When they instill it in you from the foundation of your birth that you don't have to pick a gender when you're born, that right there shows you something, right? Well, what is it? Well, it's not a boy or a girl, but it has a penis. Well, he could do whatever he wants. And then on the birth certificate, what is it? What do they put? Nothing? N.A. Not applicable?
Not available.
Not available. It's applicable. It's applicable. It said not available. Not available. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Right? What's his gender? Not available. That's how they do it, though. And there's no foundation. And that's with everything. The foundation of the word. The foundation of the scriptures, that's being taken out of course. And foundational things that our history and our heritage has been built on. You got some that say that those things aren't true. And that's why you have the strange doctrines that you have, the immaculate deceptions, and they take away the foundation.
I just have a question on verse 18. I just wanted to
Verse 18 in what? Leviticus?
just
Leviticus 19?
and 18.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody read that. Leviticus 19 and verse 18.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 18.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not avenge,
Right.
no, bear any grudge
Right.
against the children of thy people,
Okay.
but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Right. What's your question on that one?
Can you expound on exactly thy neighbor? Because you know how Christianity loves everybody, and
Right.
I just want to be sure my
children of Israel. Right. So, because even at this time, who was all here? It was just Israel. Right? So the laws are going to apply to your people first. Right? Now, why am I saying it in this way? Because some of us, you have some out there that, well, I'm going to only apply the law to my people, but to everybody else, screw 'em. I'm gonna be grudgeful towards Esau, and I'm gonna bear a grudge towards this person because of their nationality. Well, what's the problem with that? Well, we always talk about it. Once you start letting certain spirits be a part of you, it's hard to turn it off and make it be determined on, well, that's my people and that's not my people. Right. You see what I'm saying? Because in some instances, you don't know who your people are. See that? So, I'm really not supposed to bear a grudge at all. Right? To anyone. Obviously, why was he saying the neighbor? Well, because at this time, who were you next to? You were next to your brother, Israel, but at the same time, there were strangers that were around. Right. You see that? So, you weren't supposed to fester grudging and hatred at all. Go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. I want you to go to chapter 28 and verse. Start at verse 3. Start at verse 1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 28, verse 1.
Go ahead.
He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord.
Right.
And he will surely keep his sins in remembrance.
Right. So even thou shalt not avenge nor bear a grudge against the children of thy people. Right? We weren't supposed to be vengeful or grudgeful in any instances. Because what was going to stop you from bearing a grudge against the wrong person? If this was a part of your spirit, then you would carry this spirit across all realms, no matter what. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Forgive thy neighbor.
He said do what?
Forgive thy neighbor.
Go ahead.
The hurts that he hath done unto thee.
Go ahead.
So shall thy sins also be forgiven when thou prayest.
Right, now, there's that word neighbor again, right? Well, we know that it's going and talking about the children of Israel, our brother. Right. But right now, your neighbor might not be an Israelite. My neighbors aren't. I ain't gonna lie. They're Chinese people. So, was I supposed to, when they did something stupid, bear a grudge on them and carry that weight of a grudgeful spirit? No, because what grudging did was lead to something else that we'll go to it in Matthew's. But I wasn't supposed to let that define me. Grudging spirit, hateful spirit. I wasn't supposed to roll like that. I was supposed to apply the law to everybody. And we'll go to that scripture. Read on.
Verse 3. One man beareth hatred against another.
Go ahead.
And doth he seek pardon from the Lord?
Read.
He showeth no mercy to a man, which is like himself.
You see that? We were supposed to be merciful. It says, who can have compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way? Right? Go ahead.
And doth he ask forgiveness of his own sins?
Right.
If he that is but flesh nourish hatred, who will entreat for pardon of his sins?
Right. Go ahead. He says, one that does what?
If he.
No, read verse 5.
If he.
No, go ahead. Yep.
That is but flesh.
Right.
Nourish hatred.
Yeah, we weren't supposed to nourish hatred. We weren't supposed to nourish that, meaning that wasn't supposed to be, it didn't matter who you had it for. You were supposed to have a hate for wickedness in the way of, I'm not going to do it, right? But hating people, you weren't supposed to do that. Because again, You might look at a person and say, man, I hate that Edomite. Or I hate Esau. Esau hater, right?
Banging on Esau.
Hate all these filthy Hamites. Right? And the cat comes up looking Edomitish of the Edomites. Red skin, blonde hair. Hate you. Damn it. Hate you because you're white. And then you find out that his daddy is blacker than you.
Right.
Oh, man, I just hated my people. I just hated my people off of skin color. Or you find out that this Hamite that you think is a Hamite ain't really a Hamite. You see, so the point is, you can't go around hating and bearing grudges. You gotta let things go. The vengeance, because what'll happen is once I nourish this grudge, this hate, I'm going to want to take vengeance.
Right.
I'm gonna want to take things into my own hands. Right? Ain't that what they do in the world?
Yes.
All them shooters, right? The last dude that shot up FedEx, he was mad about something, right? I think he worked there or something, I don't know. But he was upset, went and took vengeance and shot people. All these shooters, they get upset, they take vengeance, they go, they kill people. They nourish hatred, they nourish vengeance. So what he was giving us the law, yes, to apply to our brothers. But check this, go to Deuteronomy 4. Because I know, yeah, but what about the white man? What about, right? They just want to hate Esau so bad and be just like him.
Right.
It's like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Some of y'all move around like white people.
Yeah.
In your thinking.
Right.
In your thinking. You want to hate them so bad, hate yourself. Hate the negative that you bring forth. Right? So, Deuteronomy 4 and verse 5.
The book of Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 5.
Right, read.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments.
Now, think about this. Yahushua was in the time in Jerusalem of Roman occupation. Right? So you can only imagine what was happening at that time to the people. They wasn't beating Romans, but they was definitely beating on some Jews. Right? Remember when they took Paul to beat him? He was like, you going to beat a Roman? They were like, what? Hold up. Can't beat no Roman.
Right.
Yourself. How many times Yahushua went out and spoke against Rome? Like literally was like, you filthy white people, y'all are going to hell. Your mama ain't crap, your daddy ain't crap, y'all are finished. You're going down. You're wicked. How many times? How many sermons on the mounds did he going on to Esau? How many times did you feel him bearing like you like, oh damn, he was grudging against Herod and them.
Like, you wicked centurions.
How many times do you read that? You don't.
Never.
You snakes, you vipers. Right? Who was he talking about? He's talking about Israel. He was always checking us. And then if someone by proxy got checked, then fine. There was a lot of checking going on just by proxy. Right? Because we know that Esau at that time, they were snakes and vipers. Right? But how much more our people being aligned with them. But never did he go about grudging and trying to avenge himself, because the first instance that he had with the Pharisees was what? Them trying to catch him up.
Right.
Up until his death, every instance was them trying to put him in straits to kill him.
Right.
He never held a grudge with that. He never was like, the next time I see y'all niggas, cuz it's on sight. Bust your head to the white meat.
So,
I'm going to make sure I come up with something on y'all. Right? Nah, he would pop up. They would ask him some dumb question. He would check their spirit. Like when we go into this Matthews, it's dope. Because they ask him a question, carnal, and then he goes into the spirit, checks them. Everything was, they were so carnal, he would just go into the spirit and check them. But the point is, he never went grudging against the Pharisees.
right.
But he never, and they were of Israel, but he never went grudging against the Romans that were there. You never read that. Because why? He was following the law. Whatever happened, he dealt with it and he moved on. He would check them, boom, rebuke thy neighbor, right? Love your brother. So I would check y'all because I love you. But I'm not gonna hold no grudge against you. I'm not gonna think about this. Think about this. I'm gonna show y'all something. Who gave up Yahushua?
Judas.
Judas, right? So when Yahushua resurrected, how come he didn't run up on Judas before he had a chance to hang himself? Right? How come he didn't bring his spirit back up? Because I got vengeance. You gave me up, cuz. Right? You a wicked brother.
I forgot.
Right? How come he didn't raise him back up and then put him to death? Because Yahushua wasn't on that. He wasn't on that vengeance. How come he didn't go and I'm resurrected now, let me go and search out the cats that gave me up? Because it wasn't about that vengeance. He knew that he knows that he's going to get his vengeance. But that wasn't the time for it. And the problem is we try to take vengeance into our hands and we do it wrong.
Yes.
We're emotional. We do it out of hate. We do it out of emotion. And we end up causing more discord amongst ourselves than anything that the Lord could do. That's why I was talking about earlier, stepping back and you let the Most High deal with things. I love doing that. I mean, bro, I hate having to talk a lot. And sometimes I'm just like, guess what? Most High is going to deal with that. And that's 99% of the time, 100% of the time, the Most High, he does things and it's like, see, Most High revealed it. He revealed this about a man, or he revealed this situation, or he put a person in this situation that it broke down the whole instance of whatever was going on.
Right.
Nothing you could have done could change that. For me to go put vengeance on a man, does that really teach him his wrong? No. Because my vengeance is to just put his ass to death, depending on what it is.
Right.
But is that going to teach him? No. No, the Most High got to teach them. He has his ways of doing it. You got your hand up.
We had.
Okay, so.
So she raises it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
But that was what.
Right, I see. Come.
That was what was so difficult for people to understand, because when Christ came, they were looking for a deliverer, you know, in the sense of, you know, him holding court, you know.
Right.
And taking over. But he
Right.
didn't come that way, you know. They couldn't understand that kind of humility.
Right, like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You the deliverer, you the son of man, but we ain't going
Yeah. That's hard to explain, and it's hard to take, you know. And these were fishermen, these were hard men, you know, and to have to humble yourself like he was humble, that had to come at the top. That wasn't what they were prepared to do.
Right. What's the one where it said they asked the Lord, he said, if this would be my kingdom, else my servants will fight. It's an axe. Right? It's an axe, right? Then, Solomon, where you at? You know, said it to me. It's an axe.
This is Christ said?
Yeah, he said, they asked him, will you restore the kingdom back to Israel? He said,
Oh, that's Acts 1 and 6.
oh, I'm right here. Oh, I just read it. I just read it, but I didn't read down. Right. Acts chapter 1, verse 6. When they therefore were come together, they asked him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? And he said to them, it is not for you to know the times and the season which the Father hath put in his own power. Right? That's not the one I was looking for.
You're talking about when he's like, this is my kingdom, my servants will fight.
That's my servants will fight.
That's like
right
in the Gospels.
But the point is, like going what the sister was saying, that the apostles had one notion in their mind that Yahushua was going to come and restore the kingdom. Right? But he was going to restore the kingdom, just not in the way that they thought. He wasn't coming to avenge the blood. He was coming to teach and show us the example of patience and long suffering. When that vengeance is taken, it's justified. John 18. Oh, right next to Acts, right? Right down the street from Acts. Let's see here. I'm a Jew. What I was doing was taking both those scriptures and mashing them together. I was doing that thing, right? Right. John 18:36. There he is. Right? But no, I was mashing the Acts with the John, because they sound like they go so beautiful together, like they're all Yeah. Well, y'all see the point. Going back just to the grudging. Let's go over to Matthew's real quick. So we weren't supposed to nourish hate. Did you finish that Deuteronomy? 4, 6, and 7?
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5.
Right?
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments.
Right?
Even as the Lord my power commanded me.
Go ahead.
That ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it.
Go ahead.
Keep therefore and do them.
Read.
For this is your wisdom.
Right?
And your understanding
Go
in
ahead.
the sights of the nation.
Wait, in the sight of who?
The nation.
In the sight of the nation. So the nations were supposed to see not you grudge and hate, but you apply wisdom even to their foolery. What's the wisdom? What's the understanding? What's the knowledge? And you apply it. You see that? But they're used to seeing us be hateful towards each other and towards them. So what's the wisdom? Well, just because the scripture says, trust not thy enemy, doesn't mean you're supposed to hate them. Don't mean you're supposed to love them either. Right? Talking about these nations. You see that? I don't have to go around and be nestled under the bosom of the first Edomite I see, because the scripture says not to bear a grudge or be hateful towards them. I don't mean I got to be up under their bosom. No, keep my distance. I'm going to know what you are. Right? The Bible tells me who you are. You're the devil. You're a deceiver. So I got to watch out for your deception. That doesn't mean I got to be up under you like, what is it? Old girl that shot Levi out in Dallas, and then the one judge was braiding her hair or something like that, rubbing her hair and giving her hugs. Hell nah, we ain't doing that. At the same time, I'm going to know who you are. I don't have to sit there and hate you. I don't have to sit there and try to enact revenge on you. Right? Somebody have their hand up? Ah, yeah. Right?
Just all of the verses that we read and going back to Sister Tanya's question, it comes together because it's like Hebrew Israelites, we hold this statute, right? But a lot of times I don't think that we actually think about who Esau is. Like we know all of the hate scriptures and they're going in the servitude of that, but sometimes I think we forget, like, that's our actual brother.
God.
So it's like, okay, when we pull everything together, and it's like, okay, you have to put yourself on, you're held to a certain standard, no matter what he did to you. You still can't grudge me against him. We know who he is and, what he's going to do. But remember who that is. And it's just showing that the Most High, when he put that spirit on us to be that leader and still be, he holds such a high standard. Like, we have to remember it at all times. Like, I hate him, but I can't hate him. That's my brother, but still knowing, you're going to serve me, but it's not going to be the way you dealt with us. We're going to deal with you different. But man, that still is my brother. So just bringing it all back down together. Like, oh man, I still have to treat that person the same way, but never trust our adversary. But still handling them in that way.
Right. I'll read this just on your point. Deuteronomy 23:7. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Abhor means to hate. So, remember, me knowing what you are real. Y'all want me to get real with y'all? Esau's doing what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to be whooping your ass. He's supposed to be shooting you in the streets. He's supposed to be eating blood. He's supposed to be eating raw meat. He's supposed to be trying to have sex with your babies. He's supposed to be a pedophile, a homosexual. He's supposed to be pansexual. He's supposed to be, the man on the top while you're at the bottom. He's supposed to be that. We put him there. We put him above us because we didn't listen. So we can't get mad because he's doing his job. Right?
Right.
You ever heard the expression, play your position?
Yeah.
Play in his position. What position are you playing? Now, you can continue to be the one under the bottom getting whooped, stomped, babies getting raped. We can continue to be that. Or we can make the changes and say, you know what? We're tired of that. Let's stop looking at him and let's look at ourselves. And let's do what we got to do to get up out of that. But he's doing his job. His job is to whoop you and beat your back in. That's his job. Now, yes, when you go to the extremes, Khan, he took it a little far, right? He took it all the way to the left. You know, you can throw people in slavery, but not take it to the levels that he took it to, and the extremes that they took it to. We've been in many captivities where it didn't end up like this, right? But the point is, he's doing his job. The white man tells you who he is daily. Don't hate him, just believe him. Just believe that he's the deceiver. Believe that he's the devil. We don't got to go up there every day and say the white man is the devil. You know why? Because when you watch his TV show, he tells you, I'm the devil. And not just by making a show called Lucifer, right? But by the way all his programming is suggestive to devil worships and doing devilish things. So he tells you, I'm the devil. Believe me. You know why you hate him? Because you don't want to believe who he is. So you rather use hate than just believe the truth. You just believe the truth of the white man. You hate him, don't hate him. The Bible says not to hate him. But never trust thine enemy. A lot of us don't want to believe that he's that. You rather hate him but not believe that he's your enemy. Why? Because the white man got all the good jobs. Got all the money. He got all the money, right? He got all this. He got all the Khan. He's supposed to have all that. He's supposed to have all the best jobs. He's supposed to have all the money. He's supposed to have the best car. He's supposed to have the best house. He's supposed to have all that. Right? He's supposed to be good with the gun. That's his blessing. Right. You can't hate him for being good with how can you hate a man for doing what he was supposed to do? His blessing was the sword. So when he knocks you down with it every other day, they just shot. You heard about the cop that gave the dude a ride home and shot him 10 times? That just happened like 2 days ago. He gave the brother a ride home and then shot him 10 times. This dude's like in critical condition. He didn't kill him. That happened a few days ago. Right? The chick that shot old boy talking about her taser. The 13-year-old that got shot in New York. We know about the George Floyd. We know about these things, but why hate him? Why hate the man for doing what he is supposed to do? You're supposed to, you know what you're supposed to hate? When you fall into his spirit and start thinking like him. That's what you're supposed to hate. Because it's just a spirit. You're supposed to hate when that spirit of Esau starts to creep on you. Esau is good at being a traitor to their own selves. Mm-hmm. And they're good at abandoning their own people. Right. And they're good at being real forgetful in the time when you're not supposed to be so forgetful. Right. They're good at holding you to the exact, but they won't hold themselves to it. They're good at just flying by off the skin of their teeth and just being mediocre. They're good at that and still being successful. We're supposed to hate being like that. So if I'm going to hate something, I'm going to hate the spirit of doubt. I'm going to hate being double-minded. I'm going to hate being inconsistent. I'm going to hate being hateful, being grudgeful. That's what I'm going to hate. But to go and hate a man for him doing what he's supposed to do, you're wasting time. Right. You're wasting your time. What's up?
I said, at the same time, it's kind of the spirit in Israel is beautiful because even before the truth, and you realize that Esau was the devil, it's like after 400 years of slavery, after seeing what they do to us, these killing us in the street, we never had that evil act towards them like, oh, I hate y'all. It was always like, you would smile in their face, you see a white person down the street, hey, how you doing, you know what I'm saying, hey, Miss Becky, hey, Miss Susanna, you know what I'm saying, never like, oh, I ain't effing with y'all because things I did us. If anything, it was like that because it was kind of like that because how they look towards us. Like you see like a difference between the good white people and the bad white people. The good white people, like it's obvious, like he cool, hey how you doing, bro? You know what I'm saying? Shake his hand. But the ones who actually show their races is like I ain't messing with you like that. You know, I just bring it out to show that even before we found out Esau was the devil, it's like after 400 years, how people never thought to seek vengeance or let's get payback. It was always like you know, like we kind of walk with them, you know what I'm saying, like
Kumbaya.
yeah, like it was like all peaceful and cool. You know, like we saw the killer even like in the street or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it was never in us to be like him.
Yeah.
Let me reverse. It was in us. That's why we had to get the law to show us not to do it. But even when they were killing us in the streets in the 70s and marching, we were more still. Even to this day, you got celebrities like Common, right?
Right.
What did he say a couple years ago?
What?
Man, we just gotta love white people. We just gotta, just give them a hug and be there and just love them, right? Why? Because in us, in our spirit, we're trying to exemplify the Most High, right? And be that peaceful people. We just don't know how to do it, even in certain situations, even here and now. We don't know how that the scriptures say, don't keep your enemy near you. You're supposed to separate from your enemy. Don't trust them, separate. They teach us what? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Why would I want my enemy next to me?
Right.
Why do you think a lot of things have been ripped down? But that's our problem. We know he's the enemy. But we're like, you know what? If I keep him close, he won't be an enemy no more.
Right.
Nah. He ain't going to change his mind. Just because you start getting feelings for him, don't mean that he is still not looking to say, you know what? We'll take him down. That's what the Bible says. Ecclesiasticus 12 tells you that. Hey, near me don't mean I got to hate you. I just know what you are. How can you be mad at the devil for letting you know he's the devil? Like, you mad at the devil for being the devil? Hell no. I'm glad that I know who you are. I'm happy I can recognize you. I'm happy I can see that you're a deceiver. I can see through the deceptions.
But that's the thing. Like, just even in the scriptures, they're saying that we are the chosen. That we have to be this certain way and not be like them. They would rather do things their way, which is try to get the white man or the devil to accept and love them.
Like Martin Luther King, for example, he was like, I had a dream that one day we gonna
Hold hands
walk in
and
the pot.
And then they'll follow
have
that.
have little mixed babies, right?
They'll follow that. So they follow the scripture.
Right. So somebody asked me, and I don't think we're done. I want to go to this Matthew, but somebody asked me, out of all nations, somebody just texted, out of all the nations, are the only devil? No. Go, somebody look up the word devil. And let's go to this Revelations real quick. No, just on their question. Right.
Right.
An evil spirit or being.
Right.
Expelled.
So there's many evils and spirits and beings in all nations, even Israel. Go ahead. There's devils in Israel. Read.
A very wicked person.
That encompasses the world. There's wickedness in every nation. Go ahead.
The implacable enemy and tempter of the human race.
Go right. What else?
In profane language.
Okay, let's read Revelations 12 and verse 9.
And idol of false God.
Okay. Now, why do you hear Israelites say, well, the white man is the devil? Well, devil just means deceiver, evil deceiver. Right? So, who had the upper hand in deceiving all nations? It was Esau. He was able to deceive all nations, and then now the other nations are just pawns in his game. Where, yes, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Africans, they're devils also. But the upper echelon devil of them all is the white man. He is the puppet master that is leading all these other nations. Read 12 and 9, Revelations.
Revelations chapter 12, verse
Right,
9.
right.
And the great dragon was cast
See,
out.
there's only one great dragon. Go ahead.
That old serpent.
Right.
Called the devil.
Right.
And Satan.
Read.
Which deceiveth the whole world.
See, the white man was able to deceive the whole world that what? He wasn't the devil. It said the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled was was having people believe that he wasn't the devil. The greatest, like, what other people on this earth changed their whole nationality and language and got the world convinced that they're not who the Bible says they are, and that we're not who we are. Only the white man, and then everybody else jumped on the bandwagon. But they were the first. They were the puppet master. They were the ringleader, and then everyone else followed suit. So now if you go to a Muslim and you say, yeah, well, the children of Israel are black. No. Abraham was a Muslim. Okay, shut up. Next. Right? Next. Because they follow in the white man's ideology. Or if you go to the Africans, yeah, you know, we the children of Israel, some of us, blah, blah, blah. No, well, you know, Ham and Shaka Zulu and this and that. Okay, well, you go be that. You're right. Or you go to the black man, hey, you know, we the Israelites, man. We the children. Nah, we from Kemet.
We all got children.
We from Hotep, cuz. Hotep, right? They hit you with the Hotep. They hit you with the Unk talk. Because they've been deceived. And they try to deceive others. But there's one great dragon. There's one deceiver. But then there's many deceivers underneath that umbrella. Go ahead.
He was cast out.
Right, that's it on that. So he just said he deceiveth the world. He deceived the world into deceiving the rest of the world, into continuing the deception. So no, is there devils in other nations? Hell yeah, there's devils in Israel. When you got the devil like Al Sharpton, that devil Jesse Jackson, what's that other devil that defends all the black people that get shot? Ben Crump. Is it Ben Crump? He's a damn devil too. He out there for the money.
Isn't he African?
He might be Ham anyway.
I think he's Ham.
Yeah, he might be Ham anyway, but he's a devil. Devil in sheep's clothing, right? Trying to appease to our spirit, but every time he goes and defends somebody gets off, and we just left with a handful of money, but no real justice.
Right.
Everybody running around the streets talking about justice for George Floyd. Justice is not a guilty sentence. It's not justice. Justice is when they stop shooting your ass in the streets.
Thank you. Right.
Justice ain't finding one white man guilty out of the millions that done killed people, knowingly and unknowingly. That ain't justice. Watch when this dude gets to his sentence and they hit him with 15 years and you all look like crap. He gonna do 15 years, 10 years probation, and be back on somebody's police force, shooting the next black man. Watch. He gonna go in jail, get PC, public, what is it? What's PC? Protective custody.
Oh, yes.
Right, he gonna get all the jellos and all the puddings, all the ramen. He gonna get all that. He gonna come out of jail thick.
Right.
15 years. He gonna do that. You gonna forget about him. He gonna come back out and kill more black people. He gonna go to jail and learn how to be a real white supremacist. He gonna be killing niggas in jail. And y'all talking about justice. Justice is when you ain't gotta march for people to stop killing you. That's justice.
Right.
Justice is when you have your own people as your ruler. That's justice. Justice is when you're free to be who the Most High said you were. That's justice. And people acknowledge it. That's justice. Not because some white man got proven guilty for doing something that he did. He did it. Right? Did he not put his knee on a dude's neck?
On camera.
In front of little babies and women? So, how is that justice? Because they found him guilty for being guilty. See, we got it confused, man. But, let's bring it back to the point. What's his name? Chauvin? Do I hate him? Nah. I don't hate him. Do I love him? Hell no, I don't love him. Is he doing his job? Yeah. He did his job. He roused up. Who shall rouse him up? See, this is what we want to get mad, but who's going to rouse us up? It says we're like an old lion laying up, lazy, distraught, right? Thinking that we've got it made in America. Who shall rouse him up? You know who's going to rouse him up? The same white man that you want to hate. He's going to rouse you up because he's going to do things. He's going to do things openly that is supposed to spark in you a level of, mind my words, a level of fear. And not a fear like, oh, I fear the white man. but a fear that the Most High can send anything to check me at any time if I'm not aligned with Him. You know, one of my big things is I got a lot of us in here got kids. And what's one of your biggest fears when you have children? That you can't protect them in every situation, right? So, what did the Most High give us to be able to protect our children even if we ain't there? Let's see if y'all are where I'm at. What did He give us to protect our children when we're not around? Huh? Yeah? No. I'm going to Ecclesiasticus because now I'm going to deal with this avenging.
Yeah.
Because we're thinking like, oh, I gotta be I gotta be an avenger, right? I gotta be Captain America for my people. I gotta go out there and kill people. I gotta do the Incredible Hulk. What did the Most High give us to be able to protect our children when we're not here? It's easy. He gave us wisdom. He gave us knowledge. He gave us understanding. He gave us an example, right? So what was it that we were supposed to do with our children to avenge ourselves of our enemies?
All right here.
We were supposed to teach our children. Where you at? Ecclesiastes what?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 3.
Read it.
Ecclesiastes 30 verse 3.
Read Ecclesiasticus 30 verse 3.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 verse 3.
Right?
He that teacheth his son
Right?
grieveth the enemy.
Go ahead.
And before his friends he shall rejoice of him.
Right. Jump to verse 6.
Yeah.
Verse 6. He left behind
Uh-huh.
him in avenger.
So you want to take vengeance? Teach your children.
God.
You want to show Esau who's boss? And I want vengeance on the white man. Well, then knock him out of power by teaching your sons.
Khan.
Teaching your daughters.
Khan.
Teach your grandchildren.
Khan.
Teach your wife.
Khan.
But remember, you can't teach unless you're taught.
Right.
So that means that I would have to be obedient, sit back, learn, be diligent, not be double-minded, give myself. That way, I can teach the next generation. So you want to show your real hate for people that are wicked? Teach righteousness.
God.
You want to show your hatred and your vengeance and my disdain? I got a disdain for the white man, right? I abhor him to my core. Well, get your people in line. But, what does it say in Hebrews 10? It says, avenging all disobedience when your obedience is being fulfilled. So, I can't teach somebody to avenge anything if I'm not first, the first fruit, the first sacrifice. Right. If I'm not fulfilling in myself obedience. I can't show nobody else to be obedient, right? They need an example. So it starts with each individual. If you got so much hate, channel that hate into discipline. Channel that hate into the care of discipline, like it tells us in Wisdom of Solomon. Love to be disciplined enough to where now I can be taught and then I can teach others. He said it in Timothy's. He said, faithful men that can teach others, right? Read verse 6.
Verse 6.
Read.
He left behind him an avenger
Right.
against his enemy.
Against his what?
Against his enemies.
Right. How is he going to avenge? Well, he's not going to do the things that get you to fall into the snare of the enemy. So guess what? I'm going to follow the law. I'm going to follow the Most High, and he's going to be the ride or die for me. Where did we mess up as a people? We left off with the Most High. And he let our enemies come upon us. Where when we read all through this Old Testament, all through Leviticus, all through Numbers, Deuteronomy, what did he say? Follow the law and I'll wipe them off the land, right? But you don't follow the law and you just gonna be prey. You just gonna be their prey. And look, hundreds, thousands of years later, we still living as prey. we're getting there where now we're starting to see, wait a minute, can't keep the same cycle of foolishness going because it didn't get us nowhere. So what are we doing? We're doing just that. Right. We're sitting down, we're being taught ourselves, and then we're teaching our children, right? We got our children up in class. We get them around the body. We keep them around the spirit. We take them away from Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, Halloween, trick or treat, all that, and we give them, we show them the feast days, Day of Atonement, Passover. We make sure that they got garments, the kids, the little boys, the girls. We allow them to participate in the high holy days, Hanukkah and Purim. We do the gift giving. We do all these things to facilitate the righteousness, but also to instill in our children that this is how you beat the enemy. You beat him spiritually. That's it. You beat him spiritually. You beat him by not being in his crosshairs, right? You're not doing the things that when they can be justified in shooting you. Because I look at it like this. Who put that video up?
Which one?
It was you that put a video up about the guy that got pulled over, right?
Right.
How come they didn't shoot him that day? Old girl walked up to him with the gun out,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
ready to pop his ass, right? He said he threw his hands out the window. Agree with thy adversary.
Yeah.
Agree with thy adversary quickly whilst thou art in the way. He didn't hop out like, the hell you pulled me over for? I ain't got no warrant. Oh, I got a warrant? I didn't know. Hop out the car, sir. Sure. Hopped out the car, let him throw the cuffs on him, right? Mm-hmm. Went to the back of the squad and sat there patient. Oh, shucks, we got the wrong guy. You can hear the little old white lady say that. She was like, shoot. She was like, shoot, we got the wrong guy. Because they want to arrest you, right? But what did he do? Not saying that he knew the Bible, but some wisdom was in him to shut the hell up and just go along with what's going on and not get shot. But see, imagine if we taught our children that the more.
God.
Then guess what? They wouldn't have cause because they're in compliance. Now they got to make up things to get you to get shot by the cops. Right. Now they gotta plant guns and drugs on you.
Right.
Right? But the more we teach our children to not be in those situations, the less they can accuse us. The less they can, we just talked about the scapegoat, right? The less we can be the scapegoat for their nonsense. It's literally just sitting down and teaching your children. It says it. Read on.
And one that shall requite kindness to his friend.
You see that? He's going to know how to deal with people. Go ahead.
He that maketh too much of his...
That's it. That's it on that. So, I'm going to always answer that question the same way. When it comes to hate and what we hate, yeah, we know. David, you go to Psalms. I hate them that hate thee. Listen, David was in the spirit always. And his hatred wasn't predicated off emotions. Right? David wasn't going off emotion. He wasn't going off of nationality. He said, I hate them, the congregation of them that hate thee. So that was anyone that was against the Most High. But David was a better judge than we are. He didn't go off of emotion. He didn't go off of just the way things look right now for the moment. You see that? And even then, think about it. Let's deal with it. Saul tried to kill David on multiple occasions. David cut off he cut off this man's one fringe and was pained in the heart.
Yeah.
Where you get your vengeance and you're like, hell yeah. I got a vengeance, and you feel good for harming or getting your vengeance on somebody else. Where David cut the skirt of a man's garment and he was grieved in the spirit. His heart. He felt like he did something, just against the Most High, which he did. He knew it. Don't touch the Most High's anointed. But we be so ready to enact vengeance on the Most High's anointed, you'll be vengeful towards anybody. But that's why you have mothers hating daughters, sons hating fathers, family hating family, brothers and sisters, because there's no gauge on my level of hate and vengeance. I don't feel bad for doing something that's going to put the next person in a bad situation because they did something to me. I'm justified because you did something to me. You can't move like that. Sis.
When that incident happened in Portsmouth, it was kind of funny how they dealt with it. The military is sovereign, okay?
Right.
So they do what they do, and they have their own courts and everything set up. But when that happened, they did that to us all in front of the public and everything, like we had really committed a crime.
Right.
But when they were moving along, they shuffled us out the back door. So
Right.
nobody could see us. And it's like, okay, and we were talking about it, and I told the whole mom, I said, it may be so we could lodge a lawsuit or whatever. I said, but it may have just been a lesson for Benaiah, because he's reaching that age where they did profiles, and everything. And so he's growing into that. He needs to know how to deal with different situations. He's
Right.
not a kid anymore, that we can protect him from everything.
Very true.
So when that happened, it was like, okay, stay calm. You're dealing with the military. Military can bury your behind, and they will never find you.
Ever.
Ever.
Come.
And justify it in court. Okay.
I know.
So, you had to. But the one thing they hate is somebody that's a little smarter than them. And so you have the whole long of Benaiah, who are both pretty intelligent,
God.
But they need the wisdom to just do what I gotta do and tell Benaiah how to act. Don't cry in front of them. They don't have that kind of power. And I was mimicking the attention that we used to have to go through. You stand at attention. And I started focusing on the lockers, and I wouldn't look at the guard in front of me. I just go sit at attention. And then Benaiah started doing, he stopped crying, and he started doing the same thing. So we weren't going to accept anything from him. We wouldn't accept water, nothing from him after they figured out his mistake. But we were just like, okay, well, we can leave now. No charges, no nothing. They wanted us out of there.
Right. You was gonna bring shame to them.
The whole public was taking pictures out in front.
Right.
So
Yeah, you had an audience.
Yeah. And we have to teach our kids that, our grandkids that, in order for them to not live in a dream life like America's is some American dream. It's not. The reality of America is it's ferocious. Right. And it's a lie.
Come. And our main job, I was talking about this the other day in class. I got a 7-year-old son. How old is he now? Where's he at? 9 months? 10 months? One of them, right? But he's gonna get old, and he's not gonna be the soft, little cushy black boy that drools. He's gonna be looked at as a super predator in the eyes of America when he goes out into them streets.
Right.
So, how do I prevent him from falling victim? Because the worst fear is that, or one of the worst things that can happen is that I sit up here and teach, but then my own sons become what I teach against.
Right.
That's one of the worst fears. Or my daughter, Ters, right? Got more than one, become what we teach against. That's one of the worst things that could ever happen.
Right.
You like, wow, you sat up here, you did it, you seen this, you seen me, you were around it, and then you did the opposite. That sucks. Or for them to fall victim to the very things that we show them are out there because of not spending the time to teach them and sit them down. That's one of the worst things that can happen. And even then, you could take all the time in the world and it could still happen. But what happens when you don't take that time? It's more than likely going to happen.
Right.
That's one of the worst things, man. You sit back and you watch these people cry, their kids got shot in the street, babies getting kidnapped, all these things, and you like, I feel for these people, but I what is it? I empathize, or is it sympathize?
Sympathize.
I sympathize with you, right? But I can't really feel what you're feeling because I haven't been through that.
Right.
But I can only imagine what they feel. I don't want to feel that. No, I don't. So what do? Got to take those steps. You got to do what we got to do what the scriptures tell us to do. If we hate the evil so much, then be 100% against it. What's that? Shmila?
I appreciate that breakdown, because I think you already know how I feel. I talked to you once before. I talked to you once before. I told you I hated them. I always, even before I came to the truth, a cool white boy to me was one on ice. That was a cool white boy.
Well, you say ice
even
like
before I
that?
came into the truth.
On ice.
What do you mean?
On ice. Like in war.
That's what I mean, Dad?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That was a cool one to me. I mean, that was before I even came into the truth. Because I came up around them. I don't know what possessed my mother to send me to a white school, but she thought that was going to better me in my education. She thought that was going to better me out on the football field. I would get this and that didn't happen. And them people hated me. They actually, and I didn't even have no full knowledge and wisdom about it, but I saw the hate. I was, treated differently than they were. But I didn't have no full knowledge. I'm still nothing but a kid. But I saw it. And I said, boy, I get a chance to catch one of y'all. And I would always catch them after school. I'd catch them after school, Say, yeah, what's up now? You bumping your gums up in there around that teacher. What's up now? Right. You see, handle you.
Right.
That was my mindset as a kid coming up around me. But and like I said, if I came to the truth, I didn't even know there was the devil all that time. But I just never liked him. Never liked him. And then I began to, and like I said, I'm glad you gave me the breakdown there, because I began to grow in hatred. I had hatred toward them, watching how they was doing my people. And the thing about it, what was so cold about it, they was doing my people like that then too. Right. But like I said, I didn't have no full understanding about it.
You know what's funny?
Thank you for the breakdown.
You know what's funny? Yashikar came to my house the other night, and I was watching Cheers, Frasier. And I was like, yeah, I love watching white people because they tell you who they are.
Yeah, true.
I'll sit there and watch Frasier, and they'll be all uppity, and they want to drink sherry, and then they'll go to the restaurant and say, yeah, bring me a filet mignon rare. And I'm like, oh, see, right there in the sitcom. Right after you left, right. They went to the spot, ordered a steak. Yeah, filet mignon, rare. I was like, see?
You know what?
They tell you. I like to sit there and observe them like wild zoo animals, right? I sit there and watch white people like the zoo animals they are.
Yeah, that they are.
Right, and watch, and just watch them do what they do. I love it. The white man, listen. Believe it or not, the one thing on this earth that you can learn from is the white man. He'll tell you everything you need to know. He knows everything. He's a man of the world. He knows everything. You want to learn something? Go stand next to a white man and ask him.
Yeah.
And he'll tell you. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I definitely.
So
I'm gonna relate with what you're saying right
yeah.
there.
No, I got. So they do their purpose. They fulfill their purpose. It said that Esau was a man of the world, of the field, right? The field is the world. He was worldly. He was everywhere. He was into everything. He was industrious. He was this. He was that. Not that we weren't, but he was in there. So you want to know about certain things? Just go stand next to a 70-year-old white man and ask him. And he'll be all standoffish and act whack. And then when he's ready, he'll spill his guts.
Exactly.
You'll be educated.
Yeah.
My real. I tell her all the time, because I don't watch most of the stuff on television. I look at the westerns. And I tell my friend, I say, you know what I really love about Esau that tickled the hell out of me? And she say, what? That son gonna write the script about his own self.
God. You write it about himself.
Yeah, you get Indians on there like they really Indians, but it's a white man that done, color their stuff out like they're Indian. Oh, white man have forked tongue. I don't trust white men. I said I just love listening to him tell the truth on himself.
Yeah. Yeah, they tell the truth. Ain't that what I told you at the house? I was like, they tell you who they are and everything that they do. I can't hate that. I can't even be mad at it.
I got you.
Obviously, they're very deceptive, in the way they do it, and you got to be able to weed through the deception. But at the end of the day, they tell you who they are. They tell you what they want. They tell you how they want it, and they tell you what they ain't gonna deal with. It was a good sound ass woman.
It wasn't to really hurt the child. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I had worse lashes than that I put on my kids. So, but then when I was very, very torn and upset about it because I'm like, let the teacher make a report. That's fine. I don't want to do it. But I called my supervisor, and she was, she's Judah, and she was like, no, you have to make a report. Against my better judgment. They just hurt me because I'm kind of like, I see Esau. There's a father in the home, apparently loving his child and trying to teach him from right from wrong. I get that, sometimes you have to make a judgment call, so I wanted to step back and say, let her make it, but I don't want to get in there. I'll document what I saw, that's it. But my supervisor, who's Judah, it's kind of like they're programmed like them, like Esau. So, we have them mixed among us, and that's what I think for me that surprises and hurts me because it's more of our own people who have the Gentile mind frame than we really think.
Yeah. And do we hate our own people because of that?
Man,
No.
It's almost like I see Esau for who they are, but when you see your own
people, right?
People like that, I feel more upset with them than I do Esau.
But then but see, go to Matthew, go to Hebrews 5. See Hebrews 5, read verse 3.
Hebrews
Who could have compassion?
chapter 5, verse 3.
Right.
And by reason hereof,
two.
verse 2, who can have compassion on the ignorant?
So this was talking about obviously a high priest taken from among men to give the sacrifice for men. Why? Well, because he was supposed to be on a level of compassion for the ignorant and them that are out of the way. Go ahead.
And on them that are out of the way.
Go ahead.
For that he himself also is compassed with infirmity.
Right. So our people have one infirmity where they lean towards the white mentality, the Edomite way of doing things. But you might have an infirmity somewhere else where your faith or your doubt or your pride or humility is not intact. But the compassion was supposed to be there for our people first and foremost, to not judge them and say, well, you know what, let's cast them away because I hate them. That's why we got to keep that hate spirit in check, because our people can appear as Edomites spiritually. You see that? So it's hard to turn that hate off. You see that? When y'all get a chance, we're not going to go through it. Thought I won't do it out there, but when y'all get a chance. And this is a good story. The parable of the Good Samaritan is Luke 10:30 down to 10:36. When you get a chance, read it, man. Read it, and you'll see that you got to let the goodness in people show forth. Because a person is an Edomite, does that make them automatically wicked? No. Because a person is an Israelite, does that make them automatically righteous? No. Righteousness is a spirit. Wickedness is a spirit that can cling on to anyone's soul. No matter, spirits cross nationalities and race. There's no, spirits don't have no, oh, well, he's an Edomite, so I can't go inside him. Oh, that's an Israelite, so I can't dwell in him. No. Spirits will attack anybody and attach onto anything.
Right.
So, a lot of the times, you can't have the umbrella of hate and grudging on you for a people as a whole, because then you'll make everybody that person.
Right.
Do I hate every white person because I don't like Donald Trump? Do I not like every white person because of Donald Trump? No. I never met every white person. And I ain't on front. I know some cool white people. I just do. Do I hate every black person because a lot of our people are sellouts? Nah. Hell nah. Because I never met every black person, every Israelite. And not every one of our people are sellouts. There's some good brothers and sisters. See how that works? It works on both ends. You can't have one and not the other. You see that? So that's why Yahweh Shai brought this parable to put that mind in check. That you got to be careful who you trying to hate on. Because the person that's going to save you could be somebody that's not even of your nation. And your own nation will drive right by you, wave while you got the flat tire. They'll drive by. Right?
Yeah.
Or don't look. If I don't look, you don't see me. But then a old white man will pull up, hey, buddy, need some help? Now, you just got to watch for what the hell he's pulling up for.
Right.
You ain't trying to kidnap me, are you? You ain't got no taser in there, right? No? Yeah, I need some help. Oh, well, if you just... And then boom, 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 he changed your tire for you. On his way. And you like, damn. That was a good old white man. Right? He didn't kidnap me. He didn't rape me. He didn't bend me over. He didn't give me drugs. He didn't give me GMO foods. He helped me change my tire and let me get on my way.
Right.
What do you say about that? It's a good old white man. Good old white. You know that at some point, get too close to him, though. That deception is in his heart.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out.
As iron rusted.
As iron rusted, right? That's how you gotta deal with that. It says, make friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that when thou fall, they'll receive you in the peaceful habitations.
Yes.
That's anybody. The mammon of unrighteousness ain't just one nation. The mammon of unrighteousness is anybody unrighteous.
And can't the Most High use whoever He wants to use to help His people?
Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, because many have entertained angels unawares. He could send anybody there to help you, or anybody there to give you a message. So we can't be naive of that. The Most High can do whatever the hell He wants, right? Just like how He can put anybody above you to check you. He put the white man above us. He put the Babylonians above us. He put Canaan. He put this. He put that. Assyrians. He put all these nations to put us in check. That's what He wanted to use. See that?
I agree with that.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is channel the hate. Channel it into something useful. Hate in itself, that raw emotion, is not useful. It actually is counterproductive. It's not useful. Channel that hate into something that is productive. Right? So let's jump back. We ain't even out of Leviticus yet, and y'all burning up, because I am. I stay out of line, brother. No. Trying to be in line. In line with the spirit things. Oh, go ahead, read on.
Leviticus
So
chapter
small.
19 and verse 20.
Blended.
And whosoever lieth morally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free, and he shall bring his trespass offering.
See, let me say, look, this just popped up on my news feed. Biden recognizes atrocities against black people. No, he didn't. See, you would think he was going to say, they want to recognize the atrocities on everybody else.
Come on, man.
So Biden recognizes atrocities against Armenians as genocide. What about the stuff that happened to us? See, this is why I be wanting to go in on white people, because of stuff like this. But then what do? I just say, you know what? Gotta study harder.
Yep.
Gotta be more diligent. Gotta be more faithful. There's nothing you can do against this. When they don't want to recognize when the Asian dude when they went and shot the little Asian spot, all of a sudden Asian violence, right?
Right. Asian hate.
Asian hate.
Yes.
What about Negro hate?
Right.
But see, you know why they don't promote that? Because they're gonna come back and say, well, you Negroes kill more you Negroes than we do.
Right.
And they right.
They're also using us for the Asian hate. They're putting a lot of black people as in going against the Asians. So if you see those videos that pop up, it's mostly Judah.
Doing what?
Fighting against the Asians.
Oh.
Yeah, that whole Asian hate movement and stuff. Like in those videos that they're using, you'll see more of our people in there versus the Asians. So they're trying to flip the script. They're trying to flip the script on us.
So why would I do Black Lives Matter when y'all are killing the Asians that matter too?
Right.
But why would Black Lives matter if you don't matter to you?
Right.
Black people. So we're not going to defend you. You see how they do that? But we'll go to some Armenian atrocities that happened way thousands of years ago and say, oh, you know, that was genocide. Let's give them reparations.
That was wicked, man.
Let's give them reparations and send them money every year and gold, and let's make it so that they can, you know, the Kardashians, you know what I'm saying, they can have a fund. You know, they're Armenian. Right? You better believe it's got something to do with the damn Kardashians. They got power. Anyway, go ahead. Read on.
Verse 21. He shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sins which he had done, and the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. And when ye shall come into the land and shall have planted a manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. But if the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use
enchantments. Right? So all your little enchantments, your charm bracelets that you're running around. I got this charm, this enchantment, this, my rocks, my stones, my Wiccan, my smudging of my sage. You're not supposed to use, I'm going to burn this incense and bring up this god, my Ouija board. Right? What other enchantments do they have? You know, he broke my heart, so now I made a voodoo doll with a locket of his pubic hair and, you know, one of his boogers. And I made a...
Oh, that's messed up.
I mean, I don't know. You know what they do with these damn enchantments. It be some weird stuff, bruh. A toenail, right? I got a pubic hair, a toenail, and I made a doll because he broke my heart, so I'm going to stab his heart. I'm going to stab. Y'all, what's that one movie that came out? A movie that it didn't just come out, but it came out a little, like maybe 6 months ago. Is it called Witch? Is it called Spell? It got the bro that played in Power. He played, I killed my guy, Ghost. It killed my ghost. It's Omar Chadwick. Omar Hadwick. Yeah, he I watch it. Black folks. Just magic. She'd get the dust, blew it in his face, he just fainted. Boom. Bro, it was crazy. It's a crazy movie. But that's what our people are into. If they could make a movie on it, you guys believe there's some Negroes out there doing spells.
So I was check me out. I was at the gym and I saw this commercial come on, and it was a Judite lady sitting in her living room with a Ouija board. And it was actually a commercial about your plants.
Because that's how they try to... Watch. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was like, what does this Ouija board have to do with nurturing your plants? But they put a Judite woman, to put that
They try to.
It's a Ouija board. Why do you need a Ouija board to tell you how to take care of your plants?
They try to normalize it.
It's like the scriptures say, the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth him. When you go in the Wisdom of Solomon, it says, for the bewitching of naughtiness doeth undermine the simple mind. So how do we bewitch you into thinking that something is okay? We're going to throw a Ouija board on a plant commercial, and we're going to have her do the Ouija, and it's going to spell things out, and it's going to look like fun. Right? How do we get you to celebrate Christmas? We're going to make it about a fat white guy that brings you gifts. We're not going to tell you the demonic side of the plant, the tree worship, the worshiping of the gifts. The Yule was your little baby being burnt in a fire. We ain't going to tell you that. The mistletoe had some demonic entity with that.
Yep.
The Christmas carols were racist chants that they switched up to sound good. We ain't going to tell. Oh, Halloween? How do we get you to celebrate Halloween and ghouls and goblins? Oh, you know what? We're going to dress you up like a little angel. Right? A little angel. A little angel. Right? Look at that little angel. It's so precious.
Right.
You're going to dress your babies up like angels.
Right.
Right? And their favorite little toy, and it's not demonic no more.
Right. It's normal.
They normalize it. They desensitize you.
Yeah.
The bewitching of naughtiness. They use witchcraft and trickery and the sleight of hand to soothe you into and to move you into a demonic realm. It happens all the time. Just watch all the commercials.
Right.
Watch them all. How do they get you to buy things? Sensory overload.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to go get this burger because this chick got on the tightest pants in a burger commercial
Right.
that a chick needs to wear. She got on damn a camel toe spandex.
Right.
But I need this burger. So if I go to the window of the Burger King, the chick there, she's going to have the tight spandex on too.
Right.
She's going to be nice and inviting and give me a nice burger.
Right.
That's how they get you. You think that you're going to get what you see on the commercials. And you expect it. So when I play with this Ouija board, I ain't no harm. Just conjuring up a few plant spirits.
Just good fun.
Yeah, a little harmless fun. Get my plants to grow.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
The way of the wicked seduceth them. That's how they do it. It's easy. It's very, very easy. And we fall for it. Come on, y'all watch some commercials and be wanting a burger right after.
Earliest form of warfare.
See? I didn't even watch the commercial. You just heard it. You just heard me talk about a burger commercial and you want to go hit In-N-Out and want a burger. Double meat, triple meat, quadruple meat. Right? You want all that. Give me large fries. I'm doing that on purpose because I know y'all hungry.
Give me heart disease.
Read on. I haven't eaten either since last night, so it's all good. Y'all hungry together.
Leviticus 19 verse 26, last precept.
So witchery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Witchery, enchantments, right? What were they doing in Egypt? Candles, magic, burning, fire, right? When you have your little baby sit down, make a wish. That's a witch. That's a spell.
Yeah.
Make a wish. Don't tell nobody. Blow out the candles, and that's a spell that you're having your children do candle magic.
That's
You got that
crazy,
from
right?
Egypt.
Yep.
Fire always had some type of deity behind it, and if you burn something to that deity, you was gonna bring some enchantment about it.
And they got something to do with what you brought up last time about the strange smoke.
Strange smokes.
Burn the candle and the smoke go up and make a wish.
Well, I can't wait to do that class.
Ugh.
What's that?
It's like my stepdad, he would candles to the Casa
Santa Muerta. Yep.
He's like, if you want something, there's a specific color that you have to
What color?
get, and then you burn it, and then you give her like snacks and stuff.
What color?
It just depends what you want.
Oh, so if I wanted money, I burn a green candle?
Yeah, and stuff like that.
Okay.
Colors.
Oh, I get that. Yeah. That's what was attached to these deities. Fire magic and fire and candles. Right? So go ahead, read on.
Leviticus 19:26, last precept. Nor observe times, verse 27.
Right, a time observer, or those people let me read your palm and let me tell you about your life.
Familiar spirits.
Let me tell you what you're going to be in the future. Right? those type of people. You weren't supposed to deal with those type of people. Go ahead.
Verse 27. Ye shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard.
Right, so we weren't supposed to do edge ups. Right? You weren't supposed to edge your beard up. And I did a whole class on this. I know it hurt some feelings. Brothers like try to fight it. Try to find every which way that I was wrong. Con.
My crispy edge up.
The facts spoke for itself.
Con.
Right? Because when you kept getting your edge up and they burned your whole edges away. Hey, wasn't me.
Right.
So you have to do it.
Yeah.
Right? Spirit hit you. Right? But we weren't supposed to edge up the corners of the beard and all that. You weren't supposed to edge that up because real quick when you went to the land of Canaan, they were cutting off the edges of their hair, the temples, the neck, and the forehead, and they were sacrificing that to their god. Just like when you go get your hair weave, and it's that Malaysian, right? I got that Malaysian human hair. That's hair that's been sacrificed to their god that you put on your head.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Any human hair that you go get from the Middle East, they go to a temple and shave it off. To give your hair up in some of these countries is the biggest sacrifice you can give. I got the hair weave class coming too.
Wow.
Yeah, so working on that. I'm working on a lot of different ones. There's just so many. Can't work on them all at the same time. Yeah, when I do the hair weave class, I'll bring more of that out. Yes, ma'am?
Oh, I don't want to say it.
Okay. Let's leave it. We'll talk about it then, right? Right. But so we didn't do edge ups, right? We didn't, you know, in Egypt when they were edging up, that was the women that was doing that to accentuate their features. So they would edge up. And it does it to a man. When a man goes and gets a crispy edge up and he does this and makes everything boop, 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 his cheeks start to pop. Why? Because you're taking the hair around the edges, you're cleaning it up, and you're accentuating your. If I right now took a shaver and edged up my lips would come out. Right? I would accentuate the features of my lips. Because that's what edge ups do. It accentuates the features. Okay? So, we didn't do that. Alright? And if you need the class on it, any of you brothers that's battling with your sexy, like I'm not going to be sexy because I ain't got no edge up, no crispy edge. I ain't got them sharp lines where they got to shave it into, they got to etch it into my head with a razor, or they got to draw it on. Listen, the scriptures say, "Abhor not a man for his beauty." You're not supposed to be looked on. You're not supposed to be. It says a man is commended according to his wisdom, not his look. All right. So you shouldn't worry about that so much. I'm not saying be a bum and just look like trash, but there's certain things that you don't have to do to have a good appearance. Is what I'm saying. Let your wisdom shine. Read on.
Verse 28. Ye shall not make any cutting in your flesh for the dead.
Right. Oh, you know what? DMX just died. Got my Rough Riders tattoo.
Rough Riders.
Right? Hell nah. You know how many dummies would have did that? DMX passed away. They got the Rough Riders tattoo. Shock G from Thin There, he passed away. They got the
Underground.
the digital underground tattoo.
Underground.
Like, if that was the case, your whole body would just be tattooed for dead people.
Right.
Right? Markings and cuttings. You know, I got to remember my great granny. She died on this day. Why the hell you would remember that day for?
Right.
Why don't you remember her for the good that she did when she baked you apple pies and sat with you and prayed for you? My granny died. I didn't go get her name, Miss Mary. Her name was Mary. On my arm. Right? Mm-hmm. I remember that she used to, you know how I remember her? She used to pray with me for hours. I ain't never prayed so long. That woman would pray for 5 hours straight. You just be on your knees baking. Now I know I got bad knees. Bro, it'd be hours. She's sitting there just praying. And you like, yo, really? God, that's what I remember. I remember that she prayed for me. And that I feel like the Most High heard her prayers concerning me. That's what I feel like, so I thank her for that. But I'm not going to go put her name, grandpa, uncle, aunt, DMX,
cousin,
Tupac, Biggie. Hell nah. I'm not doing that. They would do that in these ancient days. They would go cut themselves. Man, such and such died. They start cutting themselves up or making Mars in their face. So we weren't supposed to do that. Canaan and Egypt, they were both alike in doing these things. Go ahead.
Nor print any mark upon you. I am the Lord.
Right.
Verse 29. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore.
Yeah, we got to stop selling our daughters off. You got to see it. In the world, they'll dress their daughters up in a certain manner, and it's like they parade them through the mall as an auction. Look at my young little 5-year-old with her booty out and her no breasts and her stomach showing. And then you wonder why, like, these dudes are running around grabbing up these women and grabbing up these little girls. Well, we put them out there, man. You dressing them in Victoria's Secret, the grown side. She's 11. No, put her in some clothes that's going to cover her up. Nobody should see a 11-year-old's curves. Nobody should be, you shouldn't be seeing that. And if she is 11 with curves, 12 with curves, 13, listen, have her dress appropriately. It can't be too tight. I got daughters, right, that is getting up there in age, and so their bodies are changing. And I'm like, yeah, that was good last year. That was good last year, but this year, nah. You done grown. You grew. You grew, so you got to change it up. That's how we got to do it. You can't, you throw your daughters in beauty pageants. You got your daughters out there butt naked, cheerleading and pom-poms. Listen, ain't nothing wrong with those things, but if they got to dress a certain way to do it, don't have them do it. I wouldn't have my daughters out there cheerleading knowing that they got to be in tight-ass shorts up to their neck. They got a little string on. And that's supposed to be righteousness? Hell no. You're going to be a part of the chess club. You're going to sit there and be a part of the chess club, the math club. Right? You're going to be a part of the debate team. Because you ain't doing cheerleading. You ain't doing the beauty pageants where they got the little 3-year-olds out there with makeup. Right? And they having these little girls drinking coffee to stay awake, taking pills. They're literally prostituting them into a lifestyle. Because now, we talked about it earlier. You set one bar. Once I meet that bar, I got to exceed. The flesh is never satisfied. Sis.
I was in high school. I was a twirler, majorette. So, they used to.
Wait, what? They were doing what?
I was a twirler.
Oh, right.
So,
yep.
Basically, we're bodysuits.
Basically.
With thigh highs.
Yes, ma'am.
But it was crazy because that was a thing. If you were in high school, that was a thing to be called twirler. So if
Yeah.
you didn't make it, you would be on the drill team. They wore something like that.
But it wasn't.
It's flashy, no.
Yeah.
So it was like you would train them to be a twirler.
Yep.
And it was crazy, but you think about it now, then it does set the precedence of how you are later on in life. Like, that was nothing. I used to be
Butt naked in high school in front of everybody. So
it was nothing. The more you did it, if you did it for 3 years, 2 years, it was nothing for you to be like that. Parade around.
Yeah.
Thousands of people like that.
desensitizing us early. And then it was nothing for the boys, because when you got the twirler, and he's got her up on his shoulders, and then he looks up, and she decided not to wear nothing under that day. It's like, oh, see, well, now he is going to pique his excitement, and that's where you have all this teenage promiscuousness. I just made that word up. Promiscuous. Promiscuity. Right. Promiscuity. I knew I made the word up. I mean, I ain't gonna act like I didn't. Right? Promiscuousness. That ain't no damn word. Promiscuity. Right? They usher it in for the bewitching. Go there real quick. I keep quoting it. Go to Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon. I keep quoting it. I just want to bring it out real fast. Wisdom of Solomon 3. In verse it is
The bewitching?
yeah, for the
it's Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4 verse 12.
I was just there. There it is. I'm going so fast. Read Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4 verse 12.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4 verse 12.
Right?
For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest.
Right, the bewitching of naughtiness will take away, once it's introduced, it will remove you from the honesty that's in you. So you'll have the nice, pure, wholesome little 10-year-old girl, and then when she gets into, what grade are you when you get to high school? How are you, 14? Okay, so middle school, right? 10 years old, 9. You get into middle school, and all those naughty little demons that are there, they start to take away her innocence. Why? Because, hey, smoke that. Hey, let me touch on you. Starts with a little handshake and a hug, and next thing you know, it evolves, right? Oh, I talk back to my parents, dishes, chores, right? They learn these things. The honesty is removed from them. Go ahead.
And the wandering of concupiscence.
Concupiscence. The you know what concupiscence is a deep want, a deep desire, the wondering of wanting to be a part and wanting to partake in something. The wondering of concupiscence. Go ahead.
Doth undermine the simple minded.
Right, because the simple-minded is not seeing the dangers that come along with that wondering concupiscence.
Right.
That deep desire to be a part of the in crowd. I want to be down with the popular girls. But the popular girls is hoes.
Right.
They over there kissing all the boys, giving up all their little goodies, snorting coke behind the lockers. They doing all the filthy stuff. So to be down with the popular chicks, come on, we all went to school. We all went to high school for a little bit. Right? Some of us longer than others, right? You know what happened. If you wanted to be down with the cool dudes, it was either you was down with the cool dudes or you made your own cool section.
Yeah.
Con. It was either you were down with the cool chicks or you were a loner, right? That's what I mean. You make your own cool section, you a loner. Most of us fall into wanting to be down. And then you'll do whatever it takes to be down, not understanding the detriment to your spirit long term.
Right.
A lot of hoes became hoes in middle school. Con. A lot of crackheads became crackheads in middle school, high school. You didn't become a crackhead just off. No, you were ushered into that life early because of the things you did. Alcoholism. A lot of alcoholics became alcoholics at a young age. They couldn't fight that urge, that spirit, and it just multiplied in them. You see that? The bewitching of naughtiness. Right? So jump back to Leviticus.
Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 29.
Right.
Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Ye shall keep my Sabbath and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God.
That's it.
Right. Any questions? I know it's a lot. We almost done. All right. Next reader.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala.
Yashikar, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala. Men of Israel, I Micah. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, Barakatah. Yashikar, Ban Yashikar, yep. That was it. Yashikar, Yashikar. Yashikar, Ban Yashikar, 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 Ban Yashikar. Home stretch.
Home stretch. You know what I'm saying? Leviticus 19 and 13.
Home stretch reminds me of the end of the day of the route. It's like, oh, we're almost there.
2 more drop-offs.
We're almost done.
God.
Hey. think that could work, go wrong with
Let's have some fight for the kingdom, right?
That's cool.
We're at Leviticus chapter 19
Verse 32.
and verse 32. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear thy power. I am the Lord. And if a stranger...
So respect your elders, right? Go ahead. Show honor to your elders. Go ahead.
And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall not vex him.
Right, or oppress him. Go ahead.
But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. And thou shalt love him as thyself. For ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Most High your power. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgments, in meat yard, in weights, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am the Lord your power.
Right. Hin was for liquid. Ephah was for grain, flour. Right. Those were different measurements. When you, a hin of wine, an ephah of flour, those were the measurements that we use according to the temple. Go ahead. And according to the law.
Which brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them. I am the Most High. We're going to Leviticus chapter 20.
Yep. You're going to read all the way to 27.
Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, whosoever he be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel, that giveth any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones.
I mean, obviously, if you have to repeat this twice in a few verses, we just read about that, right? Not giving you see the Molech. In verse 21 of chapter 18, and thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire of Molech. I mean, damn, they was really doing that out there. So this was a clear-cut warning that if I see this, y'all are dead. They must have been really sacrificing to Molech when they were in Egypt. Or this must have been a big thing that the Canaanites were on that he didn't want us to mimic. So he warned us. You're going to be stoned. The congregation is going to put you to death. Go ahead.
It's crazy. That reminds. There's a movie, I'm not too sure what it's called, but I remember just glancing at this movie real quick. But this movie was, they would, what's it? I think it was an old Stephen King movie or something like that. I almost had it, but they would have children, and the firstborn they would sacrifice. Like there's this one scene in the movie. They're like, oh. He's gonna grow up and be this guy. Like, oh, I'm not worried about it because we got 2 or 3 more. And it went into, matter of fact, it was the movie with Idris Elba and that girl that played $1 Million Baby. You know what I'm talking about? The Reaper. Yeah, they would sacrifice their children. But I mean, it's just crazy because, you know, you just said, like, if that's how Canaan was moving, like just sacrificing the children and putting them through the fire like that, like just imagine a society or community just like, oh yeah, we're going to have kids, but this kid right here specifically, we're going to give him to this devil, to this spirit, to this wickedness and everything like that.
Or we're just having kids just to put them through the fire. That's like knowing that I'm going to have this kid so I can have an offering to Molech. That's what they were on in these other nationalities, in these other cities.
Even if you look at like world history, that's very common to have like one child for the village and that child sacrifice for the village. When you look at like how places like East they do that quite a bit. So even back then, how frequent it was, it's just crazy. This is probably like just almost an everyday type thing. Like they do this.
And that's why he was warning us multiple times, don't do it. Molech was one of those gods that our people really fell into.
Yeah.
So he was warning us, don't do it. Go ahead.
Verse 3. And I will set my face against that man, and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Molech, to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he giveth of his seed unto Molech, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a whoring after him to commit whoredom with Molech from among their people. And the soul turneth after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a whoring after them. I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Verse 7. Sanctify yourselves therefore, and be ye holy, for I am the Most High your power, and ye shall keep my statutes and do them. I am the Most High which sanctify you. For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. He hath cursed his father on his mother, or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that committeth adultery with another man's wife, even he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. And the man that lieth with his father's wife hath uncovered his father's nakedness.
Saying the same thing we just read in Leviticus 18. Go ahead.
Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion. Their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, as lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach unto any beast, and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he hath discovered her fountain, and she hath uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, nor of thy father's sister, for he uncovereth his near kin. They shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he hath uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless.
Right. So, obviously, all of this just repeated from what we've already read. But he had to etch it into our minds because this is what was going on. This is what we were seeing. Like Molech, that derived from the land of Canaan. Phoenicians, they were on that Molech worship. They did a lot of sexual immorality when worshiping Molech, and then passing their children through the fire. And they literally did that. They burned their children alive. They had this big statue, hands out, light them up, throw them in the furnace. Any questions on that? Oh, go ahead.
Verse 21. And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He hath uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless.
Right. Go ahead.
Verse 22. Ye shall therefore keep all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land, whether I bring you to dwell therein, spew you not out. And ye shall not walk in the manners of the nation which I cast out before you. For they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give it unto you to possess it, a land that floweth with milk and honey. I am the most higher power, which have separated you from other people. Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beasts, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creepeth on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I am the Most High, am holy, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. A man also, or women that have a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. We're going to Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 1.
So I got a question. What does that mean? A man also or woman that hath a familiar spirit?
They're dealing with it's like the woman when you read in it's in Samuel, right? She was dealing with familiar spirits, and what did she do? She raised up Samuel from the dead.
Right.
For Saul.
Right, for Saul. So they're dealing with these spirits that are able to mediate for these other spirits. So,
Is it like a medium?
it's like Khan. You know, a person that's like a median.
Oh, okay. So then
They're dealing in this realm.
Right.
Yeah. And then they like when you see on TV, they start talking like the
They
person
start talking,
that they,
right.
that they kind
That
of
they're trying to conjure up.
conjure up. Oh,
Right.
okay.
Right.
I have a question. So is that why it's a familiar spirit?
Uh,
What I don't understand.
right. No, give me a sec. Where we at? Leviticus?
That was Leviticus.
It's basically just trying to call people that you
Right.
passed on that you know, right?
Right. It's a. You ever heard of necromancy? A person that is a necromancer, they say they can talk to the dead. That's what it's talking about. It's just
Say y'all to call your uncle or something like that.
yeah. It's y'all are looking at the word familiar, like oh, it's a spirit they know. Yeah, it is a spirit that they know. Like go get my uncle for me, familiar spirit, right?
Okay, yeah, well, like
So-
you said, like a medium. They
Yeah.
actually like
Talk.
people go to people and they're
Yeah.
like, oh, my
Or-
aunt died and I need
I talk to those people.
Or a necromancer. They can they talk to the spirit. A medium, that's another name for it. Necromancy, medium, familiar spirit. Remember that his water stain from the house.
So then
Necromancy.
that spirit of that
Electric.
person that they were dealing with is like still on them? Is that what that
Well,
means?
they conjure that spirit up from wherever it is. So watch when you go to Samuel, and Saul said, "Find me a woman with a familiar spirit."
Right.
So that she can bring up Samuel from the dead. She did that. She brought up his spirit from the dead, and he talked. Right?
So Saul was able to talk to Samuel.
Right. Because Saul wasn't getting no response from the Most High.
Right.
The ephod wasn't doing nothing. He was not getting anything and Samuel was dead, there was no high priest, right? So he figured, let me go conjure up his spirit from the dead to get an answer from the Most High. Because where did the spirits be at?
Most High.
Right. And then that spirit came and still checked him. Right? So, yeah, you're going to die.
Yeah, bad.
So he got his answer. But the point was, he was able to bring up this familiar spirit, which was Saul. But these people got to have a spirit on them also to be able to interact with those spirits. They got to have some type of demon on them.
Right.
You see that? They got to have a familiar spirit on them too.
Okay.
Whatever it is, they have to be in a spirit to be able to conjure up those spirits.
It's like when you, it's like you can recognize, like say for instance you saw an old friend from like years ago and they had certain mannerisms about them, and you see another person and you see those exact mannerisms on this other person.
Right.
It's like they have their spirit
A
on
familiar
them.
spirit.
A familiar spirit. Okay, got it.
Right. Yep. But you got to have demons on you to be able to do that. You got to be a witch or a warlock or a wizard. But they're dealing with demons. Those are real things that the Bible's talking about. Warlocks and wizards and witchery. But what do they deal with? They deal with spirits. Right. So they're able to go into that negative back end of the spiritual realm and conjure up. You see that? So, yeah, where we going?
We're going to Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Verse 1. Moreover, the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Now, thou son of man, wilt thou judge the bloody city? Yea, thou shalt show her all her abominations. Then say thou, Thus saith the Most High Power, The city sheddeth blood in the midst of it, that her time may come, and maketh idols against herself to defile herself. Thou art become guilty in thy blood that thou hast shed.
Damn, so who's this talking about? Just off the bat, who's that talking about? That's talking about Israel. See, y'all got God. Like, see, America, hell nah, this is wicked ass Israel. He's going into Israel's filth. And it's sad when it mimics America.
Yeah.
That's a sad thing. Like, damn, woe to the bloody city. Well, Jerusalem was a bloody city.
Yeah.
Abominations and idols, not Jerusalem. They did the same thing. Israel did the same thing. They went a whoring after idols and gods.
That's tough.
So this is going into Israel, Jerusalem's filth. Go ahead.
And thou hast caused thy days to draw near, and art come even unto thy years. Therefore have I made thee a reproach unto the heathen, and a mocking to all countries. Those that be near, and those that be far from thee, shall mock thee, which are infamous and much vexed. Behold, the princes of Israel, every one were in thee to their power to shed blood. In thee have they set light by father and mother. In the midst of thee have they dealt by oppression with the stranger. In thee have they vexed the fatherless and the widow. Thou hast despised my holy things, and hast profaned my Sabbaths. In thee are men that carry tails to shed blood. And in thee they eat upon the mountains. In the midst of thee they commit lewdness. In thee have they discovered their father's nakedness. In thee have they humbled her that was set apart for pollution. And one hath committed abomination with his neighbor's wife. And another hath lewdly defiled his daughter-in-law. And another in thee have humbled his sister, his father's daughter. And thee have they taken gifts to shed blood. Thou hast taken usury and increase, and thou hast greedily gained of thy neighbors by extortion, and hast given and hast forgotten me, saith the Most High Power. Behold, Therefore I have smitten my hand at thy dishonest gain, which thou hast made, and at thy blood which has been in the midst of thee. Can thy heart endure, or can thy hands be strong? In the days that I shall deal with thee, I the Most High have spoken it, and will do it. And I will scatter thee among the heathen, and disperse thee in the countries, and will consume thy filthiness out of thee. And thou shalt take thy inheritance and thyself in the sight of the heathen, and thou shalt know that I am the Most High. And the word of the Most High came up unto me, saying, Son of man, the house of Israel is to me become dross, and they are brass and tin and iron and lead. In the midst of the furnace there are even the dross of silver. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, because ye all become dross, behold, therefore I will gather you in the midst of Jerusalem. Now we're going to Matthew chapter 15, verse 10.
Any questions on that?
I'll spew you out the land, huh?
With that, it's tarnish, right? It's dross. It's worthless. Silver that's tarnished, it don't look like it's worth what it is, right? So yeah, that's what dross means. Why are you looking so dross? Why you look so tarnished and just dreary?
So I had a question too, but not on the dross. But that next precept that
What
says
verse?
in 18.
Right.
18. Son of man.
Right.
The house of Israel is to me become dross.
Right.
All they are brass and tin
Right.
and iron and lead.
Right.
In the midst of the furnace there are even the dross of silver.
Right.
So, okay, so you just said the dross is when it's like tarnished.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's shine.
So that's how we looked
To the Most High, yeah. Watch. Go to Lamentations. Is it 4? Go to Lamentations 4 real quick.
God.
Go ahead.
Verse what?
Yeah, read verse 1, I believe.
Yeah.
Lamentation chapter 4 and verse 1.
Right.
How is the gold become dim?
Right.
How is the most fine gold changed?
Right.
The stones of the sanctuary are poured out in the top of every street.
Right, so it's the same thing here. He's saying the same thing. How has the gold become dim or lost its shine? Now, here in Ezekiel, he's not even equating us to gold. He said we like lead and tin.
And brass.
Those are worthless metals. Right?
Yeah.
So he's even showing us that before we became dross, we were worthless metals. We weren't even like, it says a man shall be precious, a man will be more precious than fine gold. We weren't even to that level because of the filth that we were giving ourselves to. He said we were lewd. We committed lewd acts. So what does that do to your morality? You put a notch on somebody's morality. It brings down, it takes out that moral fiber that should be in you. Right? You start pulling that thread of the moral fibers, and what happens? That cloth becomes weak. Or that metal becomes weak.
Right.
And then when you put the fire to it, you're able to melt it away. So he was just showing us symbolically that we were like these unprecious metals that were filthy, and then he was just going to burn us up because of our filth. But at one point, when you read Lamentations, he required us as gold. That even gold that lost its shine, and precious stones that lost its value. You see that?
Oh.
Yeah, we're trying to get back to that. A man shall be as the finest gold. That's what we're trying to get back to. Right? So let's go to Matthews.
Yes, sir.
God,
Yeah. Right. He gonna go to Matthews. He was ready. He's sharp. Right?
Man, I told him yesterday, man, quick with that 45.
Right, you gotta have a little dagger on him.
Man, quick.
Right, so Matthew's 15, right?
Yes, sir. Matthew chapter 15, verse 10. And he called the multitude and said unto them, Hear and understand. Now that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man.
Right, so when you read up in this chapter, it's weird the way they had to start, but when you read up, they came doing what? Trying to check Christ. Why does your apostles eat with unwashed hands? Right? Why do they break the law? Why do they break the tradition of the elders? Right? By eating without washing their hands. Their hands. Right? So how did he check them? He was like, okay, cool. You want to deal on the carnal? I'm going to hit you with the spirit. Right? Go ahead.
Not that which goeth into the mouth defileth a man.
Right?
But that which cometh out of the mouth.
Right. It's not that which goeth in, but that which cometh out. So, you got people that, those super Christians?
Yeah.
Like, we don't listen to any secular music. They use the word secular, like, spell secular. Like, you don't know how to spell it, right? Spell that. We don't listen to secular music. We only listen to the gospel, right? And me, I'm listening to rap. Right. I'm listening to R&B. I listen to all that. I watch movies.
They do too.
Right? And they do too. Hell yeah, because they be sitting there popping it to Nicki Minaj, little Dougie, all that. They be in the church playing hip hop now.
Yep.
So they gotta stop capping. Twerking in the church.
Yeah.
I don't care if you twerking the gospel. Yeah. I don't care if you twerking the rap. I don't care if you twerking the country. You still twerking.
That's crazy.
Right? So, shouldn't be doing that. So, the point is, I can listen to rap. I can listen to, like, I ain't gonna lie. When I get home later, I'm gonna watch some Mortal Kombat. Right?
Yeah, it came out.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Mortal Kombat the movie. And guess what? Am I gonna go dress up like Sub-Zero? Right? Get my mask on?
Nah.
And then start throwing fire, start throwing ice at cats?
When I watch that movie, I'm gonna have my garment on.
I'm gonna wear it with my garment too, but I'm not gonna be throwing a chain out with a spear on the end of it, trying to knock people's heads off. Right? Pulling cats' hearts out. Fatality, right? I'm not going to let, right, like Kano, got the damn heart in his hand. Right? I ain't doing that. I'm not gonna listen to me like me. I'll tell you the music I listen to. I listen to a lot of DMX. Yeah. I listen to a lot of Jay-Z, not that much anymore. I listen to a lot of just rap. I like rap. But I like R&B. I like country. I listen to a lot of reggae, a lot of dancehall, right?
Everything.
So cumbia.
I might throw a little bit of that in there, but the point is I listen to music, right? La musica. I get it in. But I'm not running up in here trying to be a rapper, right? I'm not trying to be like little Uzi Vert or little Nas X. Oh, yeah. I'm not running up in here with my pink cowboy suit on trying to mimic these things. I might even watch Belly a little bit later on the night. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to run back to Africa and sell coke and run up in clubs and rob people like what DMX and Nas. Because what you inject, what you take in, the media, the music, the movie, that's a form of ingesting and eating. But what comes out of me is not what I see on the movies or what I hear in the music. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what he was going into. He was hitting them spiritually. It ain't what goes into a man that defiles him. It's what comes out. So you can sit around, because think about it. Lot. He sat around Sodom and Gomorrah. He lived there, right? Mm-hmm. Was he doing what they did? No. He knew they were filthy. Was he doing it?
No.
Right. He was taking it in, and they said it vexed him. Right? It vexed him. But he was there. He wasn't there and like, oh, well, damn, you know what? I know I was pissed off last week about what the hell they're doing, but you know what? Let me see what that's about. Stayed upset. That's why he was saved. It went into him. He observed it. He seen it. Might even have spoke against it. But he didn't become it. He didn't become a homosexual, a sodomite. He didn't let them change him. Can't let music and media. Now, am I saying just give yourself to rap?
No.
Some of us got to stop listening to music altogether because you're so influenced. Like you start listening to R&B and then all of a sudden you start crying. You start thinking about your old boo from high school and, oh my God, I miss her. Baby, right? So, some of us be like that. I just, I like music. And some of us just like music I like movies. I like all the movies with the killings. I ain't no killer.
Right.
But I let somebody else do it. I was studying last night. I was watching The Accountant. Remember The Accountant with Ben Affleck?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Bruh.
Good.
Oh, hell yeah, that's a good movie. That movie's real good. A lot of killing and a lot of blood and guns. I love those movies. I don't own a gun. I don't desire to kill nobody. I let them do it on the movies because I understand it's for entertainment value. I love action. Fast cars, Fast and the Furious. I got an old man Jeep, right? For old dads. If I wanted to be Fast and the Furious, I get something fast. I got an old man truck that don't go fast. So I'm not trying to live that life, the things that I see.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be either. There's nothing wrong with watching these things, but then the overconsumption of these things, you got to be careful. You got to be careful who's watching you watch. Because if your kids are around and you watching these things, I be running my kids off. This ain't for kids. Or sometimes I just got to turn it off and wait for them to go to bed because I don't want to expose them too early to certain things.
Easier to be influenced.
They're way more influenced because they don't have the experience level to say, you know what, I shouldn't follow this as opposed to this. So we got to be careful who's watching us watch, who's listening to us listen.
Right.
I got to be mindful of that because I be wanting to bump music in the house. Then I got to be like, okay, the kids are home. Party poopers, right? And I just throw in a headphone or do something else. Bible app, something else, There's many other things. We just got to be careful. But he was reminding them of this thing. It ain't the washing hands that make you filthy. It's what comes out of you that makes you filthy. It's your speech. It's your attitude. It's your pride. It's your arrogance. It's those things that make you look and become filthy. Yes, sir.
Man, look, what y'all just said about how the Christians be, most of them want to tell you about they don't listen to music and do this and all that. Man, look, I got two ladies that I know for a fact. They in their Christianity, but they knock me from, because I'm not really a drinker, but I have not drink when I get together with y'all. But they'll knock you for drinking. They knock me from paying the lottery, but if I hit it, they want the money. I got one that, hey man, she loves Peter Cushing and Joseph Cotton. Why does she love watch them drink blood? Because they play vampire. They play the vampire movie Dracula. I mean, she love it. She love it. But when I'm practicing something that's nothing wrong with it, like in righteousness, you crazy. You should be shooting pool. You should go play the lottery. You should have a
So
drink.
you can't shoot
You should
pool?
listen to music. Yeah. You should listen to music. Well, yeah. But see, I was talking as a kid in Christian church.
Yeah, you can definitely play the lotto.
Right.
So yeah, that's what hey, even going to buy me a ticket for the lottery this time. You shouldn't do that, but let me hit it. Let me hit
You
it.
don't want some of
God
that.
says.
You don't want some of that devil's lettuce.
Yeah. Let me hold something. Get that off your spirit.
Go listen to Kirk Franklin, who's
First of all, he's addicted to porn,
Yep.
and gay.
and he's beyond gay. He's a woman now. His name is Kirk Creekula. Hell yeah, Kirk Franklin gay as hell.
Man.
As beautiful as his wife is, that man is a homo.
Absolutely.
That's funny.
He is a flaming. Yes, he's a flamer since the '90s.
Yep.
He's been flaming out there in the Christian church, but that's what the church is about.
That's what they do.
Gayness. He is definitely gay. When they say he had a son, I was like, that must be his play son, or his adopted son, or something. And when he was cussing out, nigga, I'll kill you. Y'all didn't hear the phone call when he was talking to his son, and he cussed him out.
Yeah.
Like, nigga, I'll kill. I was like, that's Kirk Franklin. That's God's property. Right? That's God's property. Could talking like that? It's not what going into man. What defiles you is what come out. Look at this dude. He looks like somebody's sister. With short hair.
I seen a music video he was doing. He was like all on the floor, like dancing.
That's right.
Last precept.
Let's get up out of here.
This defiled a man.
Right. Go ahead.
This one is
Oh, read.
to verse 12.
Where we at? Matthew 15?
Matthew chapter 15, verse 12.
Right.
Through
Right. Then came his disciples and said unto him, Knowest thou that the Pharisees were offended after they heard this saying? Why were they offended? Because they were the epitome of that.
Right.
They were the epitome of, you know what? We're going to be holier than thou, and we're going to appear all righteous, but then when we speak, it's wickedness. When we speak, it's hypocrisy. Right? But he answered and said, Every plant which my heavenly Father hath planted shall be rooted up. Wait, every plant which my heavenly Father hath not planted, Salakia, shall be rooted up. Let them alone. Don't worry about them. If they were planted by the Father, they're gonna be rooted. If not, they're gonna be rooted up. Let them alone. They be blind leaders of the blind, and if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Right? Then answered Peter and said unto him, Declare unto this parable. Yahushua said, Are ye also yet without understanding? So he was showing them, like, these cats ain't got no understanding. They got the law, right? They know the letter of the law, but they don't have the spiritual understanding of the law. Right? They make themselves hypocrites. He said, Are you also yet without understanding? Do not ye yet understand that whatsoever entereth in at the mouth goeth into the belly and is cast into the drought? What's he talking about there? It's when you eat food. It goes in your mouth, belly, and then into the damn toilet.
Yes.
Simple, right? How can what you eat come out of you and defile you? Food, belly, bathroom. So that's not what he was talking about. See, he was showing them, y'all thinking carnal. Are you yet without understanding? Y'all are on carnal level. When you eat food, bro, you go to the bathroom, that's gone. That don't defile you. So think about it. Here's another knock on we didn't keep the law. Because eating pork would defile you. Shrimp, crab, lobster would defile you. So it couldn't be those things.
Right.
The food we ate didn't defile us. Right? Verse 18. But those things which proceed out of the mouth, see that? Come forth from the heart or the mind. So speak your mind. Or, oh, you speaking your mind now. Or, I didn't think before I spoke. All those things are connected to here. So when you say it, usually that's what you're thinking. Whether consciously or subconsciously, but it's in the mind. And then when you do speak and you didn't think about it, that's because you didn't think to filter what you were going to say. We had a whole class last night. If y'all didn't come to class on Friday, y'all are missing good classes, because we go over a lot of these topics. I know it ain't broadcasted online and blah, 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 blah. Some of y'all feel like, oh, because it's not broadcasted, I need to be there. You need to be here because we go over a lot of good questions that answer a lot of... It's funny how Friday, almost every week, leads into Saturday.
Yes.
So we had this whole class yesterday on speech and talking and how to talk and just having a gauge on what you're going to say, right? Which ties into this, but thinking before you speak. So, those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile a man. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts. So if I think it, what does he say here? If I can think it, if I can conjure it up in my mind, that means what?
You can perform it.
I can perform it with my hands. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. God. So out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries. If I could think about that booty enough, I'm going to go get that. If I could think about how much I hate this man, then what's going to stop me from murdering him? You see that? Right. So this ties into what we read in Ezekiel. and all the various laws we touched on, Yahweh Shai was showing how do these laws get broken, or how do these statutes, how do you break these laws? Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not commit murder. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart and grudge.
Because when those thoughts enter your mind, you don't kill them. They stay there, and then next thing you know, you're acting on those very thoughts that you were thinking.
Right. And you might not be thinking like, man, I want to kill somebody, but you might be thinking, damn, man, I hate this nigga.
Right. I don't like this dude.
And it starts with, man, I don't like this cat. Then it's, damn, man, I really don't like this cat.
Man, he said,
Yeah, man, I hate this dude. Right? And then it leads into, well, I didn't like him, so I killed him.
Right.
You didn't think about murdering a cat, but you did. Why'd you do it? I just didn't like him. Right? I didn't like him. I didn't have enough love for him. He's showing us how evil comes from men. Here. The evil seed that was in Adam, to think about something and then do it. The evil seed in Eve, to think about something and then do it.
It is true because, like, normally when you hate somebody, you envy them because they got something that you don't got. Or when you see somebody that's successful, you start building up hate for that person. And then the bigger and bigger that person gets, the more successful you get, you be like, damn, I hate him so much that I want to kill him because there's nothing that I can do that can stop him from being successful. Or there's nothing that I can do to get what he got.
Yep.
So all that hate builds to the point where, like, I just got to kill him.
Right.
The only way I can solve my problem for hating him is if I see him dead.
Yeah, if he ain't there.
It's crazy.
If he ain't there, yeah. Or I hold a grudge. Grudging builds up into a murderous spirit. Right? So I'll read on. Fornication, theft, false witness, blasphemies. These are the things which defile a man, but to eat with unwashed hands defileth not a man. Because God made dirt, and dirt don't hurt.
Yeah.
They don't say that. But think about it. I ain't gonna lie, I've eaten without my hands washed a lot of times. Sometimes you ain't thinking about that. You like, man, I'm hungry. You walk up in the house and you start eating. I ain't dead yet from unwashed hands. But what will put me in death is if I perform these negative thoughts.
Right.
If I have these thoughts and let them ride into actions, that's what will put me in the crosshairs of death. You see that? Not saying not to never wash your hands. Wash your hands. Let's be clean. Let's be safe. All right? So, any questions on that part of the reading before we jump over to Tobit real quick and finish that up? Any questions on the read? I know it was a lot. We went over a lot. I know.
Good reading,
It's thick and chunky. So that's why Sabbath class is important. We cover a lot in Sabbath class. So we're gonna hop over to Apocrypha and knock out this Tobit chapter 7, which ain't that long. It's 18 verses. Bear with us. Right? If you've been keeping up with us during the Sabbath. Oh, does a brother got one? Has he got an Apocrypha? You got one, brother? Let me get one of those. Yeah, you can keep this one. You know about the Apocrypha, right? No? Real quick. Give me that, go into the definition of Bible and look up King James. So the Apocrypha, real quick for the new brother.
You want it from the Zondervan?
Yeah, the Zondervan. That's what I meant. Look up Bible and then look up King James. It's page 121. The Apocrypha are the books that were taken out of the Bible by the Roman Catholic Church. Okay? So these books were removed. They deemed them as non-canon books, but when you read through the Apocrypha, the reason why they took them out because it shed a negative light on the Roman Catholic Church, on the Romans and Greeks as a whole. It showed the atrocities that they committed against Israel. So they decided to remove these books. You see that? So we're going to go here. This is the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. And what we do, we look up the word Bible, because there's many different translations of the Bible. We read the King James Version. So here we go to the Bible, page 121, right? Zondervan for everybody. It's just a dictionary. Nobody stone me. Right? We look up the word, we look up King James, and we go to Second paragraph, it says, without delay, King James. So the reason why the Bible is the King James version of the Bible, not because he translated it, but because he got Hebrew and Greek scholars to translate from the Hebrew manuscripts. You get that? And I'm going to read that here. Without delay, King James nominated 54 of the best Hebrew and Greek scholars of the day. Only 47 actually took part in the work. So he got 54 people to translate the Bible from Hebrew and Greek into English. You get that? It says they were divided into 6 groups. 47 actually took part in the work, which did not begin until 1607. So that's why you have the 1611 King James. That's when they were finished. So it took them 4 years to translate this Bible from Hebrew, Greek into English. They finished in 1611. They call it the King James Bible is because he provided the security at Cambridge and at it was Cambridge. They were in Oxford. He provided the security for these men to translate the Bible uninterrupted. So what did they do for the king? Well, you gave us the security, we're going to call it the King James Bible. You see that? So there's a little bit more. It's not going to go into it here, but there's a lot of history behind the King James, why it's called the King James Version. 47 scholars actually took part in the work, which did not begin until 1607. They were divided into 6 groups. 3 groups for the Old Testament, 2 for the New, 1 group for the Apocrypha. So the Apocrypha, don't mind mine, it's falling apart, but so this is showing you that these books were a part of the original Hebrew scrolls that King James had, which the original scrolls is what the Bible was written on. You see that? King James, remember, he was a black man. He was a black king. He was one of the last black kings of the time. Okay? So he basically put out the decree to get this translated from Hebrew into English. Okay? 47 scholars. Right, Oxford and Cambridge. Right. So you understand that, right? So that's why we go into it, because those were the books that were taken out by the Roman Catholics during the Council of Nicaea. They took those books out, but they couldn't remove them from the original manuscripts. You see that? So when when King James had the Bible translated, he had everything translated.
And if you order the original 1611 Bible right now, it's got the Apocrypha.
Right. Yeah.
I have it in my bag.
Yeah, you have a 1611. If you order a 1611, it'll have the Apocrypha.
Right.
Like his Bible, this is not a 1611,
I have one in my bag.
but this is the King James translation, but it has the Apocrypha in it.
Right.
So I don't have one with the Apocrypha. I don't have that because the writing is too small. But you can go to Bible apps, they have the Apocrypha.
Yeah.
But boom, so this is where we're going. Right? So let's go Book of Tobit. And when you get a chance, bro, the Book of Tobit, it's a real easy read. Real easy, real light, nothing too hard. You could actually read and catch up to where we're at. We're on chapter 7. But quickly, just for a little refresh, you got Tobit, which is this righteous man during the time of the Assyrian captivity. What he does in this time is he goes around and buries the dead bodies of the Israelites that were killed. Okay? The prophecy was that our bodies would live in the streets unburied. But he was going around and burying the bodies against the king's wishes of the time. He was out burying a body one night. He sat back against a wall, and a bird dropped some poop in his eye, so he blinded him. So he prayed to the Most High. Basically, I'm blind, either heal me or kill me. There was a woman in another city, her name was Sarah. She was a young woman that was married to 7 men. Before she would lay with these men, right, she would have the marriage ceremony with the first man. Before they laid together, there was a spirit that was on her that would kill these men, strangle them. So she strangled 7 men. So when that was brought to her attention that she killed 7 of her husbands, she prayed to the Most High. Just kill me. Kill me or heal me. So the Most High sent Raphael, which is the healing angel, sent him to heal Tobit, and to heal this woman. So now we're reading about the journey of Raphael and Tobias, which is Tobit's son, on this journey to heal the woman and to heal his father. So that's kind of the gist of the story. So we'll read from where we are now. Like I said, you can always go back, read it. It's real light, real easy, nothing too hard to break down. All right? Tobit chapter 7 and verse 1. And when they were come to Ecbatane, they came to the house of Raguel, and Sarah met him. And after they had saluted one another, that's why we salute the brethren, they brought them into the house. And then said Raguel to Edna his wife, How like is this young man to Tobit my cousin? Raguel asked them, From whence are ye brethren? To whom they said, We are of the sons of Nephthalim, which are captives in Nineveh. No. What is that?
Nineveh.
Nineveh. Right?
Nineveh.
Yeah, it's Nineveh. That's really how it pronounced.
Nah.
Hold on. Because of Nineveh and... Right? Let me see. I'll read on. Then said to them, Do ye know Tobit, our kinsman? And they said, We know him. Then said he, Is he in good health? They said, He is both alive and in good health. And Tobias said, He is my father. Raguel leaped up and kissed him and wept, and blessed him and said unto him, Thou art the son of an honest and good man. But when he had heard that Tobit was blind, he was sorrowful and wept. And likewise Edna his wife and Sarah his daughter wept. Moreover, they they entertained them cheerfully. And after that, they had killed a ram of the flock and set a store of meat on the table. Damn. Then said Tobias to Raphael, Brother Azarias, Speak of those things of which thou didst talk in the way, and let this business be dispatched. So he communicated the matter with Raguel. And Raguel said to Tobias, Eat and drink and make merry. Right? For it is not meet that thou shouldest marry. It is not meet that thou shouldest marry my daughter.
It is.
Oh, Salat, I'm sorry. For it is meet, right? It's a good thing that thou should marry my daughter. Nevertheless, I will declare unto thee the truth. I have given my daughter in marriage to 7 men who died that night they came in unto her. Nevertheless, for the present, be merry. But Tobias said, I will eat nothing here till we agree and swear one another. Raguel said, Then take her from henceforth according to the manner, for thou art her cousin, and she is thine. And the merciful God gave you good success in all these things. So we read, right, earlier in the reading about what? Close of kin, dealing with your kin. Now, cousins, they were second cousins. That wasn't off limits. You could be with your second cousin. We don't do that now because that's not necessary, right? I'm not gonna go seek out my second cousin just cause. But it wasn't off limits, and that's why it was lawful here at this time. Then he called his daughter Sarah. I'll read on. And she came into her father. Now this is very important. People go to this scripture right here and they're like, see, marriage license. And wrong. She came to her father and took her by the hand and gave her to be wife to Tobias, saying, Behold, take her after the law of Moses, and lead her away to thy father. And he blessed them. And called Edna his wife and took paper, and did write an instrument of covenants and sealed it. This wasn't a marriage license. This was an agreement between the men. This wasn't a license for him to marry her. He already gave her to marry. So he didn't have to write it down like, by the power vested in me. No, the Most High gives us the license to marry. This was an instrument of covenants. 50 shekels, boom. I'm going to give you this, you're going to take my daughter. Whatever they agreed on, they wrote it down. Whatever dowry they agreed on, they wrote that down. He didn't give them, it wasn't written, no license for him to marry. You don't need a license to marry. You don't have to have a license to be married to your woman. You lay with her, you deal with her as a wife, that's your wife.
That's why that never made sense.
What's that?
You need permission to be
Right.
married. Like, that's what a license is. It gives you
Permission,
permission to
yeah.
do something.
Yep. Like a driver license. That gives you permission to drive on the streets.
Exactly.
Like legally, according to America. But you don't have to have that. Right? You can still drive around without one. As long as you don't get caught. As long as you don't get caught, right? As long as you keep abide on the law. But marriage, the license was given to us by the Most High. When he told Adam and Eve, be fruitful and multiply.
I remember one time someone said that if you use the word traveler, that like you don't need a license. Like if you're driving, like you don't need a license. Like, I'm a traveler.
That's that Moorish BS jargon that will get you shot. I'm a traveler. Bam! Well, you're going to travel to the grave, bro. They ain't hearing that. Don't get caught up in them videos, I'm sovereign and all that crap. Okay, well, go be sovereign here in this grave.
Yeah.
I'm a traveler. I wish I could use that to get out of the, or hang your license out the window and like not roll your window down. They'll bust your window out. I'm a pilgrim in the land. I'm a traveler. I'm free to move. Well, yeah, you can do that. You're gonna walk to where you gotta go or take the bus, but you're not gonna drive on our streets.
Damn.
It's liabilities. You got no license. You crash into somebody and you're not licensed, bro. There's a liability behind that because you can't have insurance with no license. It's the law to have insurance. See that? You hit somebody, you got to pay for their damage. But you got to have insurance. That's the law. So they find ways to make sure that you're in their parameters of the law says.
So is it considered wicked to want to have them?
Ask yourself this. When you get that license, what is it that you're saying? First of all, who administers the license? I'm not even going to say whether it's wicked or not. I want you to get the understanding. Who administers the license?
Esau.
Right. According to what he deems is lawful, right? So, in wanting that from Esau, whose approval are you looking for?
Esau.
Right. So, is it wicked to want Esau's approval? That's the question. Because really, that's all you're looking for is Esau's stamp of approval. That's his stamp. When he seals it with his seal of the United States, right? And he gives you that little paper that folds up real nice and he makes you sign it. He's telling you that you're only married because I say so.
Right.
There you go. We supposed to be doing and looking for the approval of the Most High. So if the Most High said it, I don't need no man.
Yeah.
Right? Right? I don't need a man. So, let's go real quick. I think it's back to Matthews. What Matthews did we just leave? 15?
15 and
Right. I think it's in Matthew 15.
10.
Now, I ain't gonna say it's wicked, but I'm gonna say you gotta check your spirit. If that's the maker or breaker, you gotta check your spirit because that's not what I want. Well, yeah, I can go there. Go to Matthew.
Or kind of like what tradition are you following? Are you following the tradition of...
Matthew 15 and 3. It's going to say it. Watch. Matthew 15 and verse 3. Somebody read that.
Matthew chapter 15 verse 3.
Right?
But he answered and said unto them,
Right?
Why do you also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition?
Right. So, check this out. At one time, you never needed a paper to be considered married. What do they call it? They call it what? Common law marriage, which is what? Right. Where did they get that from? the Bible? Why they want you to get a marriage license?
They want to devote the Bible.
Well,
To make it easier for them when you separate, they got these guidelines and statutes that they know how to regulate your marriage.
thank you. They want to be able to have
Right.
control of your life. So, instead of us being able to be diplomatic when problems are happening in a marriage, because problems will happen in a marriage, I can always have the white man to run to say, hey, negotiate my marriage. Or negotiate my divorce. And what happens? She gets half, he gets left with nothing, and everyone's happy. Right? It's always, we got to stop using the white man as a buffer, or these institutions as a buffer to take care of the things that we should be able to take care of. Check this out. Go to 1 Corinthians. Go to 1 Corinthians. I'm gonna let y'all answer the question whether it's wicked or not with these scriptures. Go to 1 Corinthians 6 and verse 1.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 1.
Right?
There any of you having a matter against another,
Right?
go to law before the unjust.
Now think about it. The matter doesn't have to be like against, like, oh, I got a problem with it. The matter of marriage, there's laws associated with the marriage. So whose laws are we going to follow? The white man law or the Most High's law? Now this is the problem with how the world tells you what marriage is, because they tell you that two men that lay with each other are married. We know that's wrong, but they give them a license. They categorize us all the same, right? You can lay with your dolphin, that's lawful. We'll give you a marriage license for that, right? So once they start adding these other pieces into it, then you get to strip away the BS and see that, oh, I see what they're trying to do. It's money. Why am I going to give a license to a man to marry a dolphin? Well, as long as he'll pay for it. And guess what? If there's one weirdo out there, there's millions of weirdos out there. Why would I give a person a license to lay with another man? Well, there's a whole community that wants it. So we're going to make money off of it. Then we make money off the divorce because it ain't going to work. You see that? Read on.
And not before the saints.
Right. So we already, the Most High has already given us the parameters of marriage. In no instance do you read where a man got with his wife and then he ran to the oppressor and was like, yo, I need you to sanction this. As soon as you do that, who do we take out of the equation? The Most High. And what do we put up now? Man. As what? As opposed to who? So is that wicked?
Yes.
Read on.
Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world?
Go ahead.
And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters?
Right, like marriage. That's little. You lay with her, you take care of her, that's yours. Right? That's yours. You can't, oh, well, I didn't get no paperwork and this and nah, bro. You lay with that. That's you. Teach her, deal with her spirit, deal with her mind. It's all you, buddy. Right? These are the smallest matters that we should be able to handle without having to get the stamp of approval from the nations. Forget about just the white man, but the nations. Having to run to their courthouse and that's marriage. Hell no. That's not marriage. That's their institution of marriage. Because really, if we went according to what they wanted, every man would be on bended knees, simping down, dressed in a tux. She's having bridezilla moments. Right. You spending $100,000 on a date that you don't even really care about. You just want to get it over with. She wants to sit there, eat cake, drink champagne, entertain all her friends, make herself look good. Like, you just got to see what that whole thing is about. It takes the equality that's supposed to be there, and it puts this woman on this pedestal. Her day, the day of her wedding, right?
That's funny.
The ring, all that stuff. That's like saying if I don't got no ring, I ain't married.
Yeah. That's what they say.
What?
In the world.
Because ain't that what they do? Like, yeah, girl, I'm married, and the first thing she does is like, where's the ring? Oh, I don't see no ring on your finger. Like, and your parents be like, I don't see no ring on your finger. Like, what the hell? First of all, the ring on the finger is an Egyptian, white, Roman, Edomite custom. That goes back to Egypt. And the Romans and the Greeks, it went to Egypt where they would take a flower and put it on the finger. Romans and Greeks took precious metals. And the more precious the metal, the more it showed what? Status. My prestige, my status. So if I could put gold on her finger, ooh, buddy, you was the man, son. Right? If I could get her a Super Bowl size ring, ooh, but ain't that what they do? They look at the ring like, girl, he must love you. And you be the first one divorced. No matter how big the damn rock is. That don't make love. That don't make a marriage. Think about it. Listen, I went to my cousin's wedding. I'm going to put it on blast. It was a nice wedding, way back. I ain't gonna front. It was nice. Spent a lot of dough. Open bar. The food was amazing. The venue, it was dope. Got her a nice fat rock. They spent, man, a couple thousand. 40 for one day. They was married for like a year and a half.
Oh man.
Yeah, they were better off just not doing the. As soon as they did the ceremony, the damn wedding went. The marriage did this. They were like, in the world, boyfriend and girlfriend engaged for like 8 years. And as soon as they do that whole ceremony, this, that, spend all that money, boom, crash. Now, am I saying that we didn't do wedding ceremonies? Of course we did. Of course we did wedding ceremonies. Of course we had weddings that lasted 7 days. We had some that lasted a year.
Straight up.
We celebrated our marriages, but not in the way we've been taught to do it now. And in no point of that did somebody run up like, yo, sign this piece of paper. Sign this prenup, right? Because you're going to take half when you leave them. Or sign this paper saying that y'all were married. You never, ever read that. What we read in Tobit, it said the instruments of the covenants. So we're going to write down what's going to be exchanged for this marriage. Well, you're taking my daughter, so what do I get? See that? What do I get in return? You're taking something from me, I got to get something in return. That was according to the law.
God.
You see that? So that's what they wrote down. So is it wicked, the notion of wanting a marriage license? That notion is not wicked, but all the things that surround it will lead you into now envying your oppressor and letting your oppressor dictate over what the Most High has already dictated for us. Or, excuse me, I hate to use the word dictate, but what he's already given us. He's already given us the parameters. Once I let man come in and dictate this, I'm outside of what the Most High wants. Right?
God.
There was something else. There was nothing else. What's that?
And the whole, you think about it, the whole sex, this marriage thing, it's kind of better anyway because you teach your daughter not to be like sex with multiple men. Once she lay down with that man, it's considered to take full responsibility of you. Whatever happens, it's his responsibility, like kids or some girl, they have sex, they catch feelings, and the man don't want them to deal with it. He's like, no, I don't want you with the sex or whatever.
Yep.
That whole mindset, teaching the generation that sex is a marriage, it just throws everything off in the way.
Yeah, and what it does, see, we sex wasn't something we just tossed around back in these days. Yes, you had wicked people that was sleeping with women, leaving them. That's why the laws, I found someone cleanest in her, I don't want to be with her. You had men that did that. But the majority of the men, when they lay with a woman, they took her and dealt with her as a wife. Sex wasn't this thing that a woman met a man at the bar, liked his rims, and then gave him some. And then he didn't know her name or nothing. And the next week, she went to the next bar, met a chick, liked her rims, gave her some, and then didn't know her name. Then the next week, met another guy, and just did this cycle. Like, you ever watch the TV shows where the chick just bounced from guy to girl, guy to girl, guy to girl?
Yeah.
Right? We weren't doing that. Like, oh, snap. He looks, I like his teeth. Give him some. I like his bank account. Give him some. Oh, he bought me a drink today. Give him some. Oh, he smiled at me. Give me some. Give him some. We weren't doing that. We weren't just running around just laying with randoms. Women weren't just running around. There was one point where where the women were a little bit more chaste. The men were a lot more sensible. And we left off of that sensibility and off that women being chaste and being with one man for their life. Obviously, we've gone from that. But why? Because this society tells us that marriage is when you sign a piece of paper, and as long as you go to the judge and disannul that piece of paper, you can hop to the next beef. And you can do that 10 times in your life. And it's all in the eyes of God as long as you have that paper. No, the Most High wants you to be with one man. And he wants a man to take care of his wife. Or if he has more than one. And not, oh, well, I got to get another one, so I got to leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it doesn't work like that. That's not what marriage is. So, really, we shouldn't be looking for anyone to solidify what the Most High has already given us. Sis. You said they do what?
There's so many people who are wicked.
Oh, right.
Sometimes, they can be just uncontrollable.
Right.
And they can come off as saying this is what they're going to do, and they're going to take care of their responsibilities, and then they don't.
Right.
So, 6 months later, it could be the woman with another man, and it could be a man with another woman. So that's why I say, sometimes to have that law, if you have that law, it makes it a little bit difficult for you to say, I'm just going to break this up and go from one person to the next, being it 2 months to, 2-3 days, and on to the next, and on to the next. So, that's why.
Well, are you saying that if you have that paper, it makes it more difficult?
What I'm saying is that people think about it twice before they say, I'm going to think about this again before I get married, because I'm like, I don't want the same thing to happen that happened before you me. If you're just really sit on, the tangible things like, okay, now I lost my house, I lost my car, I lost this, I lost that. When in actuality, you actually lost, a part of you. So people who are really focused on that, that's what they really think about is their loss.
Right.
The tangible things.
I see what you're
and
saying.
not so much as, the loss of another part of you,
Or how to not lose and not put yourself in those situations. Think about it. No matter paper or not, 50% of marriage in America ends in divorce. So the paper is worthless. Right? But we're supposed to have a conscious mind towards what we're doing. So a piece of paper is not going to make me, if I'm dealing with issues with my rib, a piece of paper is not going to make me sit her down and say, hey, let's talk about what we need to talk about. Let's deal with what we got to deal with. My conscience towards the Most High is going to do that. No matter what I've been through. My conscience towards what does the Most High expect from me and what he's given me in this marriage. Well, husbands, love your wives as you love yourself, right? Mm-hmm. Wives, be subject unto your own husbands. When we take those two principles and then we take God, Christ, man, woman, child, and we take those three things and we put them in this beautiful little circle that if you don't break that circle, there will always be an understanding of how we're supposed to operate in a marriage. Then that consciousness towards just those three scriptures alone, you should be willing and ready to facilitate whatever you need in your marriage to keep that thing going, regardless of a paper or not. You see that? Because now my conscience is towards what the Most High wants. It's towards what he gave me. He gave me this responsibility as a man, but also as a woman, he gave me a responsibility. I only gave y'all 3 scriptures, but there's a plethora of scriptures and stories that we can go through just on holding fast to your marriage without having something tangible like a piece of paper to push you. If you got a piece of paper pushing in your marriage, prenup or this or that, then you shouldn't be married. It's not, and you're not married. You're not operating as a wife or a husband because you got something else that's motivating that mind other than love, the will of the Most High, the wisdom. You shouldn't be married. Bottom line.
And the marriage, the institution of marriage was formed by the Most High. So if you're not looking at that first and foremost, and you're looking at what the laws of the land stipulate marriages, then you're in a losing situation anyway, because they didn't institute marriage. The Most High.
Yeah, the Most High instituted marriage. He set the first marriage in order. So how can anyone else come in and give their opinion on what marriage is, or and when they do it, think about it. You got animals marrying men, men marrying men, and women marrying women, and men marrying girls and boys. So the institution of marriage, we should never want to be a part of what they say marriage is. I don't. We should say, okay, the Most High gave us something to be honored. He said marriage is honorable in all. Right?
Yeah.
He gave us the ability to keep our marriages and our unions honored in His eyes. Once we go to what they want us to do, then now the dishonor comes. Well, they don't want you to make up when things get dicey. Nope, just run to the court, irreconcilable differences, file your paperwork. She takes half that she didn't even have nothing to do with. He paid for the house. He put the down payment. He make the monthly payment. She just live in it. But somehow, this really tickles my fancy, right? Really grinds my gears, man. Somehow, she gets half. Now, we go to the Bible. It says if a man have two wives, one loved and be hated, who does the inheritance go to? The firstborn wife?
Of the wife, the firstborn.
Right, it goes to the sons, the children. You don't read about the women, the wife, like, oh, you know what, and she left and she took half. Hell nah.
Take half his blessing.
Hell nah, you don't read that like, oh, and you know, like Abraham's wife, he sent her, you know, what was it, Hagar?
You're right.
And he sent her off with half.
Yeah, 25% of the promise.
He gave something to that son and sent them the hell up out of there. Because that's what the Bible says. But America, and then it's, different states got different laws, right? You go to Cali, that's automatic half. Texas, don't have no marriage paper here. It's a wrap. She could have been a bum her whole damn career. No, everywhere got common law. But what I'm talking about is, once you divorce, half is hers. That's Texas also. California, definitely. And she could have been just a bum, not doing nothing. She could get what do you call it? Spousal support.
Yeah.
Spousal support? Like, what the hell is that? You got cats like, what's his name? Not Al Pacino. Is it Pacino? He married the black woman. He married Judah. Was it Pacino? He married her in real life, or is it De Niro?
De Niro.
Robert De Niro. This nigga is at the crying to the judge, talking about, you know, I can't pay spousal support. She's forcing me to work during the pandemic, and I just ain't making it. She went from $100,000 a month to like $200,000 a month during the pandemic.
Wow.
And all he's doing is paying for shoes and clothes. Judah. De Niro. Yeah, his wife, him and his little wife, they was together for a long time. Judah, you know Judah being Judah. She's sucking this dude dry. He looks sick. Yeah, he married this a woman that had kids with her and everything. A black woman had kids. But the point is, she ain't did nothing. Who was she? She had her own little career. Right? But now she's sucking this man dry. And I mean, hey, hooray for her. You know what I'm saying? But the ones that don't got it, that didn't do nothing, didn't put no brick in, right? You wasn't in the gym shooting with me, right? You know, Kobe said, right? How you gonna get half and you didn't shoot a damn basket?
Yeah.
You barely showed up to the game. You showed up to the game because you wanted to, because it was fun for you. You got the celebrity status. Oh, Kobe's wife. Oh, this wife, that wife. But you wasn't in the gym stretching, shooting baskets, preseason, flight. You didn't do none of that.
2 days.
And you get half? Half? High voice, like her, half? Oh, come on. He keep marrying them damn devils. He keep marrying the devil. What you going? They gonna suck you dry. Look at OJ. Look at Dr. Dre. His wife, bruh, this dude had a damn aneurysm. And she in the court like, I want more. More. This dude's on his deathbed. And she's like, bruh, hand it over. And she'll get it. She's in California. She'll get it.
This how shiesty Esau is.
I haven't heard that word in a long time.
When I was married, me and my wife was going through our split. She had got sick. And I was already on child support because we were separated. So when she got sick, they wrote a temporary order of spousal support because she couldn't work.
Yeah.
But it was temporary. It was for like 6 months.
That ain't temporary.
Then they cut it off.
Yeah.
After we got separated, she moved to Alaska. And she was still going through her thing when they reopened the child support case because we had it closed and everything. I was going to keep my son, she was going to keep my daughter. But she went up there and had it reopened when my son went up there. They tried to write that spousal support order like it was a standing order. They said I owe back pay and all this other stuff, and it was never shut down. I had to get a lawyer and fight this.
You saw they're dirty. They're dirty with it. Filthy shysters. Right? Swindlers.
They were trying to make it permanent. That's what they were trying to do.
Yeah, well, you got to pay, like, bruh, once you leave me, guess what? It's a wrap. All the benefits are gone. Why would I have to pay for your life for the rest of our lives? And we ain't together. What sense does that make? But see, that's how they do it out here in this world. But that's what you attach yourself to is unrighteous dealings when you say, you know what? I need your marriage license.
Because the institution is supposed to be forever.
Right.
It's supposed to last.
Some things don't last forever.
Forever.
Diamonds last forever.
Yeah, diamonds last forever. Righteousness is immortal.
God.
But yeah, so I mean, yeah, you don't want to have to be justified in the eyes of Whitey to do the things that the Most High freely gave us to do. What's that?
It's our topic. What's that scripture that says Most High chastise we love?
Hebrews 12. Hebrews 12:6. Yeah. Real quick, let me finish this up. Verse 14, Tobit 7:14, and they called Edna his wife, and called Edna his wife and took paper and did write an instrument of covenants and sealed it. How do you know this wasn't a marriage license? He couldn't. What did he write down? The law of marriage. It was already there. They already knew the law of marriage, so he didn't write that down. You see that? So he wrote down the covenant of what we would agree to. Remember when Abraham sent his servant? Yeah, Abraham sent his servant to get a wife for Isaac.
Yes.
He sent her with what? He sent his servant with what? Bracelets and jewels. That was him forming a covenant with that family. Saying, listen, here's my token of appreciation. Or here's the dowry. They didn't write it down because back further in that time, everything was a little bit more oral. And we went by a word. I give you my word, you give me her, I'll give you the bracelets. This is going to make up for any loss. That was their covenant. Right. They decided to write things down.
Right.
Why? Who wasn't there? No. Who wasn't there to be privy to what was going on?
The woman.
No, she was there. Tobit. Tobit wasn't there.
So
how was he going to know what they agreed to?
I guess.
Write it down so you can bring it back to Tobit.
Right.
Come. You see that? He wasn't there. They agreed on a marriage, but the father, Tobit, hey, how's your father? He's in good health, but he's blind. Well, write this down real quick. Obviously, he can't read it. Your mama could read it to him. But now it's written down. It's there for everyone else to see. There's no deception here. Right. Let's see here. Then they began to eat. After Raguel called his wife Edna and said unto her sister, prepare another chamber and bring her thither. Mm-hmm. And when she had done as he had bidden her, she brought her thither. And she wept, and she received the tears of her daughter, and said unto her, be of good comfort, my daughter. The Lord of heaven and of earth give thee joy for this thy sorrow. Be of good comfort, my daughter. Because the other chamber was what? What was the other chamber? Yeah, it was the marriage chamber. She cried because she's figuring like, damn, I already killed 7. this little old scrawny dude, he might get killed too. You know what I'm saying? So she cried and wept, but her mom comforted her. Nah, look, the Most High is gonna take care of you, right? So, any questions on that? Yeah. Again, if you haven't read, if you're not knowing where we're at in the story, just read that. The 7 chapters, they're short, good reading. Any questions outside of the reading? Any topic? Anything y'all want to talk about, discuss? What?
We were reading in Matthew 15.
Right.
This has kind of been the spirit, like with us brothers. Things that have been brought to my attention. Things that I also brought to my rib's attention, with my nephew and stuff like that.
Right.
But let's see. Matthew chapter 15, verse 18. But those things that proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. And precept Proverbs 23:7. As man thinketh, so is he.
Right.
But if you could expound for me, so I could get a little more clarity and more edification on it. But what our spirit, how we have our spirit inside, is what we reflect and show forth outwardly. If you could expound on that, like if I try to be all clean and whatnot, and I go to my house is just filthy, or if I'm taking care of my nephew and I just have him all filthy, or my rib or my daughter or something like that, or my vehicle, you know what I'm saying? If you could expound just like how our spirit is in us, shows forth what it goes outwardly.
Well, you can't hide. We always, I think we've been talking about this lately, we talked about this last week, right? I think the week before, about how spiritual things manifest carnally. Why? Why do spiritual things manifest in the flesh? Right, because we're flesh, right? So your blessings manifest how?
In the flesh.
In the flesh, right? You might get a blessing, you might get a new vehicle, you might get a raise at the job, you might get, think about it, even when you increase spiritually, how do you know a man is increasing spiritually? What do you see?
He gains carnally.
Right. His wisdom comes out and you see it, you hear it, right? So it's real simple. I'm not going to complicate it more. You quoted the scripture. Go to that Proverbs.
Proverbs chapter 23, verse 7.
Right.
Proverbs chapter 23, verse 7.
Right.
For as he thinketh in his heart,
right,
so is he.
So what does that mean? As a man thinketh so in his heart, so is he. Well, just like Yahweh Shai said, the things that come out of your mouth and the things that your body does, they start where?
Your mind.
In your mind and in your thoughts. Right? So, I may want to be a clean man. I may want to keep things orderly and tidy and clean, but just thinking about it ain't going to do it. Right?
Right.
What do I got to do?
Put actions.
I got to put actions. I may want to be smart and studious and increase knowledge and spirit, but what do I got to do?
You gotta read.
I got to read. I got to study. Well, man, I want to be spiritual today.
Me smart.
And you shove it into your... No. Or just lay on top of the Bible.
Sleep with the Bible under your
with
pillow.
The Bible, yeah, no, it don't work like that. You have to open it, and thou has to read it. So you have to put action to the thought. So, but this is the thing. How do you know a person is slothful? Even though they're like, no, I don't want to be slothful. I'm not slothful. I'm not slothful. I'm not slothful. How do you know they're slothful? Their actions.
Right.
Your actions. They say it a lot, right? Actions speak louder than words. Sometimes it ain't even what you say. It's what proceeds from you. Doesn't always have to be word.
Right.
It can be actions.
Ooh, how you
So,
do something.
I love you. 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 world, it's like, I love you. What? Oh, I love you. Babe, no. Right? Right?
And the other person's like, I'm leaving. Still get hit again. I'm leaving.
How is it love if you're doing the opposite of love? I may think I love you, but my actions display something totally different. So, my actions have to, I'm righteous. I'm righteous. I'm righteous. Beard.
Beard.
Because when I woke up this morning, I pushed my beard down. Boom! Beard grew out to here. Right?
Right.
When I had my rib sole fringes, I made sure my fringes were this long. Right? My border of blue was that thick. And I had shields, right? Pomegranate. I had them all over everything. Boom! Top of my head. Boom. Boom, right? Shielded up. Garment thick, right? Outwardly, you look like a Hebrew. But then when you talk, I'm going to kill that nigga. I'm gonna do. Let's go smoke this. Let's go drink this. Let's go do. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. That's a Hebrew? Okay. He must be celebrating Halloween or something, dressing like an Israelite. Because what's coming out of his mouth is not one of a Hebrew. He looks the part, but now what he's saying doesn't match up with his look. So where's his mind at? It's as simple as that. That's how a lot of us appear. We look the part. We don't, the things that come out of our mouth don't add up to the part that we look outwardly, but the way I think. So I could look like a Hebrew, but can I be a Hebrew whoremonger? Right?
Very easily.
Very easy. Because I look like the Hebrew and my beard is glowing and I got my muscles. I'm butt naked on Instagram showing everybody my muscles. Right? And then when I talk to women, all of them, it's never like a conversation of, hey sis, Shalana, how you doing? It's always, hey sis, how you doing?
Right.
Right? I'm trying to do something with you. Like it's
That's creepy.
right? But I'm supposed to be a Hebrew. So the mind is not lined up with the understanding of you got to look the part. Like the priests had to look a certain way.
Right.
But then guess what they also had to do? They had to think a certain way.
Right.
That way when they thought, their actions would line up with their thought.
Right.
Right? So, what's that? Yeah, Jenna?
So can we use the scripture of carnal man can't understand the things of the spirit because that person isn't really spiritual, they're more carnal.
Yeah, they're more on the outward.
Right.
Right? You could use that one. I was going to go to, I don't know if I'm mixing this one up. It's, but there.
It's like how in the world, how they say you can't just talk the talk, but you gotta walk the walk.
You got to walk the walk. Right. What am I looking for? No, it's in Proverbs. Let's see here. No, that's not that one. I mean, you understand that.
I understand it now. The thought that's coming to my mind is like, as hard as we try, and as hard as we do, and as hard as we study, show up to class, try to guide our house, try to raise our children, why is it individually we still succumb to falling out of the spirit? And why does that happen?
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
So all of us want. I have this little saying in my mind, like, I'm worth heaven. My family's worth heaven. Like, yo, what's your worth? What's your worth, homie? It's heaven. I want to get to heaven. So I gotta study. I'm gonna follow instructions. I'm gonna endure hardness, taking orders from the elders, from the teachers. I'm gonna endure hardness from taking the correction and chastisement from other men that I didn't grow up with, and so on and so forth. You don't look like me, whatever. I gotta endure that, and I get in the mode of like, okay, let me really take these notes. I get in the mode of setting up prayers like, yo, Father, please teach me how to apply this. Please teach me how to be considerate. And then all these things are happening, but I still fall out of the Spirit to where it reflects on my house being nasty. It reflects on the way I treat people. It reflects on it just shows. It just spews out. The other day, I was getting.
But let me say something about that. Because my house gets messy. Right? My house gets messy. We're not, no matter what, we're never going to be 100% perfect in anything that we do. Whether we deal with men, whether we keep our house clean, like it's never going to be 100% perfect. So, this is the thing. The scriptures say a just man falls 7 times, a wicked man falls in mission. So, if my house gets messy, am I conscious enough to say, let me get it in order? Or do I just let it fall into a mess and I become a hoarder? Now, I've been to your house, you're not a hoarder. Right? Your house is not like a hoarder's house where you walk in and I got to step over the food wrappers from a year ago. No, because there's a consciousness that, okay, as soon as I get the opportunity, let me take care of what I got to take care of. So, I'm saying that because I don't want you to put, or anybody to think like, because you didn't stay on top of a certain thing, that all of a sudden now that's like a fall or a sin or something like that, you know. And you use like the messy house. So
it was just using an example, yeah.
Right, because it's not wrong if your house gets messy. Everybody in your house gets messy. I don't care who you are. At some point it get messy, but as long as you realize that, let me clean up real quick. My house stays, it's like a perpetual mess sometimes, where I'll clean one area, then it's dirty. Clean this, dirty. You do a dish, 8 dishes pop up. When you got 1,000 people in your house, that's what happens. It's like a never-ending laundry, dish, mopping, sweeping fiasco. It never stops. And as soon as nobody's doing it, it looks like it's never, ever been done. Sister's been to my house with garments. They walk in that kitchen and it probably looks like nobody ever cleaned it. Ever. And that's how it goes some days, where everything is just chaotic. But then what do you have to do? You got to reel that in. You can't let what's going on overtake you. So what is the mind though? What mind is that? That's always the mind of, let me keep things in order. Let me stay on top of, I might not be able to stay on top of it in this moment, because I got this and this and this to do, but as soon as I get that chance, hey, y'all come down here, knock out these dishes, sweep this floor, right? Because me, I stay on top of people in the house. They stay on top of the dishes. But when they ain't staying on top of their, you know what I look at? If my house is overly messy, that means that they're not staying on top of their chores. That means I'm not staying on top of them. So now, okay, y'all, look, reel it in. Let's take care of this. Let's do this. Let's do this. So really, it's always having a consciousness of what's happening around you and not letting that overtake you. But just remembering, I gotta set my house in order.
See, and I like how you said that, like, not letting it overtake you, because it just kind of goes back to what I was bringing out was like, why is it that we fall out of the Spirit? But I mean, you basically cleared it up. And it's just something that, throughout the week, I mean, my house is clean, just to let everybody know.
Nice.
I'm
moving in.
My house is clean.
You got a righteous,
right?
Well-mannered rib.
God.
Right? Righteous, humble, holy.
But it's just definitely just been the spirit of what I've been recognizing.
Right.
When I just this past week, I don't know, it's just weird. But God, like Rob, and Shadak this past week were just using words like, bring these things to the forefront of your mind so that it was already told to you. Yashikar. Because Josh Carr, come on. Wake up. I'm the one that did it, guys. I'm not talking about nobody. But, con. But yeah, the water, sir.
Yeah. Anything else? Yeah. No? It's live? Right? Is everybody else's arms don't work up in here or what? Her arms is the only one that work? What's up, Sharad?
No, I did raise my hand. I was
Okay, read.
feel like they're slothful or like not doing enough, but they're always doing something. Like, is that
Can someone feel slothful?
like, or they're not doing enough, but then they're not. They're like always doing stuff.
Well,
What kind of spirit is that? Or what is that?
well, let me say this. We can never do enough. We can never do enough for the Lord, right? Go to in Ecclesiasticus. Let's see here. Who knows what I want? Try to find this without searching. Right. Ecclesiasticus 43. And verse 30. Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha 43 and verse 30. That's page 97. And then?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 43 and verse 30. When ye glorify the Lord, exalt him as much as he can.
Right.
For even yet will he far exceed.
Right.
And when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not worried, for ye can never go far enough.
You see that? So no matter what we're doing for the Most High, there's always something else to do. Now, if I'm sitting back and I'm doing a bunch of things, now it's a recalculation of what am I really doing? Because just moving around and moving your hands and doing things doesn't really mean you're doing something. So if I if I had that feeling, right? If I had that feeling of dang, I'm doing stuff. I'm doing a lot, but I feel like I'm slothful. Then I got to reevaluate what is it that I'm really doing, and how am I occupying my time? Because some things take longer than others. Some things don't take a lot of time. But what is it that I'm doing? Now, I'll let you come in. Some of us don't feel satisfied because we're not. Just because we're doing something doesn't mean that we're doing it towards the Most High, whatever it is that we're doing. Think about it. It takes a lot of time to become, if you want to be a profession, I don't care what it is, any profession, you got to sit around and you got to do a lot of schooling. That takes up a lot of time. And you can feel like, oh, snap, man, just ain't got no time to do nothing. Right? Or to learn just anything new. To study. To sit back and study takes a lot of time. And you know what? Sometimes I be feeling like that, like, damn, I didn't do nothing today. Right? And I'm like, damn, I didn't sit down and study. I didn't go to class, because we didn't have class that day. But I'll still sit back and be like, man, I didn't do nothing today. I feel a little useless. Well, what did I do? If you go back on the phone, you'll look. 5-hour conversation with this person, and it wasn't just one person. It was this person called, throw them in the talk, then this person called, threw them in the talk. Got on the phone with Kazak. We talked about some things that needed to be handled. So it's really a reevaluation of what it is I'm doing, because we can all feel like that. But we do have to keep in mind we can never do enough. There's always more to give than what we're already given. But I got to now reconstruct my life and my time according to what it is I'm trying to give. You see that? Remember, go to Matthew real quick. Right? What did Yahushua tell Martha?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Right? Who knows that there's a righteous sister in the back that should have that scripture on top of her head? Where's it at?
I was going there too.
Right? Where is that? Go to Luke 10. Right? I hit a sister with this all the time. Because it's not about just doing a bunch of things that makes you busy. Hell, the more I do, the more busy I am. Hell, nah. It's the quality of what you do. It's what you're doing it for. I got 13 jobs. Okay, con. What you doing for the Lord? You see what I'm saying? Luke 10 and what? I said 40. 10. Right. 10 and 40. Read that. 38.
Luke chapter 10 and verse 38.
38, yep.
Luke 10:38. Now it came to pass, as they went, that he entered into a certain village, and a certain woman named Martha
Right.
received him into her house.
Right.
And she had a sister called Mary,
Right.
which also sat at Jesus' feet and heard his words.
She did what?
Sat at Jesus' feet and heard his words.
So she wasn't doing nothing special. She just sat down and listened to Yahushua talk. Listen to the wisdom. Go ahead.
But Martha was
Cumbered.
cumbered about much serving and came to him.
But Martha was busy. Right? She was busy serving. Just, right? No slothfulness there. Go ahead.
And said, Lord, doest thou not care that my sister had left me to serve alone?
Right?
Bid her thereof that she help me. And Jesus answered and said unto her, Martha, Martha.
You said what?
Martha, Martha.
Go ahead. So Martha is basically like, man, you're not mad that she's just sitting around listening to you when she could be helping me serve? Go ahead.
And thou art careful and troubled about many things.
Yeah, sometimes we're troubled about many things, but the most important things we're not conscious and aware of. So we may be busy moving, but what's needed at the time? Go ahead.
But one thing is needful.
But one thing is needful, not all the things. One thing. Go ahead.
And Mary had chosen that good part.
Woo! See?
Which shall.
He said Mary chose the part that was needful. So the reevaluation of what is it that I'm doing and when. If I feel like I'm slothful but I'm doing a lot, then maybe this is what I have to do. Go to Proverbs. Go to Proverbs 16 and verse 3. I can't be cumbered about with many things that are not needful. And then I have to recommit myself. It's Proverbs 16 and 3.
Proverbs chapter 16 and verse 3.
Right?
Commit thy works unto the Lord.
Right?
And thy thoughts shall be established.
Yeah, once I commit or make a rededication to the Lord, my works, he's going to establish I'm not going to have that thought of slothfulness. I'm not going to have that feeling of insufficiency. Sometimes we feel insufficient. You feel insufficient at your job. You're doing your job. You're making it happen. You're doing your thing, but you feel insufficient. Insignificant. That's another one. You feel insignificant. Most High said you commit your works to Him. He'll establish those right thoughts in us. So I don't have to feel. Listen, it hits the best of us. Like I said, I'll be sitting back. I know what my days are like. So when it's not like slam packed, as soon as I wake up out the bed with a phone call that wakes me up early, and then I'm just on the phone, and then I'm on the phone in the shower. Y'all be in the phone in the shower? I be on the phone in the shower. That phone don't hang up. It don't matter what I got to do. I remember one time, I'm on the phone with Kasai, right? This is way back. And I was like, hey, I'm going to hit you back. I got to take a shower. He's like, bro, put that phone on speaker. I was like, what? He said, all right, put the phone on speaker. We going to talk. I was like, damn. So now I learned, like, hey, you got to use the restroom, put you on mute, shower, throw it on speaker.
Okay.
And that's that. That's how my days are. I gotta have an earpiece charged up at all times. You ever hold the phone so long, it starts to ache and sweat. It turns white right here because your elbow done been bent, and when you try to bend it, you're like, oh, come. So earpieces on deck because I look at the phone, bro. Listen, by 12 o'clock, I have 10 phone calls. 2 o'clock. And all the text messages to go along with it. And I can still have the feeling like, dang, I didn't do nothing today. I didn't do nothing. Because I could have studied a little bit maybe, right? I could have made another phone call. I could have went and handled some business outside of what I got to do for the camp. Sometimes that hits you, but it's all about reestablishing what am I doing? Well, man, I counsel this brother. I counsel this sister. I handle this business. I got this done over here. Sometimes it's because I didn't get up out the house and run around town. See, this is a demon on some people. Where, you know how, like, normal people do stuff on the internet? Right? Like, you can do a lot of things on the internet now, right? Look for a house, look for this, look for that, without having to go and do the actual footwork. Right. Some of us feel like we got to go out there and actually burn gas and do the footwork that the internet does for you. PadMapper, HRR.com, and Zillow are beautiful. It stops you from having to go out there and look. It looks for you, right? And then you might, in your free time, let me go out and check this one out. But if you're not out in the lane, sometimes we feel like, well, I didn't go out and actually physically put the wheels to the pavement. I didn't do nothing. But you might have did something. Something that had to be taken care of. There's always something to do, right? Especially a lot of you women, married women, right? Not married women. You got households to help out. You got households to run. So there's always something to do. It's where is your mind at when you're doing it? Because setting your house in order, that's a righteous thing, right? This is a wise woman buildeth their house. Wicked woman pull it down with her hands. So having your house set up in order and in righteousness, that's a thing that is a constant work. But as soon as you forget that you got to do that, what happens? It starts to diminish. It starts to fall. You see that? Same thing with men, brothers. It's a constant work to maintain the spirits in your house and maintain the people in your house and keep that drive and that motivation and keep everybody going. As soon as you stop, what happens? As soon as you forget that you have to do that and damn, I didn't do nothing. People start to, you see the spirits start to fall through the cracks. So there has to be a constant, what works am I doing in towards who? I could be Martha, Martha was doing this, basically. Right? Mary was doing this. But what she was doing was more value at the time. Not saying that what Martha was doing wasn't that value, but not at the time.
Martha was also busy and also looking at what Mary was doing.
Yeah.
And she just been focused on serving and doing like Colossians 3:23 says, and not worried about what other people are doing or thinking, then she wouldn't have had that spirit on her.
Yep. Exactly. So don't be Martha. Always look at what you're doing and who you're doing it for. And the thoughts towards the next works and the next actions, he'll establish those. He'll remove that feeling of sloth. Like, oh, I'm being slothful. Or I'm not worthy, or I'm worthless. He'll move that from you. Khan?
I like that question because you answered a lot of the question I was asking too. Like, that basically just piggyback what I was asking, and everything that you broke down to was like, oh, so why fall out the spirit is because I'm not constantly really focusing on putting my trust, my work, my mind, my spirit towards the Most High and doing it for Him. Then I start thinking carnally. Then I start getting out the spirit. Then I start thinking like, oh, I gotta do it for the money, or I gotta do it because she says so, or he says so, or yada yada. And then I hit the wall.
Yeah.
Hard.
Well, I'm glad I could be of service. I didn't realize I was answering yours and hers. What?
You're so skilled.
Bro, I'm no one.
So skilled with it.
Not me.
Yes,
Anyone else? Before we wrap it up. That's it? Anything online? No? Read? No? Alright, well, yeah. Well, okay. If there's nothing else, constant maintenance, also times. Yeah, a lot of comments. Alright, well, let's close it out with the prayers. Imayim. Yom, rise and face Jerusalem. Close it up. So the scriptures tell us to pray to the east. So the Jerusalem or the east would be this way. So you just spin right around, and everything we say in Hebrew we're going to translate into English. All right. So scriptures tell us when we speak in another tongue to translate, so we don't sound like barbarians. So we don't want to do it like how church did us. They start speaking in some language that they couldn't even translate. All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Baba Koshai.
Baba Koshai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Aita.
Aita.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Ma'aka Allah.
Ma'aka Allah.
Wa.
Wa.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Ha.
Ha.
Salah. Wa.
Wa.
Samak.
Samak.
Shamar'al.
Shamar'al.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Magun.
Magun.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Izar.
Izar.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge.
Knowledge.
And understanding.
Understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
And much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much spiritual powers.
Much spiritual powers.
Baba Kushah.
Baba Kushah.
Salakia.
Salakia.
All of our sins.
All of our sins.
Baba Kushah.
Baba Kushah.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Aita.
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 Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Dam
Yad.
Aman.
Aman. Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Hathawara.
Hathawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Natan Lanawa.
Natan Lanawa.
A war.
A war.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Natan Lanawa.
Natan Lanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayath.
Zayath.
Lamashath.
Lamashath.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah.
Oh, Salat. 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 I skipped one. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Natan Lanawa.
Natan Lanawa.
Ha'ayol.
Ha'ayol.
Korah.
Korah.
Laquara'ah.
Laquara'ah.
Ha'ayim.
Ha'ayim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh
Hawa'ah.
Nathalanawa.
Nadalanawa.
Ha'ayal.
Ha'ayal.
Korah.
Korah.
Laquara'ah.
Lakorah.
Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
No. Wow. I'm sorry. Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayath.
Zayath.
Lamashaf.
Lamashaf.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
I gotta repeat that.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
to give thanks unto Yahweh.
Sing praises unto thy name.
Sing praises to thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument, 10
And
strings.
upon the psaltery.
And upon the
And
psaltery.
upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh,
For thou, O Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy works.
hast made me glad through thy
I will
works.
triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
Thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very
A
deep.
brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand
When the
this.
wicked spring as grass.
When the wicked spring as
And
grass.
when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thy
O
enemies.
Yahweh.
O Yahweh,
Below thine enemies.
below thy enemies
Shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
And all the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn
shalt thou exalt.
shalt thou exalt
Like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a
I
unicorn.
shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oils.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall
My
hear.
desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked
That rise up against me.
that rise up against
The
me.
righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm
He shall
trees.
grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
And those that be planted in the house of
shall
Yahushua
flourish in the courts of the Most High.
shall flourish in the courts of the Most
They
High.
shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old
They
age.
shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and
To
flourishing.
show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is
He
upright.
is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
This is Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawat.
Hamalawat.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Raman.
Raman.
Naayam.
Naayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpayah.
Alpayah.
Madawathyawa.
Madawathyawa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haram 1.
Haram 1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayel.
Ayel.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Zayah 1.
Zayah 1.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af.
Ah.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Chayayam.
Chayayam.
Aid.
Aid.
Ha'awalam.
Hallelujah.
This is Psalms chapter 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life, forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Kamyad.
Kamyad.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's circle up. Ladies, be seated. Sisters, be seated. So, we know you don't know it. We're going to salute each other. The scriptures say to salute the brethren. We're going to say God in the name of Christ. Bless you. We're just going to say it to each other. We know you don't know it, so you can just watch. Then we salute the sisters. We say God in the name of Christ. Watch over you, and they say it back to us. All right, so you just watch. All right, call it.
Men of Israel, I might him. Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatah.
Kum Yasha'Allah means rise Israel, rise Israel, rise Israel. Let's turn and face the sisters. Call it.
Slew now the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, I might him. Barak. Yahweh Shema Dan Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Shalom. We will see y'all back here on Monday.
Back in.
Back at it like a black matter.
Like a bad habit. Yes, sir.
Six chill, for real. Judah. Scepter will never leave Judah. Scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. You saw the end of my king.